everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Magician in Tight Moon. Chapter 101 to 150. Since these things got involved, the Holy Grail War has changed its nature. Therefore, whoever wins now will have to give it their all. The two, who shared the same goal, finally reached a consensus at this moment, that is, to fight to the death. Gods, you'd better go back to your doghouse. The conversation between the two had been overheard by the will of Zeus within Iskandar. But he didn't really care what the two heroic spirits thought. Mortals are just mortals after all, and even if they become heroic spirits, they will still only be mortals. Their natural status is inferior to that of the gods. As long as he can successfully accomplish what he requires, what does it matter to him what the servant thinks? The greatest threat, the projection of the ancient demon god, has fallen. With only a powerless witch left, and with the blessing of the great god Zeus, eliminating her would be an incredibly simple matter. So he began to stir Iskandar's mind, commanding him to kill the witch before him immediately. Then find that mortal named Matucci. But the next moment, Zeus suddenly changed his mind. They no longer even cared about the majesty of God. He cursed rudely inside Iskandar's body, ordering him to escape immediately. Run, you pig-like idiot. It'll be too late if you don't run now. Iskandar simply scratched his ear, and made no other reaction. He simply watched with great interest all the changes happening before his eyes. The remaining bits of sea monster flesh piled on the ground were torn apart, and devoured by 5 enormous dragon heads that suddenly emerged from the ground. The dragon's eyes gleamed like burning rubies, flashing with a bloodthirsty light. When its mouth opened, it revealed a dense array of sharp teeth, like countless steel needles. His nostrils spewed out thick, hot air, carrying the stench of rotting flesh, and he let out a deep roar that shook the entire battlefield. They all appeared incredibly hungry, greedily tearing at the remains of the sea monster, their sharp teeth splintering bits of flesh and blood, a truly nauseating sight. Indeed, the dragon that Medea summoned using the golden fleece has transcended the level of a mythical beast and reached the realm of a divine beast. Tiamat, the 5-headed dragon. This Tiamat is not Tiamat herself, but rather possesses the concept of a mother goddess. It was a product summoned by Medea using the golden fleece and transformed by the divinity of the ancient demon god's projection. Although it was only a flawed divine beast, the dragon's inherent strength was still enough to create a massive upheaval on this battlefield. Castor, you're really amazing, but is your magic power enough to power this monster? Iskandar looked at Castor with admiration. You don't need to worry about that. Do you think those bits of flesh on the ground were summoned for you to play with? Indeed, neither Medea's magical power nor the magical power accumulated within Raduji Temple was sufficient to sustain it. That's why the so-called ancient demon god was pulled out of the door earlier. The purpose of these scraps of flesh is to replenish the dragon's magical power. Even when they were fighting Ryder, the 5-headed dragon was already slowly gnawing on the base of that huge lump of flesh underground. Is that so? That's good. In that case, no matter who loses, he will die. Zeus, listening to their conversation from inside Iskandar's body, felt extremely uneasy, as if he had become a fish on a chopping board, completely at their mercy. As a supreme deity, when have you ever suffered such injustice? You mortals! How dare you so disregard the majesty of the gods? Zeus's voice echoed within Iskandar, filled with boundless rage and oppressive power. He wanted to directly possess this body, even though it might cause some irreversible consequences. This was not only for the sake of his dignity as a god, but more importantly, to prevent this avatar from being wasted here. This was a clone that had managed to infiltrate 22 years ahead of schedule. If the restraining force hadn't been unable to protect that guy at the time, it wouldn't have had the opportunity to take advantage of him. Iskandar's body trembled violently as Zeus's divine power surged into his spirit core, attempting to completely control the body of this heroic spirit. Humph, are you cornered, my god? Iskandar offered no resistance, only a slight smile. Didn't you just ask me to kill Castor? Well, so be it. He then glanced at his servant, Weber Velvet. Waver understood what he needed to do at that moment: use a command spell. Rider commands with all his command seals to achieve victory and crush that monster at all costs, even at the cost of his life. This was a prearranged command seal, a promise made the moment Waver officially became a subject of the King of Conquerors. It was a magic of shared perception, used at that moment to complete a secret plot against the gods. Every step was meticulously planned, and Zeus could only unconditionally provide Iskandar with the power to win. Now that there's no escape, all we can do is hope that Iskandar can win, so that his clone has a chance of survival. At this moment, the mythical duel will be staged once again. Without holding back a single detail, without a single concern. Both sides were fighting for the purest victory. Each according to their own ability. Zeus, the fantasy god. Iskandar unleashes the true name of Zeus as his noble phantasm, continuously unleashing its power. The spear, formed from divine lightning, shattered the incoming twilight dragon's breath. The air howled, space trembled, and overwhelming magical power clashed with each other, enough to make one vomit. Twice in a row. Regardless of whether the five-headed dragons had withstood the attack, Iskandar immediately activated the illusionary god once more. The magic power is all extracted from Zeus, so there's nothing to worry about. One after another, thunderous spears were hurled out, as if they were divine punishment descending from the heavens. The five-headed dragon roared, its massive body twisting and contorting under the impact of lightning. Elemental power surged forth, intertwining with the lightning spear in the air, creating a scene of destruction and rebirth. One by one, the dragon's head was struck by lightning, emitting painful howls. Each strike was accompanied by a massive energy explosion, and the entire Ryodong temple was engulfed by endless light and energy. Under Iskandar's relentless attacks, the dragon, who had reached the realm of divine beasts, was actually suppressed. The continuous lightning strikes erupted like a shower of falling stars. Overwhelmed with joy, he let out a long roar. The meteorite hurtled in with a heavy whistling sound, and wave after wave of relentless impacts ravaged the dragon's entire body. Blood and flesh splattered, then reformed. One head after another kept emerging from the severed opening, always maintaining a total of 5 heads. Iskandar also flinched, saying that he could never reach the other side of the endless sea. Foolish, utterly rude. The destination he had been longing for was now standing right in front of him. After crossing countless mountains and rivers, he finally found his goal. Then he must surpass the past. Trample the enemy before us. Come on, let's concentrate all our power on this one move. Let both our own magic and Zeus's divine power burn at this moment. Unleash the lightning of Jupoordus at this moment. Laguang advanced step by step, repeating the same action over and over again. The scorching dragon breath poured down with a thunderous roar, its powerful attack almost causing him to lose consciousness, and his body swayed uncontrollably. When he came to his senses, he didn't know when Zeus's noisy will avatar had stopped roaring in his ear. Meanwhile, his newly recruited ministers in the distance seemed to be telling him something. But he couldn't hear it, he couldn't even hear the wind rushing past his ears as the dragon passed by. He could only hear the sound of waves. The distant shoreline was deserted, with waves crashing back and forth. This is the sound of the endless ocean waves in this world. Ah, that's it. He felt a surge of joy and finally understood. Why didn't I realize it before? What exactly was that surge of excitement in my heart? He dreamed that he was running along the coastline, and the feeling of his toes breaking through the seawater foam was really refreshing. The seawater that stained his feet a deep red might have been the blood flowing from his own belly. But so what? He's dreaming of this ocean now, it's the end of his life, and now he's finally about to cross it. Drink ah ah ah. Iskandar roared a triumphant cry that echoed through the heavens as he hurled the Jupoordus spear, imbued with endless thunder. This was the climax of certainty that victory was coming. What should have been a fleeting moment was somehow stretched out as if it were an eternity. It was as if even the passage of time had stopped. No, in fact, it has stopped. However, it wasn't time that stopped but himself. The 5 enormous, regenerated dragon heads, with their long necks, had now completely enveloped Iskandar, the conqueror. Strangely, he did not feel remorse. This expedition has given me utter exhilaration. Chapter 140 The Disappointed 1439 words, when the 5 colored dragon heads surrounded Iskandar. In an instant, the outcome was decided. Japotisa's spear missed its target, but the sharp scales protruding from the dragon's head pierced Iskandar's chest. Under the slow contraction, the conqueror's spirit origin exploded into a pile of light spots. This time, he still couldn't achieve his dream. The endless dream remained endless, and it ended just like that. But thinking about it carefully, this should be the only dream he had pursued his entire life, a dream that only happened once. He saw the same dream again in this land of the Far East, a dream he had long ago in Asia Minor. Thinking of all these wonderful things, Iskandar smiled. If you have the same dream twice, it wouldn't be surprising if it happens a third time. In other words, the next dream is about to begin. Iskandar squinted his eyes, which were blurred by the blood mist, and murmured contentedly. After confirming that the conqueror's spirit origin had dissipated, Castor sent the dragons back underground to hibernate. In order to better preserve the magic power within their bodies in order to cope with the battles to come. Her figure slowly came into view. His jet-black eyes gleamed with a scarlet light. Those terrifying eyes, gleaming with cruel malice, stared at Weber as he slowly walked over. Weber stood motionless alone at the entrance to the Ryudoji temple approach. Although he knew he had to move quickly, he felt as if the slightest movement of his feet might cause him to collapse to his knees. He couldn't get down on his knees now, not at all. The witch stood before the boy. The boy in front of them was trembling with undisguised terror, but his eyes never wavered. The witch asked the boy in a completely emotionless tone, "Are you Ryder's master?" Weber had assumed his throat was stiff with fear, and he wouldn't be able to make a sound. But when the witch asked about his relationship with the King of Conquerors, his stiff throat relaxed for a brief moment. He shook his head and answered in a hoarse voice, "No, I am his subject." Such answers were irrelevant to Medea. She simply wanted to confirm the connection between the person before her and Ryder. "Do you know when Zeus possessed Ryder?" "I'm not sure, but it should have been the day of the battle on the overpass." A very honest answer. Medea was still considering whether or not to kill him. After the battle on the viaduct, Matoike once discussed the concept of the Chosen One with her. Her master seems to believe that Waver Velvet is a man with a certain destiny. A rash attack could have unpredictable consequences. Medea knew in her heart that there were indeed many destined people in this world. Just take the famous heroes of ancient Greece for example. Which one of them wasn't blessed by fate? However, what if the Chosen One stands on the opposite side? She and Matoike reached a consensus to eliminate them in advance, before their momentum could grow, and to take them down with lightning speed. She paused for a moment, then decided to let Weber go for the time being. She turned to leave but then looked back at the boy. "Withdraw from the Holy Grail War. My master once said he would spare your life." Matoike never said that, Medea only said it to curry favor. After all, this man was the one her master favored. Weber watched silently as the dark witch turned and leisurely walked away. Once the figure disappeared from sight, the cold wind blowing across the mountain completely dispelled the tense atmosphere of the battlefield. The boy realized he was all alone under the night sky, and only then did he know that it was all over. The miracle of having survived made his knees start to tremble again. Until the very last second before Castor changed his mind, the murderous intent emanating from him, as subtle as breathing, silently told Weber that Castor did indeed intend to kill him. In fact, if Weber's gaze had shifted even slightly, if his legs had buckled and he had fallen to the ground, or if he had hesitated even a little when answering, he would be lying dead on the spot right now. This was a humble and insignificant battle, far from heroic or magnificent. Weber didn't defeat anyone, nor did he steal any treasure. He simply escaped his desperate situation alive. But in the quiet night, Weber was completely alone, with no one by his side. Just like a month ago, Weber was once again thrown into a corner of this ruthless and indifferent world. We walked step by step down the path leading to the pilgrimage site. The remaining leaves swayed and danced, and a chill was in the air. The two disheartened individuals meet at the foot of the mountain. Let's jump forward 1 or 2 seconds. Matoike is using command seals to try and get Castor's support in the battle at Einsburn Castle. But the command spell did not take effect, only a series of overlapping sounds were heard in the air. Don't go back to Ryodong Temple. This is a message from his follower Medea. And then, Matoike realized that the contract between him and Medea had been broken. There are only 2 possibilities for this to happen. First, Medea used her noble phantasm, the blade of all signs, and breaking the rules to sever the contract between them. Another possibility is that Castor died in battle after that telepathic message. Either way, it's extremely bad news. The original objective of this operation to capture Irisville was instead captured prematurely by Assassin, who was already confirmed dead. How could Assassin still be alive? Matoike wondered. Unless the head he saw that day, which had transformed into a spirit particle, was actually a forgery, then this might be the truth of the matter. The matter dragged on for too long, causing the berserkers to gradually go from having the upper hand to being at a disadvantage in the battle at Einsburn. This is a chain reaction. Before Berserker died, Matoike attempted to use a command spell to teleport Berserker away from the devastating attack. But Berserker himself refused. But so what? The final failure was already a foregone conclusion. Going back to analyze the process would only seem. All of this is because the strategies he, as the master, adopted and the preparations he made were simply insufficient. He failed to consider Berserker's inner thoughts, underestimated Saber's combat abilities, and overlooked the possibility of Assassin's survival. Matoike took all the blame upon himself, believing that his immaturity led to this major defeat. This led to him being kicked off the chessboard of the Holy Grail War. It was a bit dull and depressing. But the matter here was over, and Matucci needed to rush back to Raduji Temple to see what had happened. So the 2 disheartened men met at the foot of Mount Enzo. Their eyes met and both of them were taken aback. He seemed to want to say something. But in the end they still missed each other. Chapter 141. Next, inside the church. The candlelight flickered, casting dancing shadows on the surrounding walls with its soft light. The priest, standing next to the shelf where the sacred texts were placed, was flipping through the book in his hands, but he was clearly somewhat distracted. I just received news that the battle between Ryder and Castor has ended, and the Conqueror King has been defeated. A young church member entered the room, and whispered his report. The priest frowned slightly, looked up at the deacon, and gently closed the book in his hands. According to the information provided by the Spirit Energy Disk, the reliability of the message has been verified. The video recording of the battle between those 2 will be delivered shortly. After the church members finished speaking, they left the room. What a pity that it wasn't me, the king, who judged the clown who dared to usurp the throne. A playful and mocking voice came from a seat at the back of the church's main hall. King of Heroes, since you are so interested, why stay here? Instead, you let your master act alone. It is your behavior that led to Tokiomi's death. A deep voice came from the priest on the high platform. It was an old man with white hair, none other than Kirai Kotomine's father, Risei Kotomine. 1668 words. Oh dear, are you questioning me? This seems to have nothing to do with your duties, father. Gilgamesh smirked, his golden eyes flashing with disdain. Kotomine Rizuk's gaze was firm and unwavering as he looked at Gilgamesh. I am not speaking to you as a member of the church, but as a friend of the Tosaka family to express my dissatisfaction with you. I also regret Tokiomi's death, but shouldn't you ask your son Kirai Kotomine more about this matter? After all, he was the eyewitness. Even in the face of such provocation, Gilgamesh not only did not get angry, but instead chatted with Kirai Kotomine with great interest. He will atone for his sins. You mean his promise to retrieve the Holy Grail and resurrect Tokiomi Tosaka? Interesting, very interesting. Upon hearing this, Gilgamesh suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and he simply couldn't stop laughing. What's so funny? Kirai, he's showing his determination through his actions right now. Kodomine Risei's voice carried a hint of indescribable emotion. You mean, the thing about him going to Einstburn's place late at night to have some fun? Gilgamesh's lips curled into a mocking smile. This is only part of his plan, Kirai Kodomine said firmly. Keely knew what he had to do, and he also knew the responsibilities he had to bear. Let's not talk about him for now, let's talk about you, father. Gilgamesh's crimson, blood-red eyes swept over the pensive Kodomine Risei before he continued. What I just mentioned that was unrelated to my duties was that you, as the supervisor of the Holy Grail War, are currently using your position to gather information for Kirai Kodomine. Doesn't that seem a bit inappropriate? At this moment, the young church member who had left the room earlier re-entered the main hall. She hurriedly walked to Yan Feng Li Zheng's side. The familiars at the Tosaka residence have sent word that Lancer and her new master have broken through the barrier and entered, seemingly searching for Archer. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Gilgamesh sitting behind him. Regarding the church's excessive involvement in the Holy Grail War, the church members still in Fuyuki hold two different attitudes. One view is that one should not get too involved in the magician's war. One view is that since Kirai Kodomine, as one of their own, has become the master with the greatest chance of winning, and has expressed his wish to revive his mentor, then it is indeed possible to provide some assistance to Kirai Kodomine. Regardless, the members of the church still had reservations about Kodomine Risei's actions, demanding an investigation into the information of all masters and servants. These past few days have already been exhausting enough in terms of both body and mind, and now we have to go on to gather intelligence during the servant battles. The Holy Church is not a one-man show by Yan Feng. Gilgamesh finally reacted after the church member left again. They've actually invaded my palace. They're really ungrateful. Well then, let me go and have some fun with them. After speaking, Gilgamesh transformed into golden spiritual particles and dissipated within the church. As long as we succeed, as long as Kirai can obtain the Holy Grail, as long as we can revive Tokiomi, the sins that haunt Kirai can surely be forgiven. Lord, I have sinned. At this moment, only Feng Li remained in the church, silently repenting. Inside the large hollow beneath Ryodong Temple, Engra Mainyu has returned to his original form. Irisveil was unconscious at the moment. Having lost the scabbard of Avalon, coupled with the death of Iskandar, she had once again fallen into a deep sleep. Oh, I'm late. I missed the most exciting part. You should have told me earlier. Engra Mainyu complained somewhat irritably to the mysterious man shrouded in mist beside him. How did things go? I wasn't paying attention to what was happening over there. Your guess is correct. Amiya Kiritsugu is indeed wrong. He is clearly not a heroic spirit, but he has his own noble phantasm. That's quite interesting. You actually made a contract with the counter-force without even my knowledge, the mysterious figure shrouded in mist replied softly. Stop sighing, tell me quickly, what exactly happened at Ryuda Temple? Engra Mainyu asked impatiently, as the situation here was clearly more interesting than that in Einstburn. It's nothing. Thanks to the witch's powerful abilities, the conqueror Iskandar was ultimately defeated, and the will of Zeus within him dissipated. That's how it is. Humph, you make it sound so easy. You think you can absolve yourself of all responsibility with just a few words. You know what I want to hear. Engra Mainyu was not satisfied with the answer from the person beside him. He wanted to know what this guy was planning in this matter. Actually, I didn't do anything special, I just sent out the key item. As he spoke, he showed Angela Manuel the scene of Castor devouring the heart of the primal god. Is that really all there is to it? The person enveloped in mist gave a definitive and certain answer. But what he didn't tell Angela Manuel was that all of this had already been prepared long before Matoike summoned Castor. He couldn't possibly show up and become Matucci's babysitter without careful consideration, but to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, such as the Zeus incident, he would take precautions. The hidden door on Castor was less a method devised by Metoike and more a result of his initial guidance. With this hidden door, the scope for manipulation increases significantly. Even without the heart of the barbarian god, the same principle applies to other things. The cheapest kind is the black mud from the Greater Grail. Hearing such a confident answer from the person beside him, Ngramenu, though still somewhat doubtful, no longer cared. The main question now was what to do next. So what should we do with this woman? She can stay with me for now. Your next task is simply to escort Amiya Kiritsugu. Oh, why didn't you say so sooner? We had so many opportunities to take him down. Let's go again. The capable should do more, just be careful not to get killed instead. Chapter 142 Witch's Night. The Magic Replenishment Chapter. Walking slowly along the approach to Mata Pond, the sound of my footsteps was particularly clear in the quiet night. The trees lining the approach were affected by the aftermath of the battle, some were broken and fallen, while others had lost their branches and leaves. What was once a lush and verdant place was now bare and desolate. The remaining white moonlight, like frost and snow, sprinkled on the ground, making the path and broken trees, ravaged by war, appear even more desolate. Walking along this path by Meta Pond, you can hear the sound of flowing water from time to time, which must be the lake behind Ryuda Temple. Matoike shook his head, clearing his mind of the jumbled thoughts, and decided to pick up speed. Before long, Mata Pond finally led into Ryuda Temple. The surrounding area was beyond devastation, all the buildings and landscapes had been razed to the ground. A chaotic and filthy magical power permeated the air. When Matucci entered Ryuduji Temple, he did not see Castor. Moreover, since the contract had been broken, he could not sense whether Castor was still alive. A sense of unease rose within him, and he quickened his pace, trying to find those familiar faces. However, wherever he went, all he saw was desolation. He wandered aimlessly through the courtyard of Ryudaji Temple by Mata Pond. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. Streams of hair cascaded down from the sky, enveloping the entire Ryudong Temple like a white waterfall. Spider silk rose from the ground, layer upon layer, weaving into a huge net that trapped Mata Pond within it. The strands of hair, as if alive, quickly wrapped around his limbs and torso, binding him tightly. What is this thing? Matoike asked, slightly frightened. Just then, a cold voice came from above. Master, you're finally home. I've been waiting for you for so long. Looking up from Matucci, she saw a figure slowly descending from a waterfall of white hair. That was Medea, but her appearance was completely different from before. Her eyes were as black as night, radiating a bewitching red light, and her clothes were tattered, revealing large areas of snow-white skin. Her lips were as red as blood, as if dye had been splashed on them. The tattered fabric swayed gently with each step she took, as if it might fall off completely at any moment. Her skin was so white it was almost transparent, as if devoid of color, with only her scarlet lips adding a touch of color, like a red lotus blooming in the snow. Her face appeared even thinner, with more defined features. An ominous and chaotic magic enveloped her. Her face remained beautiful, but this beauty carried an eerie and bewitching quality. Matoike was stunned the moment Castor appeared. No longer resisting the hair tightly binding him, he fell silent, a sense of sorrow washing over him. Medea strolled toward Mata Pond, stopping about 20 centimeters away from him, and carefully examined his face. His expression and demeanor were rather displeased, which was quite irritating. Medea placed her hand on Matoike's chest, slowly groping upwards to the neckline. Her fingers were cold and slender, as if they possessed some kind of irresistible magic. Then, in the midst of a grab and a tug, Matoike's upper body involuntarily leaned towards him. His face was almost touching Medea's, her breath brushing gently against his ear. Their foreheads touched, their breaths mingling, and a strange atmosphere filled the air. 1491 words. It seems my wish has been fulfilled, master. Medea said this silently to herself. After resting for a while, a blush quietly rose on Medea's snow-white skin, and her icy body finally regained some warmth. At this moment, Medea swayed slightly, as if she were drunk, and gradually leaned against Metoike's strong and firm chest. This is a sign of excessive magic use, and a magic addiction. It's like travelers in the desert desperately searching for an oasis finally finding a cool, refreshing spring. In the moment of gulping down the source of life, they experience a dizzying sense of satisfaction. Medea lay there for quite a while before recovering from this state. As for Metoike's question, she had clearly heard it, but she didn't want to explain. However, now she seemed to have thought of something interesting, and answered, "Master, I'm currently without a master, and have participated in several major battles. My mana is completely depleted. What I did just now was naturally to replenish my mana. Otherwise, what did you think I was doing?" Metoike was still unable to move, and felt somewhat embarrassed after hearing Medea's words. He admitted that he had indeed thought about many things just now. After all, for a young man like him who had been single for 17 years, the older sister's kiss was indeed too passionate. "Then hurry up and release me, and then we'll sign a new contract," Metoike said somewhat irritably. But it was all an act, an attempt to conceal their inner shame. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Medea was still alive, but what followed was so stimulating that it made his speech nerves tremble. Medea, upon hearing Metoike's words, finally felt much better. She loathed the melancholic, poignant and mature Metoike. That would make her feel sorry for him. This slightly boyish shyness is what people at this age should naturally look like. As for the requirements that Metucci just mentioned. Has anyone ever seen a spider, after catching its prey, untangle its web to let the prey escape? Now that we've come this far, we should build on this experience, otherwise, there really won't be any more opportunities in the future. So Medea reached up and grabbed at the sky. The moonlight draped over her like a thin veil. The light and sheer gauze is combined with the witch's outfit full of holes, complemented by liquid spider silk wrapped around her body. Sainthood and depravity, bestiality and intellect, two diametrically opposed extremes, are now perfectly and harmoniously combined. Medea, who was lying on Metucci's chest, slowly climbed up his body. He only stopped when he wrapped his arms around Metoike's neck and pressed his lips against Metoike's earlobe. "Master, do I look beautiful tonight?" A soft, seductive voice entered Metoike's ear at close range, causing him to stiffen, unsure of how to react. Medea, on the other hand, felt Metoike's heartbeat, chest to chest. Puff puff. They jump extremely fast. She chuckled softly, then bit her earlobe with her pearly lips and teeth. The sharp canine teeth rubbed and sucked back and forth on the tender flesh, bringing waves of tingling pain and pleasure that went straight to Metucci's nerves. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his heart pounded even harder. Medea sensed the turmoil in his heart, and a slight smile of satisfaction appeared on her lips. Medea then became even more playful, hugging his neck even tighter and breathing warm air into his ear. This action made Metoike exclaim that he couldn't stand it any more. Metoike felt her body gradually being enveloped by the aura of a witch. It was as if she were lost in the darkness, yet being guided forward by an invisible force. His body seemed to be able to move again, and he wanted to escape, the thought in his mind magnified in an instant. The body then took action. But can they really escape? The opponent is a heroic spirit. Just as he tried to break free, the spider silk on Medea's body tightly locked onto his shoulders, dragging him little by little towards her. "Can you escape, master?" Her voice was low and gentle. She couldn't speak because her mouth was gagged again. The older sister's kiss came for the second time. This time, it lacked the initial sense of aggression. Instead, it felt more like a gentle, silky smooth breeze and a light drizzle. Metoike was like a small animal that had fallen into a trap, while Medea was the queen who was high above. Everything he did was at the mercy of the queen. The clothes on her body were slowly removed. No, they were torn to shreds, roughly ripped off. Only a few pieces of cloth remained hanging on her body, revealing her taut, clearly defined white muscles. Although he is a magician, However, Metu-Ike's body was also forged through countless trials and tribulations. At the same time, Medea grabbed Metu-Ike's wrist and pulled his palm toward her body. My body seems to be acting strangely. What should I do? What should I do? Metu-Ike's mind was in chaos. He was certainly not a man of unwavering integrity, but he didn't want to face Castor in this manner. Content blocked, the magical ritual suddenly unfolded beneath her feet, and the sudden burst of magical energy knocked Metu-Ike, who was still stunned in place, to the ground. The scene at this moment is just like that famous painting of the moon. The master sat on the ground, watching the servant walk towards him. I hereby declare. I swear that your magic will become my offering. As she spoke, she walked toward Metu-Ike, who was lying on the ground, and stopped only when she stood next to Metu-Ike's waist. Oh dear, I forgot to remove the seal from your mouth, my dear master. But Castor didn't want Metu-Ike to say anything and spoil his fun. Content blocked. Good night, my master. The spider silk and hair gradually gathered together, twisting and deforming in the air until they formed the shape of a small house, enveloping the two of them. Even if Medea were incredibly bold, she wouldn't dare to do something like using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. Chapter 143, Witch's Night. The magic replenishment chapter. In stark contrast to the continuous artillery fire at Raduji Temple, the Tosaka family residence was currently embroiled in fierce fighting. When Gilgamesh returned to his chosen palace, the sight before him made him frown slightly. Lancer has almost completely turned the building into ruins. The walls were charred, the beams collapsed, and there was rubble and ashes everywhere. This is utterly outrageous and presumptuous. It violates the dignity of a king, and deserves divine punishment. Even if the newcomer is a remnant of the last dragon, he still needs to be judged. The upper part of the residence. Gilgamesh stood atop the barely intact roof, looking down at the spearmen inside the room, who were armed with long spears. You bastard, the verdict for you is, at the moment when he was not a king, but a judge, preparing to issue his judgment. A blue-green magical storm swirled around, and an intense killing intent drew near to the arbitrator. Unromantic behavior. The ruling was cut short halfway through. Gilgamesh clicked his tongue. The space itself was shaken, and a storm surged forth. The gate of Babylon instantly activated its noble phantasm, blocking the surprise attack. With a deafening roar, the gale and the treasure countered each other, dissipating into fragments. You don't even need to look to know who's here. She is the interesting woman, recognized by Gilgamesh, king of knights, Artoria. After the battle on the battlefield of Einsburn ended, Artoria had not yet had time to recover from her exhaustion. He was then ordered by Kiritsugu Amiya to go to the Tosaka residence for the next battle. Artoria originally wanted to argue her point, explaining how much she had just expended, and that engaging in a second battle now would be tantamount to suicide, especially since her opponent was the ancient Babylonian hero king. However, what Kiritsugu Amiya said next made her rush over immediately. Irisveal has been abducted, and it is suspected that this was done by Kirai Kotomine, Archer's new master. Irisveal has been kidnapped. This is outrageous. So, disregarding his own exhaustion, he followed the magical scent that Angela Maneuver had deliberately left behind, and headed towards the Tosaka family's residence. Although both of them were anxious at the moment, Artoria and Kiritsugu Amiya decided to observe the situation first. Unexpectedly, Lancer appeared and proceeded to vandalize and loot the Tosaka residence. Even Kiritsugu Amiya was a little confused in his understanding. 1579 words since Assassin kidnapped Irisveal, it means that Assassin did not die, he survived the battle for revenge. This means that Lancer, lacking magic, ultimately became the loser, dying in a corner unknown to anyone. But today both of them showed up. This gave Kiritsugu Amiya a fright. So he told Artoria to hide in the shadows, and see how things would develop. Why does the assassin magic information disappear here? Instead, Lancer and her new master were currently sweeping through the deserted buildings. Just now, the hero King Gilgamesh appeared on the roof of the Tosaka family mansion, uttering the usual bastard. It looked like they were about to unleash a powerful attack on Lancer and Sola, who were still inside the building. Adhering to the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and considering that Artoria is in very poor condition at the moment, she would definitely lose if she faced Gilgamesh alone. So for the first time, the master and servant had a telepathic connection to interrupt Gilgamesh's attack. As a result, the Wind King barrier that had sealed the Star Holy Sword erupted once again. The Wind King's hammer swung straight up, meeting Gilgamesh, who was deciding everything. After the dust settled, the golden-clad body remained undamaged, which was expected. If viewed from the perspective of a king, this could be laughed off as the behavior of a clown. But since you have intruded into my judgment, there is no choice but to eliminate you. Are you prepared to accept my wrath, Saber? Then Gilgamesh slowly turned around and said to Artoria, the swordswoman who had landed on the opposite edge of the Tosaka mansion, "How dare you openly provoke me, the king, when you're not even fully victorious? Are you tired of living?" Seeing the faint magical fluctuations emanating from the approaching swordsman, Gilgamesh was somewhat surprised but still spoke casually. "I'll allow you to pull out that holy sword while I'm at it, so I can see how you cry. The tears that could be shed have long since dried up since the day Camelot fell." Artoria wanted to use words to subtly influence Gilgamesh in order to replenish her magical energy, so she answered in accordance with his words. "So, as a substitute, you're overflowing with filth. To think you could win my holy grail, with such a tasteless desire, what a sin." Before he could finish speaking, Lancer appeared in front of Gilgamesh at a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive. The spear suddenly blasted out. "You shall pay for the sin of assassinating my lord, Archer." The sound travels slower than Lancer's movements. Speed is Lancer's greatest strength. However, in previous battles, she was either restricted by various means to turn Teng Luo's body. Either it's because she lacks a master to provide her with magical energy, making it impossible for her to withstand the magical energy depletion caused by high-speed attacks. The sound has not yet arrived. The tiny point transformed into the concept of death was already approaching a distance Gilgamesh couldn't react to. No matter what action is taken, there is no way to avoid the supersonic, rapidly approaching gun tip. By the time Gilgamesh felt the wind being torn apart, it was already too late. What a load of rubbish. The moment the spearman's figure appeared, thunder resounded across the sky. A dazzling light flashed, and countless tiny bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. One of the bolts of lightning struck the tip of the spear, and what should have been a fatal blow deflected midair before it made contact. The potential energy generated by breaking the sound barrier makes it difficult for riflemen to adjust their movements at such extreme distances. It had no choice but to deviate from its destined course and thrust forward. However, the collapse caused by the shockwave caused the remaining roof structure, which had not yet collapsed, to disintegrate in midair. This forced the King of Heaven to once again sit on equal footing with the people of the earth. After seeing that the raid had failed, Lancer's master couldn't help but look out at the sky. They noticed that multiple discs were floating in the sky. The noble phantasm, which adds geometric patterns to the beautiful natural landscape, is constantly swirling around as if guarding its surroundings while being entangled in fine lightning. It was an automatic defensive noble phantasm, originally intended to prevent the sudden intrusion of unknown forces such as Zeus, who was attached to Iskandar. However, to Gilgamesh's surprise, he actually managed to deflect the bayonet of a mere spearman. Big news, today's chapter has been blocked. The chapter 1 wrote today has been blocked, and I don't know when it will be released. Chapter 140 for Judgment 1, the strangest things are coming out one after another, King of Heroes. Seeing that Lancer's attack had failed, Artoria also saw the disc floating in the sky, and couldn't help but feel speechless. Gilgamesh smiled dismissively, his golden eyes flashing with disdain. "All the treasures of the world belong to me. This rare item is merely one piece in my collection." The words have not yet fallen. Although the automatic defense noble phantasm activated its lightning strikes to intercept the oncoming spear, the spear still managed to pass through the gaps in the lightning strikes, and head towards Gilgamesh, even after being struck by several lightning bolts. The speed at which electricity travels through the air, the speed of lightning is slower than the speed of light, but it is still fast enough to catch an ordinary javelin. But the speed of the gun exceeded human limits. Gilgamesh immediately manifested his armor, and used his left gauntlet to deflect the spear. However, perhaps unable to completely negate the power of the projectile, part of the armor shattered, and golden fragments fell to the ground. Gilgamesh stared indifferently at the damaged part of his armor, then narrowed his eyes slightly. Though it's a gift from the dragon, it has given birth to a barbarian who doesn't know manners. Then let me turn you into a rust remover for the treasures in my warehouse. The next moment the javelin transformed into spiritual particles and recondensed in the spearman's hand, then attacked Gilgamesh, who had fallen to the ground without hesitation. The supersonic spear once again drew near Gilgamesh's face. Although the shockwave was mitigated by the powerful lightning barrier, it could not protect against the gunshot itself. Death looms large once again. The gates of the king's treasury are revealed. Golden chains emerged from it, hurtling out at the same speed that broke the sound barrier. The heavenly chains, a noble phantasm, precisely wrapped around the spear, binding it in midair. Then, he coldly stared at the spearman. "Fool, do you think I won't be on guard after I come down?" The spearman continued to ignore Gilgamesh's words, recalling his spear and relentlessly hurling it at the enemy before him. A loud bang rang out from the side of Gilgamesh's head. Anyone who sees this will understand that the spearman has no intention of having any conversation at this moment. They simply wanted to cut off Gilgamesh's head. So that's how it is. It's not about being obsessed with victory, but about wanting to recreate that farcical revenge scene. Then, in the next instant, however, revenge is a matter that cannot be initiated without the judgment of a king. The last mortal king who witnessed your death has already passed away. If you still want to commit treason, it is simply unforgivable. Gilgamesh's appearance contained highly illogical content, while behind him the gates of the Gate of Babylon opened, unleashing countless noble phantasms. Faced with a rain of blades mixed with high-level noble phantasms, the lancer seemed utterly vulnerable, but no one believed she would fall here. As expected, the spearman swung his spear, and knocked down the noble phantasm with a speed that even surpassed the common sense of heroic spirits. The crowd's exclamations weren't about the Blue Lancer's heroic feat, but rather about Gilgamesh's words when he launched the attack. Has the last king who witnessed Lancer's revenge passed away? Isn't that referring to Ryder the Conqueror? Everyone had witnessed Iskandar's power, especially his noble phantasm. Apart from Gilgamesh, who was confident he could easily defeat him, none of the heroic spirits present could be certain they could kill him. Although they had sensed the astonishing magical fluctuations from Ryuta Temple before arriving here, and Lancer and Sola knew in advance that the King of Conqueror's next target was Ryuta Temple. But unexpectedly, it was that imposing rider who was defeated. It wasn't until Gilgamesh uttered those words that everyone accepted this crucial piece of information. Even the spearman's offensive was affected at this moment, and became somewhat slow. Kiritsugu Amiya quickly assessed the current situation in his mind. Maduike only brought Berserker to attack our side, so Raduji is left with only Caster alone to defend. Then Caster's danger level will rise to another level. But all of that is for later. Right now, the most important thing is to win back Irisville. Artoria also knew the priorities of the matter. She tried to clear her mind, but the assassin who kidnapped Irisville had not shown up yet, and even her master Kirai Kotomine was nowhere to be found. 1433 Words Lancer, who had just unscathed knocked away dozens of Gilgamesh's noble phantasms, now turned his attention back to the battlefield. Silently raising his hand to Gilgamesh, she raised her palm, and defiantly gestured to Gilgamesh, as if to say, "Bring it on." Upon seeing this, Gilgamesh's eyes widened in anger, and his suppressed, passionate voice echoed from the high ground. "You really are a thief with a few dirty tricks. In that case, how about this?" He grinned wickedly and unfurled the king's treasure on the high ground. The treasure vault doors opened, forming a shape that surrounded the spearman from all sides, and began to twist and turn like a tornado. Immediately afterwards, countless noble phantasms were unleashed like machine guns, creating a hurricane of light and impact that rose high on the high ground. Dozens, hundreds, even thousands of magical artifacts fell toward the woman at the center of the tornado. That or it could be a sharp blade. That might be a scepter. That might be a battle axe. A dragon-slaying spear, a demonic sword of destruction, a king-killing dagger. These are treasures that have been created and nurtured by all sorts of people throughout human history. The original text was thrown out without any reservation. It shoots out from top to bottom and from left to right in all directions, a hellish rain of blood woven from human history. Homology. Lancer's figure twisted and turned amidst the noble phantasm's attack, her super speed and agility beyond the reach of ordinary people. The spear moved wildly like a nimble snake. To outsiders, he might seem like a clown performing acrobatics. But even the clown is someone with exceptional skills. The noble phantasms she fired were either dodged or destroyed by Lancer's spear. She even had time to catch the noble phantasms Gilgamesh threw. It is thrown in the opposite direction in a way that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. Although the panel only shows B-level agility, the posture it is displaying at this moment has already broken through the limitations of the numerical value. Gilgamesh continued to hurl his noble phantasms at Lancer relentlessly, seemingly never having suffered a loss. But in a corner that no one noticed. The opening angle of one of the gates to the Gate of Babylon is slowly shifting, until the curvature is successfully calibrated. A stream of light shot out from it. It pointed directly at Sarawu, who stood watching the battle amidst the ruins. Chapter 145 The Eighth Servant. Even though Sola had hidden himself in the Tosaka family mansion, out of sight of the naked eye, Gilgamesh's noble phantasm had no effect on him. Just use the blade to take the ruined house and the people away. The Lancers came here to challenge the king's dignity because of the death of their former master. Then let her taste the pain of losing her master once again. First, use endless noble phantasms to compress Lancer's range of movement, then leave the final blow to her master. This is the strategy of the King of Heroes. Although he is called the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh's emphasis is clearly more on his status as a king. Murder was merely a means to an end for him, as long as it brought him pleasure. So-called justice is nothing but a fragile thing. After all, in another timeline, Gilgamesh, who was fleshed out by the black mud, didn't even spare children in order to absorb magic power. Or rather, he was only willing to accept the magic within the body of a pure and innocent child. He even used the word eat to describe his actions. For him, moral justice had absolutely no constraints. All he cared about was himself and everything in Uruk. The sudden burst of light shot straight toward the location of Lancer's new master, Sola. Lackner, who was still outwitting and fighting against the noble phantasm Light Rain, also witnessed this scene. Unforgivable. The choice is once again before you. It involves enduring the onslaught of Gilgamesh's noble phantasm with one's body, and then competing in speed with that streak of light. Or focus on avoiding the deadly threat we face now. There's nothing to think about. Parry Dancer. Horizon of Light. The dragon's wings unfurled from her back, and the added speed from the released magic once again reached a new level. But it's not fast enough. Gilgamesh chose not a noble phantasm known for its strength, but an arrow of light known for its speed. This was to give Lancer no time to react. Although Gilgamesh lacks the skills and strength of a warrior, his vision as a king naturally allows him to thrive in the Holy Grail War. They had only been fighting for a short time, when they found a way to win with their keen insight. This is Gilgamesh's boldness, the strategic planning of the oldest king of mankind. The arrow of light hurtled towards Sola at near the speed of light. Lancer's attempt to break through the blockade had already been seen through. The scale of the noble phantasm, Light Rain, has nearly doubled. This was the first time Gilgamesh approached this battle from the perspective of someone involved in the Holy Grail War. The tricks of the past were just for fun. All of this came so suddenly and devastatingly. Even before Kiritsugu Amiya was still considering whether to use a command spell to have Artoria unleash Excalibur to support Lancer, the story had already ended. But right now, Gilgamesh noticed the anomaly in just 3 seconds. Because at the destination that the sure-hit arrow was destined for, a completely different atmosphere suddenly appeared. Arrows of light, brimming with divine power, shook the earth. The shockwave completely leveled the already crumbling Tosaka residence. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was the recoil force generated by Gilgamesh's noble phantasm being neutralized by something unknown. The sudden turn of events brought even Gilgamesh's constantly erupting noble phantasm light rain to a standstill. They are heroic spirits. A heroic spirit whose presence she had never felt before stood in front of Sola, shielding her from the fatal blow. The moment the arrow of light unleashed its power, it was intercepted by a shield that appeared out of nowhere. A girl emerged from behind the shield. The girl looked to be between 16 and 18 years old, at least she didn't look over 20. Her short pink hair flowed neatly in the air, with one side of her hair just covering her eyes, and her purplish-black armor outlined her figure, making her look heroic and dashing. Beside her, the shield's light gradually faded, revealing its exquisite and sturdy structure. The shield is engraved with intricate patterns and mysterious symbols in the center, the same elvish script as that on King Arthur's sword. Everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of the heroic spirit. The atmosphere on the battlefield became extremely tense at this moment, and all eyes were focused on the girl. Just then, another figure groped along the rubble beside the wall and climbed onto the collapsed ruins. This is a man with black hair, lake blue eyes, and wearing a uniform from an unknown organization. For some reason, everyone felt a faint sense of goodwill towards him when they saw him. The people who appeared were none other than the master and servant of Chaldea Fujiwara Ritsuka and Mash Kirilite. Because a new singularity has been observed, this is not the kind of small, sudden singularity that has appeared before, but something large that can be compared with the previous 7 singularities. In other words, this is a unique phenomenon that would be seen as a sign of the collapse of human reason even on a blank earth. This anomalous point can be observed as a black deposit even on an empty earth, which means its impact is already ridiculously large. Leonardo da Vinci even called it a sedimentation of sunspots. Most importantly, this incident happened in Fuyuki again. Mashu and Fujiwara were at a loss for words. This was the 3rd time, including the previous 2. Is this place really so likely to influence human history? Disgusting. The 2 had just finished a battle in the Lost Belt, when they were once again used as mules to deal with this unexpected incident. However, not long after being teleported there, with the help of the Wandering Chaldea members, they sensed a high-level magical aura near where they had arrived. They rushed over without stopping. 1431 words then came the scene, where Mash raised her shield to block Gilgamesh's arrow of light. As for why they would actively protect Sola, it all stems from the previous speedrun of the Fuyuki singularity. With the experience from last time, the chances of saving Sola, forming an alliance with Kenneth, and speedrunning Fuyuki again are pretty much set. It was a bit of a pity for the Chaldea group that they didn't see the Clock Tower Lord who always had a furrowed brow this time. The sudden appearance of disruptors naturally draws everyone's attention to them. Suddenly being in the center of the stage can easily leave one speechless. At this moment, Gilgamesh was the first to break the silence. He looked at the pair of servant masters who had suddenly appeared, and the omniscient star quietly activated, receiving the connection information between himself and the 2. So you're the master of Chaldea. You've only just noticed the anomaly in this world. That's incredibly slow. Not only Fujiwara Ritsuka, but also Mash Kirilite, and even Leonardo da Vinci who hadn't yet arrived, as well as the new director and others, all simultaneously showed expressions of shock. What's happening here? Chapter 146 puzzled. Although it wasn't the first time his identity had been exposed by the big villains, while on a mission. But most of them were people who already knew each other in the Lost Belts, or who were already familiar with the Chaldea organization. This was the first time his identity had been exposed to his face like this. I was even criticized for arriving too late. Little Da Vinci and his friends were already huddled together, discussing their next move. Ritsuka and Mashu were left alone in the ruins, staring blankly at the sight. When the King of Heroes revealed the Master of Chaldea, everyone present was somewhat puzzled. Was there such an organization among the participants in the Holy Grail War? And why is there an eighth heroic spirit? Therefore, they all chose to remain still and wait for further developments. After all, according to the normal development of the plot, Gilgamesh would definitely have to have a showdown with the so-called Chaldea people. This way they can obtain more information. It's a tacit understanding unique to those present. Fujiwara Ritsuka was still very happy at this moment. After all, they had established a deep bond with King Gilgamesh after the Babylonian singularity. We have now arrived at this singularity. King Gilgamesh was able to recognize them, possessed great strength, and judging from his words, clearly understood the nature of this crisis. This means that the crisis should be resolved quickly. After all, the king's reliability had already been demonstrated during the battle against Tiamat. However, after Gilgamesh said those words, he only smiled slightly. Then the gates of the Gate of Babylon burst open, and thousands of noble phantasms and blades, in an unreasonable manner, transformed into streaks of light, and rushed toward Fujiwara Ritsuka and Mash. Lancer was the first to react. She had been keeping a close eye on Gilgamesh's movements. With her legs slightly bent and magic flowing through her feet, she took a step back, leaped up, and swiftly rushed towards Fujiwara Ritsuka and Mash. With a long spear they intercepted the first wave of attacks. The Chaldea members, who had already experienced countless battles, finally realized what was happening. Mashu quickly raised the shield, which was disproportionately large for a human body, and placed it in front of Lancer and Fujiwara Ritsuka. Real name Liberation. The already fragile dream city of Mold Camelot. The phantom of the white chalk city slowly appeared before Mash's shield, as if rising from the void. It was an ancient and magnificent castle, its white walls soaring into the clouds, radiating a holy and mysterious light. Why is this happening? For the first time, familiar and trusted companions appeared in the singularity. We have a king who can guide us to make the right choices. Two happy things coincided. And these two sources of happiness, in turn, bring me even more happiness. What we received should have been a blissful, dreamlike time. But why did it turn out like this? Don't disturb my peace of mind like this. Don't give me any hope. Don't give me the illusion that it's within easy reach. Fujiwara Ritsuka thought to herself. I really want to go up to him and confront him face to face. The noble phantasm that Gilgamesh unleashed truly radiated boundless killing intent. He genuinely wanted to wipe out the Chaldea members here. The situation reversed too quickly. 1 second everyone was still immersed in the joy of reuniting with old friends, and the next second it was a life-or-death struggle. Gilgamesh laughed wildly, pulling out one divine weapon after another from the royal treasury beside him, and hurling them at the phantom of the city of chalk. Kyrie Kodomine finally returned from Einsburn Castle. Upon arrival, they witnessed Gilgamesh being besieged by two heroic spirits, with Saber watching intently from the side. This is not good news. Assassin's sudden appearance also startled him. Just as he was wondering what to do, Artoria received an order from Kiritsugu Amiya. The magic power is still somewhat weak. But unleashing one noble phantasm should be enough. As for who the target is, given Kiritsugu Amiya's nature, he would naturally take the opportunity to kick someone when they're down. Although the battle currently appears to be evenly matched, Lancer and the unknown heroic spirit are even at a slight disadvantage. But Gilgamesh has already become Kyrie Kodomine's servant. Whether it was for the kidnapped Irisville, or for her own fear of Kyrie Kodomine, the enemy against whom her noble phantasm was meant needs no further explanation. Artoria readily accepted the order, even though it was from someone she already disliked. The noble phantasm used by one side is clearly related to the Knights of the Round Table. Holy Sword, set anchor. Excalibur, Excalibur. For 1,000 years, the glory of the Holy Sword and the undying city of Camelot have finally stood on the same side once again. On the side of the undying city, Artoria raised her holy sword high, and golden light burst forth instantly, illuminating the entire battlefield like the sun. The power of the holy sword Excalibur burst forth from its blade, forming a dazzling torrent of light that rushed straight toward Gilgamesh. Meanwhile, the phantom of the white chalk city solidified more and more before Mash's shield, as if singing the praises of a king's return. The exploding light cannon, like a bulldozer, charged straight forward, tearing apart the ground and destroying buildings in its path, while the air was filled with intense magical energy. Before Gilgamesh was instantly enveloped in light, he had already noticed the commotion here, or rather, he had been multitasking the whole time. Artoria's movements were under his observation. Having made the choice to fight 3 against 1, it's impossible to ignore potential enemies. The sword Ea, which opened the heavens, was pulled out in an instant. His arrogance had long been discarded. This holy grail game was worth his fighting spirit. Sing your praises, Ea. Gilgamesh wasn't speaking to the heroic spirits before him, but rather to the sword in his hand. Gilgamesh's cylindrical sword seemed to respond to him, spinning rapidly like a pulley and enveloped in air. The lingering winds draw in more air, creating smaller tornadoes. These tornadoes overlap, generating atmospheric pressure that can distort the world itself. All of this was gathered and compressed to the location of the sword. The air layer, exceeding physical limits and continuing to increase in density, eventually transforms into a weapon capable of shredding everything, and then begins to devour space itself. Light and shadow were both gathered together, and Gilgamesh gripped the sword hilt tightly, which roared like a living creature, and without hesitation swung it down towards Artoria and his newly reunited friends the creation of heaven and earth Enuma, the star of creation Elish. The Chaldea members had already witnessed this move before, more than once. It was this blow that helped them in the Battle of Babylonia. The Mother Earth, Tiamat, has been defeated. But now, even they are included in the category of extinction. Chapter 147: A Series of Impacts. In the beginning, when heaven and earth were created, nothingness also offered its congratulations, tearing the world apart with my sword of discord. 1616 words, around the mortar of stars, the celestial hell is the end of the eve of creation. The vivid incantation echoed once again in the ears of the Chaldeans. No one expected that the biggest crisis on this journey would come from Gilgamesh, who had once risked his life to protect Fujiwara Ritsuka. The distorted air burst. The released pressure tears the surrounding space, creating fissures that suck in the void within the crevice, turning the world itself upside down. This time, the sword was not drawn hastily. Light surged forth. Everything is happening. Extreme wind pressure carries a sharp blade, and the promised radiance overflows, both are rushing forward. A blinding light rose from the ground, and as the battlefield singularity, the point of explosion, magic intertwined, space shattered, compressed, and collapsed, and an unstable storm descended once more. The singularity exploded with a deafening roar, as if recreating the historical record of the universe's explosion at the beginning of creation. Who would have thought that this scene was caused by 2 heroic spirits swinging their swords once? The Star Holy Sword in its incompletely unleashed state is not even in the same league as the heaven-opening sword. The space torn apart by the cracks, the magic of nothingness once again erodes the world. The gravelly earth cracked open like clay, and the sky and clouds were torn apart once again. The torrent of light had long since run out of steam, and it was only thanks to Artoria's continuous output of magic that the counterforce was barely kept in balance. Gilgamesh didn't care and simply increased the release of magic power. Seeing that she was no match for him, Fujiwara Ritsuka decisively used a command spell. Mash's spirit origin exoskeleton armor, Ordinaz, once again gathered magical power and channeled it into the round table shield, Eos's dining table. The distant city of Chalk, the eternally unconquered city of Camelot, once again shines upon Artoria with the glory of the holy city. A burst of white light enveloped the entire battlefield, overwhelming everyone's vision in that instant. When the light faded, Gilgamesh had already sheathed his noble phantasm, seemingly indicating he had no intention of fighting further. Fujiwara Ritsuka and Mashu were both panting heavily. Chaldea's first battle on this journey ended in a crushing defeat. Just as Gilgamesh turned around, preparing to dissipate into spirit particles, Fujiwara Ritsuka finally couldn't hold back any longer. He asked Gilgamesh, the figure, which was about to dissipate into spiritual particles, paused. Ha 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 ha. He was amused again, just like when Chaldea offered to help him defeat the three-goddess alliance. He was laughing so hard it was like in the royal palace logbook. The king was laughing so hard his abs were cramping. Like a teenage girl who is easily amused. The laughter gradually subsided, and the golden gauntlets brushed away the dust that clung to his body, with swirling light surrounding him. He seemed to be thinking about how to answer the question. He could have used the same words he used when they first met. I just intend to use a battle to test your authenticity, to gloss over the matter. But a king is a king after all. He would rather be misunderstood by the people than do something to deceive them. You magicians from the observatory, your goal is to reclaim the Holy Grail here, isn't it? Just like back in Uruk. Yes, if the Holy Grail cannot be retrieved from this era, humanity will collapse. Fujiwara Ritsuka said the same words as before. But this time Gilgamesh did not shock everyone by taking the Holy Grail out of the treasury. He simply said, although I originally only treated this world as a game, if it had been 2 days earlier, it wouldn't have been impossible to hand over the Holy Grail to you. After all, you were also meritorious contributors to the protection of Uruk. But unfortunately, I too have begun to develop a fighting spirit to win this game, and to retrieve the treasures I left behind in the mortal realm. Then, as a servant participating in this Holy Grail war, isn't it justifiable for me to regard you as enemies and eliminate you? Stop saying stupid things like please give us the Holy Grail. With a mouth that was 37 degrees open, he uttered words as cold as ice, and before Fujiwara Ritsuka could ask him any further questions, he transformed into a spirit and left the place. This is indeed true, but Gilgamesh still concealed some information that no one knew. After this farce, no one had the will to continue the duel. Artoria only glanced at the shield Mash was holding before obeying Kiritsugu Amiya's orders and leaving the area. Are you members of Chaldea? I didn't expect that plan to have already been implemented. Just as everyone was feeling down, they were once again stunned by the beautiful young woman beside them, who had red hair that looked like burning flames, and appeared to be a sensitive and noble young lady. Leonardo da Vinci and Sherlock Holmes also planned to have Fujiwara Ritsuka use the same rhetoric Elmeloy too had previously employed to deceive the magician from the clock tower. But to their surprise, the topic was brought up at this moment, and they even said some things that the others couldn't understand. What do you mean by this plan has already begun to be implemented? Why would Kenneth's fiancé know about this? Little da Vinci immediately influenced Ritsuka through Fujiwara Ritsuka's watch, urging him to react quickly and extract some useful information. Ah yes, Miss Sola, how did you know about us? Ritsuka scratched her head and said somewhat awkwardly. Kenneth told me about this plan, saying that the monarch of Animusphia had invited him to participate in it. What's going on? Although in another Fuyuki singularity they deceived Kenneth by saying that Chaldea was an organization established by Kenneth afterward, it was ultimately just rhetoric. But here, the lie is about to come true. Ignoring the surprised expressions on the Chaldeans' faces, Sarawal continued. However, Kenneth ultimately declined the offer, saying he would decide whether to participate after the Holy Grail War was over. Hearing this, the Chaldea members finally calmed down. Where is Lord Kenneth right now? This time it was Mash who asked casually. After all, for the Chaldeans, Kenneth, whom they had already dealt with and whose existence was documented, was easier to deal with. But the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Inside the imaginary submarine of Shadow Border, Leonardo da Vinci couldn't help but facepalm once again. Because anyone could see that Mashu said something inappropriate. The silence was finally broken by Lancer, who hadn't said a word until now. Master Kenneth has perished in this Holy Grail War. Chapter 148 Fufu. Kenneth is dead. This was something the Chaldeans hadn't expected. This was especially strange when they learned that the Holy Grail War had already reached its 4th day. If the Holy Grail War itself was the cause of the problem, then the point at which the Chaldean spirits traveled through time should have been at the very beginning of the Holy Grail War. But now it's already the 4th day, and for the Holy Grail War, half the time has already passed. This means that the problem with this singularity is not related to the Holy Grail War. Then all the previously prepared plans would have to be scrapped and started over. As everyone sighed, Leonardo da Vinci stepped forward and said, "Although the old methods are no longer applicable, they can still provide us with a lot of informational assistance, can't they? Besides, isn't your primary task right now to establish a base?" Fujiwara-kun. Fujiwara Ritsuka, who was called out, gave an awkward smile, realizing that she had indeed forgotten the important matter of establishing a base in advance because of the fight just now. That's a huge mistake. However, the spiritual veins of Fuyuki seem to be lands strictly managed and protected by the Tosaka family, with barriers set up around them to protect them. That robust and simple technique makes it difficult for people to find an opportunity to exploit it. How did we do it last time? Fujiwara Ritsuka couldn't quite remember. Not that she couldn't remember, but she was a little embarrassed after all. It's about destroying the keystone set up by the magician, and seizing control of the spiritual vein. Mashu told Fujiwara Ritsuka about this evil thing. It is called an evil thing because if the keystone is destroyed, this spiritual vein will become chaotic, making the already poor Tosaka family even poorer. Fujiwara Ritsuka's assessment at the time was that he would eventually suffer great retribution. Back then, there was El Meloy too to take the blame, but I never expected that I would have to do something like this myself now. Tosaka-san from the future. Chaldea's records contain information about the location of the Fuyuki spirit vein stone, a piece of information that also comes from El Meloy too. After a series of busy efforts, the base was finally set up. They were still on guard against an attack from the head of the Tosaka family, but after being informed by Sola, the Chaldea members learned that the head of the Tosaka family, Tokiomi Tosaka, had also perished in the Holy Grail War. Upon hearing news of the deaths of one magician after another who had participated in the Holy Grail War, Fujiwara Ritsuka suddenly realized something ominous: how many of the heroic spirits in this Holy Grail War were still alive. 1,580 words. This is crucial. According to El Meloy II's intelligence, the Holy Grail in this Holy Grail War is already corrupted, and if the Holy Grail ritual is completed, it will cause a huge disaster. When only 2 of the 7 servants remain alive, the Holy Grail will descend. Therefore, it is necessary to ensure that at least 3 servants survive when the Holy Grail is resolved. Miss Sola, to your knowledge, how many servants are still active on the battlefield in Fuyuki? Not counting you guys, as far as I know, there should be 5 more: Lancer, Archer, Caster, Berserker, and Saber. Sola was unaware that Berserker had perished in the forests of Einsburn. Miss Sola, do you know if anything strange happened today? You know, the kind of thing that's pretty obvious at a glance, something that looks really amazing. Sola was somewhat surprised to hear the image of a young Leonardo da Vinci suddenly appear out of thin air. After thinking for a moment he said, "Well, tonight, there seems to have been a battle at the Einsburn stronghold, which is Saber's base, but the exact outcome is unclear. Then a major battle must have broken out at Ryuda Temple." The fluctuations in magical energy alone were enough to draw everyone's attention. Although such information may seem useless, it still gave the Chaldea members some direction for thought. Although there hasn't been much progress, at least we're not completely lost anymore. Just then, Mashu tentatively mentioned it. Has anyone seen Fufu? Struggling incessantly, but having lost the power of the 4th beast, Casey Pallid can now only be considered a cute pet. Black and red smoke billowed over its body, swirling and rolling across its white fur. It's like petting a dog. This little guy is really disobedient. I don't know how your previous owner raised you. All right, Merlin really is a damned guy. I'll teach him a lesson next time. Is this the 4th beast? It doesn't look like much. Engra Mainu said arrogantly, sitting cross-legged on the hollow rock beneath Ryudaji Temple. Meanwhile, nestled in the thick fog, Fo was about to give Angela Manuel the same treatment Merlin had received: the super spiral invincible explosive kill Merlin's spinning kick. But just as it was about to pounce, it was pulled back by the mist. I wanted to escape but I couldn't. By the way, has your plan been exposed? How did you manage to get involved with Chaldea? Ngramenu actually wanted to pet the dog, but the moment Fo arrived, he was given a flying kick. In addition, his unreliable behavior made it reasonable for him to be disliked. No, it's just that Castor caused such a commotion that the passage between the real world and the City of Desolation was opened. Logically speaking, this could indeed be considered a world-ending crisis. You always try to absolve yourself of all responsibility, but wasn't this all you're doing? Indeed, the projection of the ancient demon god that Castor summoned using the gate was pulled out from the City of Desolation, although Castor only used it to defeat Ryder. But the more profound impact was opening a passage between the mortal world and the City of the Dead, allowing Beelzebub to influence the mortal world. All of this was a deal between the person shrouded in the fog and Beelzebub. What to do now? Don't worry, isn't their goal the Holy Grail? Just give it to them, won't that solve the problem? Fufu exclaimed excitedly when she heard the two of them plotting loudly in front of her. The two didn't seem to care and continued talking about what had just happened. The Holy Grail. Didn't you want to use it yourself? You gave it to Chaldea, so what will you use it for? Who said we were going to give them the Holy Grail of Fuyuki? As she spoke, a bright yellow cup appeared from the thick fog. The Holy Grail, it is the real deal, a relic of the dove. Stunned, degree winky face. Where did you come from? Ngramenu was genuinely surprised this time. Didn't I tell you? Of course, it was taken from the new city lord of Luoyen City. Do you expect me to pay for this? Chapter 149 Second Generation. When Weber Velvet returned to the Mackenzie couple's home in the deep mountains, the night sky was already beginning to lighten. He walked for several hours on the national highway at night. If he hadn't managed to flag down a taxi along the way, he definitely wouldn't have made it back to the city by dawn. Weber was at a loss as to whether to be grateful or angry at his good fortune in finding an empty taxi in such a remote place. Actually, the moment he fought Castor was when he truly needed a stroke of luck. Weber was dejected because his luck always seemed to come at the wrong time. After getting out of the taxi, Weber let out a long sigh after a long night of marching. Just then, he heard someone calling his name. Hey Weber. I'm here, I'm here. The sound was coming from above. Weber looked up and saw that the old man Glenn, whom he thought was having a good dream, was sitting on the roof of the second floor, waving to Weber at the door. What are you doing? It's all right, it's all right. Come on up too, let's have a chat, just the two of us. Weber doubted whether old man Glenn was senile, and that was why he was behaving so strangely. Frankly, he was too lazy to play along. He had just endured the freezing cold and his legs were almost cramping. He really wanted to crawl into bed as soon as possible to rest his body before setting off back to London. Although he spoke in a very calm tone, for some reason, old man Glenn insisted that Weber accompany him. Since things had come to this point, Weber, who had nothing else to do anyway, had no choice but to keep them company. Sitting on the roof on a nearly frosty winter morning requires some endurance. Weber, who stepped out of the skylight, couldn't help but shrink back as the howling north wind blew him away. The cold wind, with no shelter, was much more biting than it was on the ground. Sit down. Here, Grandpa has prepared coffee, it'll warm you up. As the elderly Gulien spoke casually, he poured hot liquid from the thermos next to him. He was wearing a down jacket and wrapped in several blankets, seemingly well prepared for the cold. Weber was stunned. What was this old man trying to do? He was already so old, yet he was still putting himself through this. Grandpa, when did you start sitting here? I woke up in the early morning and found that you hadn't come back yet. Anyway, it's about time to see the constellations of spring, so I thought I'd come online once in a while to look at the sky and wait for my grandson to come home in the morning. What's wrong, Weber? Didn't you love this place when you were little? We even watched the stars together several times, remember? I guess so. Weber had no idea about the past, so he just gave a casual reply while gazing at the scenery below. The old man sighed as he recalled his lonely past. My real grandchildren have never been up on this roof, and Martha is afraid of heights, so whenever I look up at the stars, I'm always alone. Weber, I'm asking you, you're not our grandson, are you? The hint has been cracked, and by this kind, ordinary old man with no magical talent whatsoever. Since I don't understand your situation, I don't know if I can still ask you for this favor. But if possible, could we continue like this for a while longer? Weber didn't want to talk at all at that moment. Even the most basic hypnotic suggestion failed, and excuses like bad luck or accidents didn't hold water. His magic tricks couldn't even maintain their effectiveness on a kind-hearted person who asked, "Please keep lying to me." After such a crushing defeat, this level of blow is still quite devastating. Okay, fine. Since we've already lost, we might as well stay here for a couple more days to calm down. A sigh came from the woods outside the house. Old Man Glenn, who was sitting next to Weber, suddenly collapsed on the roof. Weber became alert in an instant. Are there attackers? But can I, in my current state, even defeat them? The expected attack did not come. Instead, a middle-aged man with long, flowing hair and a furrowed brow emerged from the woods. He looks just like a programmer who works hard at his job all year round, the only difference being that he's not bald. Lord Elmeloy II, successor to Kenneth. The person who came directly announced his name startled Weber. The truth has come out. How did they find out so quickly? Startled, Weber had even given up trying to figure out why the mineral lord of the clock tower had been replaced in just a few days. 1638 words. Immature brat, I need you to tell me in detail all the information since the beginning of the Holy Grail War. Seeing Weber frightened by his empty title, the second prince felt a mix of emotions. He never imagined that he himself had been so unreliable. Afterwards, Weber nervously described to the second emperor every detail of what had happened since the start of the Holy Grail War. This includes, but is not limited to, the act of stealing the relics of Sovereign Kenneth. The second generation, upon hearing his past self recount his dark history, turned somewhat pale. Weber found the situation rather comical, almost burying his head in the ground, convinced that the man in front of him was there to cause him trouble. You mean Berserker and Castor were both summoned by the Meta family's master, Matu Ike? Are you sure his name isn't Meta Korea? Are you sure he summoned the two servants? A barrage of questions rained down on Weber Velvet like a baseball machine, leaving him unsure where to begin. Yes, I'm certain that the Meta family's master's name is Matu Ike, and Castor was indeed summoned by him. His real name is probably Medea, the magician from the Age of Gods. I don't know about Berserker, but he is definitely Matu Ike's servant. And are you sure the Lancer of Sovereign Kenneth isn't Delumido? Confirmed, she was an extremely powerful female servant. Of course, it's also possible that Dilmrat was a woman in history, and then Lancer was taken over by his teacher's fiancé. Was King Kenneth killed on the very first day? Yes, on the first day, Professor Kenneth and Lancer went to attack Raduji Temple, and then he was ambushed and killed by assassin. Upon hearing this information, the second emperor covered his forehead with his hand, appearing somewhat weary. This time, he didn't come from Chaldea to Fuyuki, but rather as an unmastered servant summoned by the counter-force. But when I arrived here, I felt the amazing magic emanating from Ryedong Temple. When I got there, I saw Weber Velvet slinking out of there. They followed him all the way here. And now, when I hear this information, it's all in chaos, complete chaos. This was not the Holy Grail War he was familiar with at all. We can only take one step at a time. By the way, I think Mr. Kenneth mentioned you before he died. This time it was the second king's turn to be shocked. How could this be? Before my teacher died, he told me, second generation, be careful of the monarch of the Department of Astrophysics. This second generation must be referring to you, right? Recalling that the man in front of him claimed to be Elmeloy II, Weber suddenly remembered Kenneth's last words and brought them up. Beware of the ruler of Animusphia. That must be the man who founded Chaldea. Why are we involved with him? The second prince murmured to himself. There are so many mysteries surrounding this, but unfortunately, his strength lies in unraveling the complexities. Chapter 150 Cooperation last night was absolutely absurd. After a series of crackling fires, Matoike slept until the sun was high in the sky before waking up. Even after waking up, the absurd image of last night lingered in his mind, and he couldn't forget it for a long time. The relentless engulfment and the power, like a turbocharged engine, left an indelible mark on the boy's heart. My lower back is a little sore. I've completely lost count of how many attacks we launched yesterday. I vaguely remember that whenever he was about to collapse, Medea would use magic to revive him, and make him continue working. Even begging for mercy was useless. Instead, Medea silenced him by saying the Holy Grail war was about to end. After getting up, Matucci's bed could not be called a bed, but rather a resting place made up of layers upon layers of spider silk. Looking around, Medea had removed the spider silk that had covered the area, and the entire Ryudo temple had been completely razed to the ground. The destructive power of the Great War preceding the Great War can be foreseen from this. There's no longer any need to send a repair team to Ryudoji Temple to renovate it. We can only wait for it to be rebuilt after the Holy Grail War ends. Just as Matoike was groping to get off the spider silk bed, Medea, who was fast asleep beside her, suddenly woke up. She grabbed his arm. Master, you're finally awake. I've been waiting for you for so long. As soon as Medea said that, Matoike knew what she was up to. He couldn't take it. It's daytime now, and we also need to guard against enemy invasion. Faced with Medea's demands, Matoike had no choice but to resort to the Holy Grail War. If we're on guard, the dragons will keep watch for us. As for daytime. As she spoke, Medea snapped her fingers, and countless spider silks once again spun into a web, enveloping the two of them. Isn't it night now? Warm breath blew in Matoike's ear, and a pair of soft, delicate hands slipped inside his clothes, groping him up and down. Declaring war in broad daylight is certainly not a good thing, especially since it happens during the Holy Grail War. But Matucci has nothing to do now. After losing Berserker, Matoike's side has lost the initiative. Forcing Medea to leave their workshop and fight outside would be an incredibly foolish act. Not to mention the sheer amount of magic power required to summon that dragon. Therefore, hiding in Ryodong Temple is his best option at this time, since it is also the place where the Holy Grail has the best chance of descending. If their previous strategy had succeeded, and they had obtained the Lesser Grail within Irisville, they would have truly been invincible. Now Matucci Pond can only enjoy its boring, peaceful days filled with singing and dancing. He was still thinking about the next strategy. Suddenly, I realized that something was blocking my view. Before I could react, my whole head was already wrapped in a ball of flesh. What is that? I feel water flowing into my mouth, it's a bit salty. Master, you were thinking about other things while you were with me. This is your punishment. Upon hearing this, Matucci, who hadn't had any water since waking up that morning, and was already feeling parched, involuntarily sucked his tongue on it. The Chaldeans originally intended to form an alliance with Sola and Lancer to investigate the Ryudo Temple. But he was rejected without hesitation. Lancer and Sora's original words were, Ryudoji Temple is indeed an important strategic target, but our primary enemy will always be Aker and his master Kirai Koto mine. This puts Chaldea in a dilemma, as caster of Ryudoji Temple and Berserker, whose fate is unknown, are likely the enemies they need to defeat. However, to maintain the number of surviving servants at 3, and prevent the Holy Grail from truly descending, it is necessary to keep Aker, Lancer, and Saber alive. The heroic spirit who should have lived in place of Gilgamesh was Rider Iskandar, but Rider died early, leaving Fujiwara Ritsuka at a loss. Just when they were at their wits' end, someone they never expected came to their door, Miya Kiritsugu. This man's file is extremely scarce in Chaldea's records. There are only a tiny bit of records about him becoming a guardian, and almost nothing about what he did during his time as a master. Furthermore, in that singularity, King Arthur's master was another woman, Irisville. This was also the reason why Fuyuki became a singularity. That time the Einsburn family's technology had made a breakthrough ahead of schedule, allowing Irisville, as an artificial lesser grail, to still have the ability to act as a master. It is a concrete manifestation based on the premise of if Einsburn is better. Under her guidance, Saber's strength reached the A level. The appearance of Kiritsugu Amiya suggests that the formation of this singularity was unrelated to Irisville. As soon as Kiritsugu Amiya arrived before them, he went straight to the point. Chaldea members, I know what your purpose is in coming here, and I can help you achieve it, but most of the anomalies, after their arrival, need to go through a lot of talking to others about their purpose. But now, these sudden words leave one speechless. It feels like the people here understand Chaldea better than Chaldea itself. Kiritsugu Amiya's words were as if to say, no one understands Chaldea better than me. I will make Chaldea great again. It feels like your underwear has been exposed. But what? Fujimaru Ritsuka asked. Then I'll be frank, I need you to follow my arrangements for now. Everyone fell silent again. You have half a day to consider this. We need to resolve the most pressing issue as soon as possible. What is it? This time, it was Leonardo da Vinci who popped up and asked. We reclaimed the Lesser Grail, which is my wife Irisville. Just last night, after we destroyed Berserker, she was kidnapped by Kirai Kotomine's assassin. After saying that, Kiritsugu Amiya took out a cigarette from his pocket and started smoking it, regardless of whether the Chaldea members minded or not. Didn't Lancer already defeat him? I saw it with my own eyes. The person who led me to the Tosaka residence last night was assassin, but he disappeared when I arrived there. Kiritsugu Amiya was also somewhat puzzled at this moment. The intelligence had once again been flawed. 1603 words. Those caught up in the situation find it difficult to discern the true state of affairs from the available intelligence. But regardless of the circumstances, for him, both personally and professionally, the most urgent matter at hand is still finding Irisville. Meanwhile, aboard the imaginary submarine in Shadow Border, the group began to discuss the matter. The Lesser Grail is indeed the most crucial thing right now. Moreover, Chaldea currently has absolutely no clue how to resolve this singularity. This collaboration is indeed feasible. But we still need to figure out Kiritsugu Amiya's plans. However, the situation has now taken a dramatic turn. The assassin, who was confirmed to be eliminated, has come back to life, while the Berserker, whose fate was ambiguous, has been confirmed to be eliminated. Fujimaru Ritsuka and the others also need to further adjust their plans. So what should we do next? Chapter 151 begins. After discussing the matter with Kiritsugu Amiya, the group parted ways. Fujimaru Ritsuka and Masha's task now is to reunite with Lancer and defeat Gilgamesh together. Kiritsugu Amiya did not reveal anything about his own actions. It simply stated that there was no need to maintain 3 servants alive at the same time, but when asked why, he used the concept of restraint as his guarantee. Thinking of Amiya, the senior in Chaldea, who has the guarantee of restraint, it seems that he can be trusted to some extent. And so, after all the twists and turns, the situation returned to its original state. Holy Church. Kotomine Riko was diligently conducting the mass ceremony. During the preparation stage of the ceremony, it is generally not allowed to be influenced by outsiders, so as to avoid disturbing the descent of the gods. But at that moment, a man dressed in flamboyant leopard print trousers, a short-sleeved shirt, and a string of gold beads around his neck was sitting in the first row, crossing his legs, and looking at the priest in front of him with a big smile. This person was none other than the hero king Gilgamesh. Even I was wrong. Your level of ritual skill is enough to qualify you to be a priest in Uruk. Aker, why do you always come here? As a servant, shouldn't you be protecting your master right now? It seems that you bear the majority of the responsibility for Tokiomi's death. The priest didn't even turn his head, but simply said, Are you already trying to shirk responsibility for your child? Gilgamesh wasn't angry, he just said it jokingly. At that moment, Yenfengli's hand, which was holding the mold containing the holy water, tightened unconsciously, and then gradually relaxed with a sigh. What's going on with those servant masters who suddenly appeared? At some point, Kodomine Ryugi stopped using honorifics when speaking to Gilgamesh. They're just a bunch of fools trying to save the world. They're stupid, but their story is still worth reading. Gilgamesh tilted his head back, as if he were thinking or recalling something. Saving the world. That sounds like a very dangerous thing. Can't even you solve their problems? The conversation then shifted, and the focus turned to Gilgamesh. Ha, you're so old now, yet you're still so sharp-tongued. As for them, they were originally heroes as determined by me, and they have already passed my test. Logically speaking, I should now open the door wide for them. What if we don't follow the usual procedure? Kodomine Rizuku interjected at that moment. As a participant in this Holy Grail war, I naturally cannot let them off so easily. Gilgamesh's words seemed full of confidence, but Kodomine Rize still sensed something was amiss. Even you don't have the confidence to take them down. Ha, you figured it out. That's fine, but you shouldn't be thinking about it now. If I fall into a situation of defeat, this Holy Grail will not be able to fulfill your current wishes. If Tokiomi Tosaka loses his chance to be resurrected, how will you atone for your sins? As soon as he finished speaking, Gilgamesh's figure disappeared from the church once again, and the church returned to silence, with only Kodomine Rizuku's deep prayers continuing. Yes, how can we atone for our sins? Gilgamesh, who disappeared from inside the church, now stands atop the cross at the top of the church. In its original sense, the vertical cross symbolizes the kingdom of God, the horizontal cross symbolizes the human world, and the intersection of the two crosses symbolizes the unity of the kingdom of God and the human world. At this moment, Gilgamesh, who was standing on that kingdom of God, didn't take these things seriously at all. His imposing stance made it seem as if he were trampling both the human world and heaven under his feet. Kiri, it seems we're being watched. Kirii Kodomine, sitting on the rooftop, simply responded indifferently, offering no opinion on Gilgamesh's actions and posture, seemingly having forgotten his identity as a priest. Your recent actions don't seem to have yielded any results. Have you found out anything that might amuse you? Kirii Kodomine has indeed been doing some things lately, including, but not limited to, intelligence gathering. He rushed to Einsburn that day also hoping to capture Irisville, this coveted prize. However, Matoike beat them to it. Although neither of them succeeded in the end, Assassin, who suddenly appeared, gained the upper hand. But his real purpose was to learn more about Kiritsugu Amiya, and he intended to have a little sparring with him there. However, the battles fought by the heroic spirits forced him to retreat to the sidelines, only able to observe the events from afar. The root of all this lies in the fact that Gilgamesh did not come out with him that day. Although he had the command seals, it was all in the past. There are one or two things, though. Assassin is still alive and took the Lesser Grail with him. And then what? This doesn't sound very interesting. It seems that after defeating Rider, Castor's master Matoike and servant engaged in sexual activity, and for now, that's all there is to it. This is quite interesting. Was any footage captured? Gilgamesh immediately became interested upon hearing the lewd content. No, it was blocked by a huge amount of spider webs. They seemed to have forgotten to do sound insulation. Their cries were as continuous as monkeys in the mountains. Interesting. Are the main characters on stage starting to enjoy the psychological compensation after the great battle? It seems it's time for the play to come to an end. Kirii Kodomine didn't take Gilgamesh's nonsense to heart. He knew that Gilgamesh had always held a different attitude towards Matoike. However, since he arrived, he has not noticed anything different about Matuchi compared to ordinary people. To him, it is something that has no effect and can be ignored. After hiding for so long, you finally couldn't resist coming out. Gilgamesh said slowly, looking at the sun gradually setting on the horizon. Kirii Kodomine jumped directly onto the church floor. He knew very well that he did not have the strength to fight heroic spirits, and this battlefield was not for him. The three servants formed a triangular circle, each revealing their figures around the church. The spearman, Albion, and the swordswoman Artoria formed a pincer movement, cutting off Gilgamesh's retreat. Fujiwara Ritsuka and Mashkirilite stood directly in front of the King of Heroes. The four men stared intently at Gilgamesh, the King of Kings who stood in the heavens. Apart from Fujiwara Ritsuka, neither the Lancer nor the Saber Masters appeared on the scene. Sola was in the nearby forest providing Lancer with magical energy and command seals. Kiritsugu Amiya has completely disappeared without a trace. Master of Chaldea, let me use this stage built by others to give you new trials and create a magnificent comedy that belongs only to me. Chapter 152 Fujiwara Ritsuka. As soon as he finished speaking, the air around Gilgamesh began to distort violently, and countless golden points of light gathered behind him, gradually revealing doors to noble phantasms. Several sharp blades poured out from it. The number of noble phantasms is small, but they are all carefully selected. The swords aimed at Lancer were all historically renowned dragon-slaying holy swords. When dealing with Artoria and Mashkirilite, he didn't even unleash his noble phantasm. Instead, several staffs and scepters emerged from the gates of the king's treasury. The magical bombardment compressed their living space. The mana reserves were naturally sufficient. Before the battle even began, Kodo Mine Raya had already transferred dozens of command seals to Kodo Mine Kirai. John 4 verse 24. God is spirit, therefore those who worship him must worship in spirit and in truth. Magic power is no longer a concern, but Gilgamesh seems to be intentionally or unintentionally controlling the consumption of the noble phantasms within the Gate of Babylon. Even the dragon-slaying treasure that was fired was retrieved into the treasure vault before it even fully touched the ground after Lancer dodged it with incredible speed. Then it was fired again. Gilgamesh, known for his extravagance and debauchery, had previously withdrawn his noble phantasms in battles, but never to this extent. Wastefulness is the very nature of the King of Kings. Like those at the top of the social pyramid, they possess 80% of the resources and have abundant wealth, so they shouldn't care about calculating the fleeting moments of wealth. 1493 words. But Gilgamesh is now so different, a stark contrast to his previous image. If this strategy is adopted, then it means that Gilgamesh is serious. This unusual frugality made Fujiwara Ritsuka and Leonardo da Vinci, who was far away on the shadow border imaginary submarine, uneasy. Although he claimed it was just a trial, his seriousness this time was chilling. Moreover, this version of Gilgamesh is somewhat familiar. This feeling is exactly the same as the king during the Battle of Uruk. Leonardo da Vinci whispered in the communication, a hint of worry in his expression. Archer's class is like casters, Sherlock Holmes added from the side. Their analysis at this moment wouldn't be of much help to Fujiwara Ritsuka. Mash held her shield firmly to her chest, her hand gripping it trembling slightly under the barrage of chaotic rays from her noble phantasm wand. Fujiwara Ritsuka, so much time has passed, and you haven't made any progress. If you can't even get past me, how are you going to succeed? Although Gilgamesh asked the question with a carefree laugh, Fujiwara Ritsuka could detect a hint of seriousness in his words. Yes, if we can't even pass Gilgamesh's trial, how can we possibly reclaim humanity? We must win. We must win. As a master, his responsibility is to provide correct guidance during the game. So how do we pass this trial? Leonardo da Vinci looked at the silent Fujiwara Ritsuka through the observation window of shadow border and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Instead, it was the portly director, Goldrov Mujik, who patted everyone on the shoulder and offered words of comfort. This kid has saved humanity, how could he possibly fall here? That's what he said, but the worry in his eyes was no less than anyone else's. Fujiwara Ritsuka's mind was racing, trying to figure out how to win this round. Is this just a trial? Seeing Gilgamesh's fierce offensive and flawless attacks, Fujiwara Ritsuka initially scoffed at the idea. But upon closer reflection, it seems that King Gilgamesh's offensive has never been directed at himself. In other words, he was safe for the time being, and King Gilgamesh had given him enough space, and a limited amount of time to think about how to break out of this situation. Free your mind from distractions and refocus your attention on the overall battle situation. Gilgamesh's attack was fierce, but from the perspective of emphasis. Mash and Artoria didn't suffer any fatal attacks. They were simply bombarded with magic, which blocked their position and vision. Gilgamesh simply separated them, preventing them from reuniting. The situation was different for Lancer. Although it was unknown what kind of noble phantasm Gilgamesh had unleashed, judging from the magical glow on it. Every single one of them reached the level of the Holy Sword and the Demon Sword. Furthermore, Lancer was also extremely careful to avoid the damage from these noble phantasms, indicating that there was a counterrelationship between them. In this way, the situation became clear instantly. To eliminate two enemies at a time, and defeat them one by one, this was the strategy of that hero king at this moment. The fact that Lancer is being targeted only highlights that, at this moment, Lancer is the one with the best chance of causing substantial harm to Gilgamesh. Yes, at that speed, if there were even the slightest opening, Lancer could seize the opportunity and plunge her spear into Gilgamesh's chest. Why didn't you think of that before? The command seal that was used up yesterday has been replenished today. By command of the command spell, Mash, go and help Lackner break through and deliver her to Gilgamesh. At the same time as the command spell was activated, Fujiwara Ritsuka communicated with Artoria through the earpiece she wore in her ear. There was no contractual connection between the two, so Kiritsugu Amiya prepared this communication device before the battle. In terms of pre-battle preparation, Kiritsugu Amiya is a man who can be trusted. Artoria, please help Lancer overcome the obstacles in front of him. Although Artoria found Fujiwara Ritsuka's intimate way of addressing her strange, she quickly responded after receiving the instruction. Understood. With the command seal enhanced, Mash became even faster, deflecting all the magical torrents that were hurtling towards her. Then, with a powerful throw, the shield in his hand spun around and approached Lancer, blocking several noble phantasms for her. The next moment, Mashu has vanished. The ground where she had stood was now only marked by a spiderweb-like crack left by her forceful stomping. A figure appeared behind the shield that was still spinning in the air. It was Mash Kirilite. She paused with her left arm, deflecting several more attacks. Lancer passed by her at that moment, and although there was no exchange between them, everything was understood without words. Mash held her shield to her chest, while Lancer stood in midair, one foot landing on Mash's shield. Force and reaction, the surging speed has already broken the upper limit of the sound barrier, heading straight for Gilgamesh's chest. Wind King Hammer. Another hurricane struck from the side, and it was Artoria who made the move. A strong storm swept away Gilgamesh's new noble phantasm attack, which he had used to intercept Lancer's spear. Clear a wide road for the Lancer. Gilgamesh's defenses were wide open at that moment. Chapter 153 Future Vision. The spear, wreathed in terrifying magic, made Lancer's attack unparalleled by anyone present, even with his strength at only sea level, thanks to his magic power being A+. The azure magic was compressed onto a single point at the tip of the spear, and in terms of penetrating power alone, it was already at the level of some heroic spirits unleashing their noble phantasms. The extreme compression was to prevent Gilgamesh from pulling out some strange defensive noble phantasm at the last moment. Lake light. Pierce through everything. As Lancer had anticipated, a massive shield now stood between the two. But the next moment, the seemingly indestructible giant shield crumbled like paper under Lancer's spear. Although it is the original text that has not released its true name, it is still far too fragile at this moment. Just as the spear, with its undiminished momentum, was about to pierce the heart in one fell swoop. With a soft snort, Gilgamesh actually bent backward to dodge the fatal blow. Yes, you read that right, he actually dodged it by bending over. And he made this move before the spear pierced the shield. Artoria asked herself honestly, even with her intuition fully activated, she couldn't possibly dodge this lightning-fast attack. What's going on? Seeing that his attack had missed, Lancer quickly twisted his body in midair, and launched another attack with his spear, which had been thrust forward, in a backhand motion. The spear merely struck air, the sound of it cutting through the air echoing in the center of the battlefield. It got dodged again. The heavenly lock shot straight out from the royal gate, and climbed up Lancer's body. Seeing that things were not going well, Mash and Artoria also rushed forward, their shield bashes and slashes coming with the wind. The battle axe and halberd crossed and thrust out before they could get close, intercepting their combined attack. It was so close. The two who were intercepted did not lose heart, instead, they continued to attack forward. Gilgamesh's fighting style is completely different from his previous styles. Compared to before when he simply fired his noble phantasms mindlessly, he is now more like a warrior. An elegant and orderly figure moved back and forth on the battlefield, bending over, stepping to the side, and turning around. Simple movements combined together allowed them to evade surprise attacks time and time again. Even unavoidable attacks can be blocked by the noble phantasms within the royal treasure. It was as if Mash and the others' every move was within Gilgamesh's calculations. Like a dancer on the battlefield, they achieved the feat of remaining unscathed amidst the flying blades. With such skill, it's hard to believe that this person is Gilgamesh, who had his left arm cut off with a single blow. Is he really Archer and not a servant-like assassin or lancer? The answer is yes. Back in Shadow Border, everyone had already figured out how Gilgamesh had done it. It's not based on intuition or calculating attack trajectories to defend and dodge. Instead, it simply means that you already know what moves and variations your opponent will make. To put it in simpler terms, he saw it. He envisioned how Lancer, Artoria, and Mash would attack. Future vision. King Solomon, who was also a physician, possessed the ability to see into the past and the future. As the doctor put it, Merlin possessed the most useless, the worst eyes that could easily see the present. 1379 words. Gilgamesh, who can also ascend to the Grand Caster rank, also possesses eyes that can see into the future. Is this something that can be used in combat? Can't understand. But it has already happened. To utilize clairvoyance to this extent, one must be prepared to pay a price. Is it really worth going to such lengths for a so-called trial? King Gilgamesh. In the silence, a rich aroma of wine wafted over. It seems the inhabitants inside are enjoying fine wine. Amiya Kiritsugu walked slowly and steadily to the center of the empty hall. He relaxed all his muscles appropriately, without any unnecessary tension in any part of his body. On the other hand, his spirit, like frozen lake water, transformed into a clear mirror, reflecting the entire surrounding landscape. He transformed himself into a keen probe, more sensitive than hearing and clearer than sight, with no blind spots, able to detect even the slightest movement, and slowly advance in the darkness. Kirai Kotomine should be inside this church, waiting for his arrival. In the end, Kiritsugu Amiya's plan to wait for his prey to fall through completely failed, but he was not annoyed at all. The assassin who had been confirmed to be eliminated reappeared, and even used Irisveal to guide him towards Kirai Kotomine, who had no clue about the matter before. It wasn't until he saw the Chaldeans that he realized everything. As for why he knew about Chaldea's existence, it was naturally related to the contract of the counterforce. From that day on, he was asked to help Chaldea resolve the Holy Grail War. How to resolve this Holy Grail War? What about his wishes? How will his sacrifices be accounted for? What about the deceased Mia? How should we account for Irisveal, who was willing to sacrifice her life for this illusory wish? After learning the truth about the singularity through conversations with the Chaldea members, he became even more certain of his thoughts. His hopes for the Holy Grail were dashed before they even began. But he showed no sadness whatsoever, and simply said to the Chaldea members, "I need you to follow my arrangements for now. As for now, the initiative has been gained. It's time to fight for something for yourself." And next up is Kirai Kotomine. Seeing Kirai's strategy today, Kiritsugu Amiya finally realized that he had been thinking in the wrong direction from the very beginning. Although Kirai Kotomine regarded the church as a bastion for the war, his preparations were far too hasty. This fragile castle lacks any magical foundation, and is unsuitable for use as a fortress. Even if time is limited, at least some simple traps or protective barriers should be set up. Thinking about this, Kiritsugu Amiya had no choice but to understand. In other words, for Kirai Kotomine, the men simply chose the church because it had the lowest probability of being ambushed. Kiritsugu gently gripped the handle of the contender's gun, feeling the texture of the walnut wood, while thinking of the men he had never met except in photographs. Just as he was exploring step by step toward the confessional, an old, heavy voice rang out. "He's waiting for you in the underground wine cellar. He is the supervisor of this Holy Grail War Kotomine Risei. The church, being a neutral area, should not be violated in any way. It is rather absurd that it has now become the center of the battlefield." Perhaps fate had already decided everything when he got involved in this Holy Grail war. Upon hearing this, Kiritsugu Amiya made no response. "I just walked slowly to avoid traps or anything else, and to think about what to do next. I still need to fight for something." Chapter 154 Original Sin. Archer is currently facing off against 3 servants outside the church, while the Mada family's master servants are still holed up in Ruduji Temple. Everything is going according to Kirai's wishes, and now no one will bother him. With each sip of wine in his hand, he felt increasingly excited. The words of blessing couldn't help but slip out. "He restores my soul and guides me in the paths of righteousness in his name. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. That person is right here." Kirai was certain that the two of them would be able to meet this time. For the first time, Kirai felt a blessing. The God who had never looked after him in his life finally gave him revelation. What he had been pursuing was this hatred. Hatred and joy became his motivations for wielding the sword. "Your staff and your sword comfort me, you prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You have poured oil on my head, my cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life." The door moved, wine spilled, and the crystal glass shattered. The opposite of destiny converges here. Kirai Kotomine thought many times about how he should react when Kiritsugu Amiya walked through that door. Should you offer him a glass of red wine, provoke or mock him with words, or get straight to the point and ask him what his true desire for the Holy Grail is? But when that man appeared, all my previous assumptions vanished. His fingers were trembling with excitement, and he could barely hold the wine glass that was still half full. With a crash, the wine glass made intimate contact with the ground, scattering crystal shards all over the floor, and the red wine reflected on the faces of the two men like blood. Neither of them uttered a word. Indeed, there's nothing more to say now, even though I still have 1,000 words I want to express. But at this moment, silence is inevitable. Amidst the aroma of sake, Kiritsugu Amiya spotted a tall, slender figure in a monk's robe. On the opposite bank, bathed in the warm glow of orange lights, Kirai Kotomine recognized his enemy's black coat. He held a gleaming black key, and a magic gun barrel that shone with the luster of gun oil. Both knew of each other's murderous intent, and how strong it was. The two people, finally seeing each other face to face, simultaneously realized the same conclusion. The 7 masters and 7 servants are just incidents. For Kiritsugu Amiya, this battle was for Kirai Kotomine. Fuyuki's battlefield it exists solely to eliminate the enemy currently blocking its path. Amidst the aroma of alcohol, a silver blade flashed. With 3 swords in his right hand and 3 in his left, the executor wielded a total of 6 black swords with exposed blades, and sped off. The assassin aimed his gun at the figure rapidly approaching, creating a gust of wind. The final showdown unfolded silently here. The chains of heaven were broken off shortly after they bound Lancer. Although Lancer has low physical strength, she has high magical power, and since she lacks the attribute of divinity, the chains of heaven are just a relatively sturdy chain for her. She then joined the fray. Despite the 3 attackers closing in on him once again, the hero King Gilgamesh remained unmoved. Limiting his extensive observations of the future to small-scale battles, while it would cause him to lose his judgment on the overall direction of the world. But this battle was enough to make him invincible. But Lancer is still a problem, although you can see her attack patterns, she's too fast. Those bright red eyes stared at the three people before them, filled with a bloodthirsty pleasure. Only a king who has enjoyed all the pleasures of the world knows this extraordinary feeling. In fact, Archer was indeed happy. Although he was summoned to the other side of this time and space, he was repeatedly subjected to farces that were merely in the name of war, and he was already tired of such days. Now he has finally found someone he can treat as an enemy. The challenge from Chaldea is worth fighting with all his might. 1311 words. The first problem to solve is Lancer. Since we need to suppress this threat, we have to change our tactics. The battle between the oldest king and the last dragon. Once again, they managed to thwart Lancer's long spear attack in advance. Then, another sword appeared in Gilgamesh's hand, replacing the heaven-opening sword. Original Sin. It is said to be the original text of the chosen sword, which has been passed down all over the world. The blade is wider than that of a typical longsword, and its overall appearance is a deep black with faint red patterns, like flowing blood running along the blade. The blade was incredibly sharp, radiating a chilling killing intent. This sword is powerful enough to make you despair, Gilgamesh said coldly, the original sin in his hand gleaming with a captivating light. Unlike the weaker weapons used during the previous standoff, these weapons are all capable of shattering the opponent's spirit core with each strike. The sword, entwined with evil, resonated with Beelzebub the moment it was drawn, as he was corrupting the world. The arrogant king did something that no king would do, he borrowed strength. Beelzebub generously lent his strength, and although their purposes differed, they were on the same side in their actions. The power of gluttony now filled the sword. Then there's no need to think, just swing. The violent magical energy coalesced and rubbed together, forming a powerful wave-like impact. The overflowing magic twisted in the sky. At that moment, everyone suddenly felt an intense hunger. Even Artoria and Lancer, who are heroic spirits and do not need to eat, are no exception. Their strength seemed to be drained away, and their mental and physical energy were being rapidly depleted. As a demi-servant, Mash was in even greater distress. When faced with such conceptual harm, the human body was only more affected than a heroic spirit. The magic was constantly draining away, and Mash should have raised her shield to protect everyone at this moment. But every step felt like an impossible one. It seems that even the state of a subservient is difficult to maintain, and the senior behind him is also not feeling well at the moment. At that moment, Artoria swiftly stepped to her side, in a position that should have been occupied by Fujiwara Ritsuka. The sword of Excalibur in his hand was stuck in the ground. With his free hands, he placed one hand on Mashu's waist and the other on the hand that Mashu was holding the shield. Lord Galahad, you are the knight who retrieved the Holy Grail, Artoria said softly. At this moment, Fujiwara Ritsuka's support arrived, and the command seals shone brightly once again. Mashu turned around and saw Fujiwara Ritsuka's expression. How foolish. As a pure human, she was clearly in more pain than her at this moment. But now he forced himself to stand up and smiled at himself, just like that day when he fainted in the corridor, looking just as silly. Lord Camelot. The eternally ideal city. Mashu's voice and Artoria's voice rang out at the same time. Once the giant shield of the Round Table, it is the object with the deepest bond to the Knights of the Round Table. The flawless city of chalk reappeared, its sturdy outer walls not only blocking its advance, but also steadily pushing forward under Gilgamesh's divinely powerful strike. It rolled forward like a mobile fortress. At this moment, Lancer, who was also under the protection of the sacred wall, narrowed his pale eyes and his magical power surged instantly. The heart of the dragon moves like the steps of a Spanish tap dancer. It's time for her to make her move. Chapter 155, offering the loudest salute to the king's arrival. Now is the best time. Gilgamesh's proactive attack also created an opening in his own defense. This also gave Lancer time to return to its original form. Horizon of Light, a Hollow Heart Albion, human form is insufficient to combat this crisis, so the dragon must return from the horizon. The name Lancelot that bound him has been removed. Synchronicity is no longer needed. Limiter removed, link 3. Corrected, all cleared. Infinite power, connect bonds, break through the boundaries of dimensions. The form of a giant dragon, standing at the pinnacle of mythical beasts, was thus revealed. This body is the dragon that governs the realm. The body and blood are constantly being reorganized. This represents a change in the level of life. This change is sufficient to offset the effects of gluttony. Dragon blood flows continuously from the dragon's heart to its limbs, and then spreads throughout its entire body. The limbs grew violently, the fingers and toes gradually became sharp, and sharp dragon claws grew from the fingertips. The changes behind it are even more astonishing. Her shoulder blades bulged, and enormous dragon wings grew from her back. When the dragon's wings are spread, they blot out the sky and the sun. Its scales covered its entire body like armor, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Whether it was Artoria, Mash, or Fujiwara Ritsuka standing to the side, even the people far away in Shadow Border couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This level of intense magic. The spirit origin was also strengthened. I never imagined that such a frail body could contain such immense power. Command seals. From Lancer, no, from the roar of a dragon. Sola, who was hiding in the shadows, had been observing the situation on the battlefield. Since Lancer needs her reinforcements right now, then let's leave it to her. Since my strengths don't lie in combat, I should leave that to those who are good at it. By command of the command spell, Lancer, do whatever you want. The command seals transformed into projectiles, and were loaded into the magical cavity within Lancer's body. Hollow Heart Albion. The unseen, pure beating of the heart. The dragon's breath released by Albion based on its original form. It is an X-rank anti-world noble phantasm. The light that shines from that solemn heart will become a weapon of widespread destruction. Its shape could be described as a rainbow spanning the border, or a gateway to another world opened in this world. This is Albion, the final dragon to open the boundary. From Rauford to Florimont, proclaim the moment, Ducadet. Rise from the decaying bones. The breath of fire, wings of iron. In the twilight sky, like the cry of a newborn. The unseen, pure pulse. Fly towards the sky beyond. At the tip of Camelot, the city of chalk, the last dragon flaps its wings. From the heart, a crack was torn open, and the pulsating dragon heart had transformed into the shape of a spiraling holy spear. The dark blue magic emanated like dust. Golden spiritual light and golden lightning intertwined on the dragon's chest. Charge up. Energy storage. Accumulate. Then it explodes. The entire world was awestruck by the magic unleashed at that moment. Even the five-headed dragons swimming in Ludong Temple Lake were attracted by this aura. I couldn't help but want to stick my head out and squeeze in that direction. But before his actions could take place, Medea stopped him. The dragon's essence continuously permeated the skies above Fuyuki City. The gap in the boundary gate was gradually widening at that moment. The monsters on the inner side of the world cheered and jumped for joy. They can't wait to break through the boundaries and come to the real world to feast. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Border imaginary submarine, observations of the singularity revealed an increasing accumulation of black sediment. Even Leonardo da Vinci, whose usual bright smile had vanished, couldn't help but smile wryly. Could this servant be the reason for this singularity? 1246 words. No one knew how to start a conversation. Who can say for sure? This is only the power observed from the side. The hero king Gilgamesh is now facing a threat that could destroy him. Or did they go too far? Only the king himself knows what he is thinking. The eyes that had just been accidentally closed are now open again. His scarlet eyes gleamed with an inexplicable luster, like rubies. This is simply the most magnificent salute to welcome the world's glorious king. Only such a salute is worthy of the world's oldest king. Only then can one be worthy of being the king of kings, above and below. That fellow hiding in Ryodong Temple who hasn't shown himself yet, did you see him? Such cannon salutes will only be fired for me. Ha 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 ha. Kiri, present the command seals to me. The telepathic message reached Kiriai's heart with a far-sighted technique. Kiriai, still locked in fierce combat, understood that if he couldn't support Gilgamesh in winning the battle in the heavens, then I'll probably be affected in my own decisive battle as well. The 7-stroke command spell suddenly disappeared from his arm. This is the unique advantage that those who receive the church's favor have. The breath of the boundary dragon spread out, radiating a brilliant 7-colored light like a rainbow. A 7-colored halo twisted and shaped like the tip of a rock drill, shooting out from its heart as a spiral spear. It condensed into a destructive light cannon. Wherever it goes, even the microorganisms scattered in the air suffer a devastating blow. Then, Gilgamesh manifested countless shields before him. It contains many original artifacts possessed by famous heroes throughout history. The blazing sky covers 7 rings. Aegis thunderclap. Xingtian's staff. Countless defensive artifacts were stacked together, forming an impregnable wall. It exists like a wall of size. Perhaps even the Wailing Wall itself is piled up within it. And it's not just a simple stacking, many treasures that even Gilgamesh acknowledges are now beginning to unleash their true names. Although it cannot be fully utilized, the accumulation of quantity has already resulted in a qualitative leap. The magic power infused by the 7-stroke command spell was drained in an instant. Spear and shield. They connected in an instant. The atmosphere was awe-inspiring. The 7-colored beam of the dragon's breath collided violently with Gilgamesh's wall of noble phantasms, unleashing a deafening roar. My eardrums felt like they were about to rupture. The majority of the shields that were taking the hits pushed upwards. They were all thrown from their original positions, and some were even shattered. Like the sun setting, the band of light gradually dissipated into mist. Half of Gilgamesh's golden armor had been shattered. At that moment, he was like a true hero, raising his shield to protect the earth. His left hand hung limply in front of his chest, while his right hand gripped the last intact shield tightly. A small world encompassing the heavens. Achilles Cosmos. Since it is a noble phantasm for the world, then the final protection should also be a defensive noble phantasm for the world itself. A miniature world unfolds in front of the shield, reconstructing space and time. The breath of the oldest dragon, even if it could kill a god, could not kill the world. Killing God would only create a world without God. Even though God is destroyed, the vast heaven, earth, and ocean will still exist, and from a human perspective, we can continue to celebrate victory. Ah, it's been so long since I've been this disheveled, haha. Chapter 156. A wealth coveted even by the gods' blood was now seeping from the corner of Gilgamesh's mouth. Although the infinite shield blocked that powerful attack, the impact of the light cannon's breath being neutralized was enough to cause his internal organs to bleed. The church behind Gilgamesh was now on the verge of collapse, and the surrounding vegetation and bricks had been completely destroyed by the shockwave. The ground has even sunk 3 centimeters. This is just a minor aftereffect causing geographical collapse. Despite his severe injuries, Gilgamesh stood ramrod straight, his eyes still blazing with undiminished arrogance and indomitable spirit. He smiled slightly, seemingly savoring the battle and the pain of the moment. Interesting, very interesting. Gilgamesh chuckled softly, his voice filled with excitement. You've actually managed to push me to this point. Lancer, now transformed into a dragon, could not possibly let such an opportunity slip by. The dragon ceased its frenzied and passionate dance in the void, flapping its wings and soaring above the clouds, the surging tide of power within its body receding slightly. That attack not only exhausted the magic power filled by the command seals, but also completely drained the magic power from Sola's body. It suddenly folded its wings, cut vertically through the clouds, and then swooped down with its body. Although the noble phantasm can no longer be used, the dragon's body is still one of the most powerful weapons in the world. The area exploded, and the compressed air emitted a thunderous roar, as if a giant cannon had been fired. Such strong winds would never occur on Earth, only the gas flow in the solar corona could reach such high speeds. Even Lancer dared not spread his wings, lest his wing bones break. A strange glint constantly shifted in Gilgamesh's crimson eyes. It seemed as if they had seen something. He raised the world shield high once more. The world, which has already collapsed once, unfolds once more. The broken barrier will inevitably fail to stop the cataclysmic disaster. The air currents roared. Dragon energy bursts forth. The world was torn apart by the claws of the border dragon. It's not over yet. Next, it's time to take the head of the enemy before you. The claw blades slashed toward Gilgamesh's head like laser cutters. But King Gilgamesh simply leaned back, then grinned wildly and said, "I've been waiting for you for ages, Lancer." The chains of heaven suddenly emerged from the ground beneath Gilgamesh's feet, quickly binding Lancer's advancing dragon body, and halting it in midair. Then it quickly pulled towards the ground. Along with the lock of heaven, what emerged from the ground was a large crucible, in which fragrant and mellow mead was being simmered. The crucible was also covered with silk and satin. This is the original text recorded in the Mabinogion, used to trap and kill evil dragons. Lord was the son of Beric, king of Britain. During his reign, every May, terrifying screams could be heard throughout Britain. It causes men to be terrified, women to miscarry, children to go mad, animals to die, trees to wither, and rivers to dry up. Lord asked his brother flatly, who told him, "That is the roar of a dragon. This dragon is fighting with a foreign dragon. Just measure the land of Britain, dig a pit in the very center, put in a cauldron filled with mead, and seal it with silk. The two fighting dragons will fall into the cauldron, drink their fill of mead, and fall into a deep sleep. You must immediately seal the cauldron, bury it in a stone coffin, and then find a strong place to bury it underground. This will protect your kingdom from external disasters." 1728 words. As this is an epic poem that also celebrates King Arthur, Artoria might be familiar with this treasure. Before anyone could react, golden mead, with its enticing aroma, rises from the crucible. Lancer's body was bound by the chains of heaven, unable to move, as the honey wine gradually seeped into her skin and throat. Her consciousness was fading, and she was becoming somewhat drowsy. Everything happened so suddenly. This was Gilgamesh's arrangement, given that he possessed 1/3 of the world's treasures, and was involved in matters like the Holy Grail War. If he so desires, he can use the omniscient and omnipotent star to ascertain the true nature of everyone, and then simply select treasures from the treasury that are compatible with his own. Winning is a piece of cake. All that's needed is to set a trap in advance, with the king himself serving as bait. Only in this way can the stalemate be broken, and the opportunity to win be seized. For dragon offspring, use the sword to slay dragons. The poisoned hero was given the poison he had ingested before his death. Even if a god were alive, there would be a spear of Longinus used to pierce his chest. This is the confidence to possess the king's treasure, a wealth that even the gods envy and are jealous of. A tactical analysis of Kyriai Kodomine. The source of information is the corpse of Miahizo, whom he once fought. Kiritsugu Amiya fixed his gaze on Kyriai Kodomine, who was rushing towards him, and analyzed every detail in the intelligence report. Kyriai's black key projectile speed is extremely fast. He can shoot a black key in less than 0.3 seconds, and he can shoot 4 keys in a row in just 0.7 seconds. Even Kiritsugu Amiya had to be highly vigilant about this speed. What's even more challenging is that the black keys are extremely precise. Even if the target is invisible, it does not affect the attack. Even if the target is not visible to the naked eye, it does not affect the attack capability. The power of the semi-spirit sword is enough to pierce through steel bones. If one is not trapped in an illusion, the hit rate is 100%. In close combat, Chili is proficient in Bajiquan, and his skill has reached a state of perfection. A single blow could severely injure Mai, who wields a sword, and 3 blows could penetrate a wall. She is extremely threatening. In addition, his monk's robe was treated with bulletproof and magical protection, so 9mm military bullets could not penetrate it, nor could they be suppressed by impact. And the results of espionage activities conducted at the clock tower before the Holy Grail War began. According to Tokiomi Tosaka's report, Kirai's proficiency in magic is about to complete his apprenticeship, and he is most skilled in healing spirits. It is speculated that his magical combat methods mainly involve enhancing physical functions to strengthen his original combat skills. Finally, there's the strategic rehearsal. Kiritsugu Amiya has completely concealed his trump cards so far. Even if Kirai Kotomine has obtained some analytical data about Kiritsugu's tactics, it should only be limited to things like firearms and magic bullets. As for magic, he only used the innate time control a few times when he was besieging Lord Elmeloy with Tokiomi Tosaka, Mato Ike, and Raduji. The first attack from both sides will inevitably be a black key versus a bullet, so Kirai Kotomine will clearly be at a disadvantage at long range. However, if Kirai possesses some kind of magic that can narrow the gap between superior and inferior weapons, he will take direct action to shorten the distance between himself and Kiritsugu. As expected, Kirai Kotomine raised his 6 black keys high like wings and charged straight at Kiritsugu from the front. He must have had a way to block Kiritsugu's first attack to do that. Chapter 157 Messiah Kiritsugu Amiya smirked. This was exactly what he wanted. The origin bullet fired from his formal attire is designed to be delivered with a single, fatal blow, only when the opponent is prepared. Kiritsugu Amiya was certain that he could gain the upper hand if he struck first, so he aimed the contender at the enemy and pulled the trigger. Kirai Kotomine must have already deciphered the trajectory of the bullet from Kiritsugu's murderous intent and preparatory movements. Human killing machines like the church agents possess a speed of judgment that surpasses even that of bullets. Kirai Kotomine's magic was so obvious that it was immediately clear at a glance. The 6 black-keyed swords he held in his hands suddenly grew several times larger. He infused the already magically formed semi-solid sword with an extra level of magic, adding Starkung enhancement. This method is quite brutal and clearly exceeds the limits of the weapon itself, but it is enough to stop one bullet. Kirai Kotomine crossed the 6 massive swords in front of his chest, spreading them out in a fan shape to completely block the powerful destructive force of the Springfield bullets. The bullets ricocheted, sending up intense sparks. Then, the black keys, unable to withstand the excessive magical infusion, shattered completely. While the skill of using swords to deflect bullets was impressive, it became the decisive factor in the defeat at this moment. It was surprising that Kirai Kotomine, who didn't even have a magic crest, could unleash such unimaginable brute force. However, this move will turn into a more deadly backlash, ultimately destroying Kirai's magic circuits. Kirai Kotomine's magical power goes out of control the moment it comes into contact with Kiritsugu Amiya's origin, instantly destroying his own body. That's how it should be, logically speaking. But at this moment, neither the broken bottles and overturned wine racks, nor even the black key on Kirai Kotomine's chest shattered by a bullet, could stop him from rushing towards Kiritsugu Amiya. Time alter, proper time control, double acceleration, 2 times the speed. Before Kiritsugu Amiya could even process this, his spinal reflexes had already activated the magic stored within his magic crest. At the critical moment, Kiritsugu Amiya leaped backward to escape. Kirai Kotomine's flying right kick swept past Kiritsugu's nose with a bang, and the following left kick also failed to break Kiritsugu's neck. Kirai Kotomine's triumphant series of kicks missed entirely because he was misled by Kiritsugu Amiya's accelerated movement and misjudged the attack distance. This was truly unexpected for Kiritsugu. The origin bullet, fired by the contender demonic spear, had no effect whatsoever. Kiritsugu Amiya couldn't figure out the reason, and Kirai Kotomine had no way of knowing his surprise. Kirai Kotomine was not originally a magician, and his magic circuits were not even fully developed. In order to use magic in a temporary situation, he misappropriated the prepared command seals he obtained from his father, Kotomine Risei, as a source of magical power. However, the fact that command seals are disposable after use saved Kirai's life. When the magic was activated and the origin bullet came into contact with the magic channel and took effect, the command seal that served as the source of the magic power had already disappeared from Kirai Kotomine's wrist. Kiritsugu Amiya quickly regained his footing. He needed to find a way to break the deadlock as soon as possible. In the face of such an unexpected situation, any hesitation for even a second could be fatal. Kirai Kotomine clearly didn't give him any more time to think. A glint of fanaticism and ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he swiftly closed in again, brandishing the remaining black keys to launch a close-quarters attack on Kiritsugu Amiya. Ignoring the counter-damage from Kiritsugu's time control that awaited him, he gritted his teeth and instantly activated Triple XL. His body reached its maximum speed in an instant, almost turning into a blurry shadow, dodging Kirai Kotomine's attack. In short, you must first create distance. If it's a black key projection, at least you can still deal with it. If all else fails, we'll have to resort to our noble phantasm. But if you use it again, you'll really have to go to the inhibitory force. This is reserved for that assassin who suddenly appeared. It serves as the basis for negotiation. That guy must be nearby. Just like Kiritsugu Amiya himself, this assassin is someone who likes to hide in the shadows and only shows up after seizing the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The two chased each other fiercely in the underground wine cellar, their footsteps echoing in the empty space. Kiritsugu retreated and Kirai pressed forward. This is a tug-of-war of distance, where the strength and speed of each side determine the outcome. The wine cellar has a complex environment. The dim lighting and mountains of wine barrels serve as natural barriers for Kiritsugu to utilize. Just then, the stalemate in the wine cellar was broken by an external force. Kirai Kotomine and Kiritsugu Amiya both felt an unusual magical pressure. My body started to crave food. The power of gluttony infused into Gilgamesh's Sword of Original Sin is an area of effect, AoE, attack, and authority that indiscriminately affects friend and foe. Kirai Kotomine is in better condition than Kiritsugu Amiya at this moment, since his magical power is provided by the command seals on his wrist. As for the hunger in my stomach, this is a wine cellar. Just fill your belly with wine. Kirai Kotomine punched through a nearby sake barrel and lifted it up with one hand. Stockpile. 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 He swallowed the high-purity rice wine as easily as drinking water. No, even normal people don't drink water like that. After drinking the contents of the bucket, 2 blushes quickly crept onto Kirai Kotomine's cheeks. Fie, winky face, fie, my stomach was full, and my desire to eat gradually reached a point where I could suppress it with willpower. Meanwhile, Kiritsugu Amiya was leaning against a pile of clutter, suffering from the combined effects of the power of gluttony and the backlash of his inherent control. This almost made him gag. But it seemed that he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. A lump of black mud. Ha, it seems most likely to be that assassin who's already dead. 1614 words. The sudden surge of desire caused even Ngramenu to lose his composure and expose himself. Damn Gilgamesh, he's done so many evil things. Ngramenu muttered to himself as he continued to shrink his body, before finally disappearing back into the darkness. At this moment, even Kirai Kotomine was walking unsteadily. He underestimated the strength of the alcohol. But his current condition is better than that of Kiritsugu Amiya. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol, but Kirai Kotomine suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to confide in someone. Amiya Kiritsugu, do you know how happy I was when I found you? What is it that you place your hopes on the Holy Grail, mercenary Kiritsugu Amiya? Are you really just traversing those dangerous battlefields for money? You know, from the very beginning of this Holy Grail war, I knew you were the one who could guide me to find my direction in life, like my own personal messiah. Although I have now found my direction in life. Kirai Kotomine paused, as if he had thought of something happy. It's ironic that someone like me, who has been raised under the tutelage of the church since childhood, turned out to be such a beast after he killed my mentor, Tokiomi Tosaka. It sounded like a glass breaking, but Kirai Kotomine just glanced at it strangely, thinking it might be a rat or something, and then ignored it. He just kept saying, "What is it that you entrusted to the Holy Grail?" Answer me. Kiritsugu Amiya. P.S. Messiah, in the Old Testament, the one whom God blesses and who will lead humanity to a better world. In the New Testament, it refers to Jesus. Chapter 158. Guns and fists. Kiritsugu Amiya gripped the contender tightly in the shadows, his thoughts racing. He wasn't thinking about Kirai Kotomine's confession, but rather about something else, the assassin lurking in the shadows. Regardless, Kirai Kotomine ultimately misplaced his trust. I want to make a deal with you. At this point, you still want to make a deal with me? Kiritsugu Amiya did not directly answer Kirai Kotomine's question, but instead spoke to himself. Do whatever you want with the world, all I want right now is to save my wife, Irisveel's, life. Kirai Kotomine was momentarily speechless. Had this man really fallen to such a low level? Haven't you prepared yourself for the final moment? But Kiritsugu Amiya is special to him, like two sides of the same coin, and he is still willing to go to great lengths to explain things to him. Assassin is dead, and I didn't kill him. Your wife, Irisveel, is not in my hands either. You've asked the wrong person. My condition is that Irisveel's life be spared. I will cooperate with whatever you want to do, Kiritsugu Amiya said calmly. The two people seemed to be on completely different wavelengths when they talked. This made Kirai Kotomine very upset. It's like when you're a teenager, you consider someone your only companion and friend, believing that only they understand you and can connect with you on the same wavelength. But then he turns around and tells you that he never considered you a friend, and that the previous casual conversations were just people he was bored with and wanted to chat with. The effects of alcohol were making Kirai Kotomine's mind a bit muddled, and he didn't want to think about what Kiritsugu Amiya had said anymore. The two were more than 5 steps apart, but the slender proxy took only 1 step to cross the distance that Kiritsugu thought was safe. This footwork, which appears to glide across the ground without the feet moving at all, is called living step, a secret technique of Bajikwan. The tall, slender figure in a monk's robe slid behind Kiritsugu Amiya like the Grim Reaper. This closest distance allows Bajikwan to exert its maximum effect. With both fists unleashing their full power, they shattered the enemy's defenses. Kirai's stomping foot made a thunderous sound on the concrete ground, and his rock-hard fist suddenly shot out, hitting the obstruction of the debris in front of him, and striking Kiritsugu Nakamiya's back with penetrating force. This move is the Vajra 8 style's thrust hammer, and its destructive power is almost equivalent to a hand grenade exploding in the chest. The pile of miscellaneous items exploded with a bang, scattering the wine vessels inside all over the cellar. Kiritsugu's body was thrown back, flying through the air like a straw, crashing into one of the surrounding walls, and landing without any way to protect himself. That iron fist shattered Kiritsugu Amiya's spine, turning his entire spine into a pile of fragments. Kirai Kotomine felt the touch of death on his clenched fist, slowly exhaled, and composed himself. Even in a life-or-death battle, victory can be decided in an instant. This left him feeling utterly empty, even though he had been so desperately anticipating this ending. Is this all the ending we were waiting for? Boring, absolutely boring. The feeling of relaxation caused Kirai's attention to decrease. He never imagined that someone would take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack, nor did he know that he would be the next person to be surprised. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his brows, and the splash of deep red blood obscured his vision. Before Kirai Kotomine could even realize what was happening, the gunshots he heard made him raise his arms to shield his head and face, as a hail of 9mm bullets mercilessly struck his arms. Although the special material of the monk's robe and the protective magic on his arms barely stopped the bullets, the close-range shooting caused a concussion. More importantly, the shock of being attacked by corpses slowed Kirai Kotomine's reaction. For Kiritsugu Amiya, he never expected to be brought back to life. When Kirai Kotomine rushed up behind him before he had recovered, he knew he was doomed. In fact, his spine and lungs were completely destroyed, leaving only the spasms before his death. But in the last few seconds before he died from lack of blood flow and oxygen to his brain, the severe injury, which had defied all medical treatment, was completely healed. The reason, of course, was not that Kiritsugu Amiya himself performed the healing magic. His own magical skills were simply insufficient to achieve such an effect. He was surprised by the miracle, but he had no doubts, because he immediately understood what had happened. It was the scabbard Avalon, the distant ideal land, that saved his life at that moment. The Einsburn chieftain gave it to Kiritsugu Amiya, as a relic to summon Saber. The scabbard of the holy sword that had protected Irisveel's body ever since. When Kiritsugu Amiya bid farewell to his wife, Irisveel entrusted him with this noble phantasm, which possessed extraordinary healing abilities, and could even prevent aging, hidden it in a secret location. Because Kiritsugu is Saber's true master, the scabbard sealed within Kiritsugu's body receives Saber's magical energy through magic circuits, allowing it to function at 100% effectiveness. Although Kiritsugu knew about the scabbard's effect long ago, he had never actually confirmed it. He had only confirmed that once the scabbard was installed inside his body, the connection between his body and the inhibitory force would be reduced to almost nothing. That's why he dared to say those words just now. As for healing his injuries, he never expected that this noble phantasm could even repair injuries that nearly killed him on the spot, nor did he expect that the battle could return to its starting point. Meanwhile, Kirai, after enduring Kiritsugu Amiya's counterattack, suddenly received a command spell request from Gilgamesh. He then took a few steps back, drawing away the magic power of the 7 command seals and channeling it into Gilgamesh's body. Not long after the command seal dissipated, the earth suddenly began to tremble. An astonishing magical power gathered above the church, creating an incredibly powerful magical pressure that made it difficult to breathe even deep within the cellar. The ground was sinking, the cellar ceiling was teetering on the verge of collapse, and large amounts of soil and dust were falling freely from above. One by one, the bottles of fine wine burst open at a special frequency generated by the burst of magic. The liquor spilled all over the ground like fresh blood. Kirai Kotomine and Kiritsugu Amiya were both drenched in water. The wine and blood were mixed together, making it impossible to tell who was more seriously injured. The two were separated by a large amount of dust and dirt, making it impossible for them to see each other's positions. Even when attacking, they struggled to find the right direction to strike. However, this influence only had a slight effect on Kirai Kotomine, but the direction could still be discerned from the locking of the energy. As for Kiritsugu Amiya, he said everything he needed to say. Whether the deal goes through is no longer up to him. So there's no need to hide anything anymore, no need to hold back. Noble Phantasm Unleashed. 100% fusion. I dedicate myself to rewriting history. Guardians of Humanity. Kronos Rose. Chapter 159 Guns and Fists, pluck the flower while it blooms, even where the sun cannot shine. The dagger in Kiritsugu Amiya's hand is the very thing he made a pact with the counterforce, Mystic Slash. There exists something called the origin. It's not a complicated issue, it's just the literal meaning. What should we start with? What is it born from? 1396 words. It is not an origin for the individual, but an origin for existence. Cut open, connect. The origin of the person named Amiya Kiritsugu. It is a manifestation of cutting off and combining. Kiritsugu Amiya murmured, the mysterious shard in his hand flashing with a black and red light, as if it could cut through everything. As time goes by, the flowers that bloom today will wither tomorrow. High-speed attacks and movement are achieved by accelerating the flow of time. Invisibility is achieved by slowing down and halting physiological rhythms. This is how inherent time control is applied. Based on this power that has been sublimated into a noble phantasm, this time the control of time requires no burden. Although the magic power within him had been completely worn away by the gluttonous power that clung to the noble phantasm original sin used by Gilgamesh. However, Kirai Kotomine's use of magic also gave him a lot of inspiration. I have 2 command seals left in my hand, that's enough. In that instant, Kiritsugu Amiya's physical strength had reached a level close to that of a servant. This was originally intended as a trump card to win the Holy Grail, but its use at this time serves 2 purposes. The first task is to complete the mission given by the counterforce, and help Chaldea resolve this Holy Grail war. Kirai-Koto-Mine, as Gilgamesh's new master, can now be considered a stumbling block on Chaldea's path forward. If we can deal with him here, we'll have accomplished our mission. Suddenly, time within Kiritsugu Amiya's body changed drastically. His figure vanished from the wine cellar in an instant, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch a trace of him. The moment Kiritsugu Amiya activated his noble phantasm, Kirai-Koto-Mine instantly lost his lock on Kiritsugu Amiya. The rigorous training he underwent gave Kirai-Koto-Mine the rudiments of intuition-listening energy. When Kung Fu reaches the level of a master, one can predict the opponent's next move in the instant their wrists touch, without relying on sight to capture the opponent's figure. He subconsciously prepared for the attack, gathered his strength, and then threw a punch. The target is just 3 steps away from the boxer, you can't see him, but he's right there. Contender roared again. Kirai didn't have time to dodge, nor did he have a chance to draw his black key. From the very beginning, Kirai had no intention of dodging. He used his footwork to keep Kiritsugu close at hand, while simultaneously activating a command spell to enhance his physical abilities. It accelerates reflex speed, and increases the instantaneous explosive power of the right biceps, brachioradialis, and pronator teres muscles. He didn't have time to strengthen the bulletproof monk's robe, so he could only rely on his martial arts skills. Before the contender fired, Kirai had already raised his right wrist. The forearm, transformed into a demonic weapon, drew a spiral, producing a sound like wind breaking, its power almost creating a whirlwind. The fist, thrown with lightning speed, became entangled with a bullet traveling at an initial velocity of 750 meters per second. However, the bullet continued to advance while burning through the monk's robe, intertwining with the hardened wrist and producing a strange sound like a grinding machine. Monster. There's no other adjective that comes to mind. Kirai-Koto-Mine's fighting ability might still be enough to fight a dead apostle single-handedly. But it only reached the level of a dead apostle. The contender held in his right hand roared as it unleashed a torrent of bullets. At the same time, the mysterious shard in his left hand was swung down in an instant. All the previous attacks were deceptive strikes, only this one blow will determine the outcome. The silver light flashed repeatedly, and the mysterious, continuous attacks were so fast that ordinary people could not see them clearly, leaving only afterimages like lightning in their eyes. In the clash between the dagger and the force of the fist, even with the enhancement of command spell magic and the special material of the monk's robe, it was still unable to withstand the combo attack of the noble phantasm release. Kirai-Koto-Mine's right hand, along with the fabric of his monk's robe, was neatly cut off in an instant. The smooth cross-section makes it hard to believe that it is a cut in flesh, it's almost like blood tofu. Blood spurted out instantly, mixing with the red wine on Kiritsugu Amiya's body. It emitted an indescribable smell. Having severed Kirai-Koto-Mine's source of magic, the next step is to plunge the dagger into his heart. His movements were faster than his thoughts. The dagger, a blur of motion, pointed directly at Kirai-Koto-Mine's chest. Suddenly, a black whirlwind wrapped around Kiritsugu Amiya. It was Angela Manuel in assassin form. The dagger blocked the mysterious, sharp thrust, and his entire body wrapped around Kiritsugu Amiya. Lock it firmly in place, so it can't move. Master, I'm late. Before Kirai-Koto-Mine could even show a surprised expression, the words had barely left his mouth. Using Kiritsugu Amiya as a fulcrum, Ngramenu delivered a backflip kick to Kirai-Koto-Mine's chest. Struck by the sudden, tremendous force, Kirai-Koto-Mine was sent flying backward, smashing through several of the barely holding up liquor cabinets, until he finally came to a stop after making intimate contact with the wall. Oops, I didn't control my strength well, I accidentally knocked out Master. Ngramenu was getting a little into character at this point. In his mind, since he was now using the identity of an assassin, it could already be considered as role-playing. Naturally, one must follow the patterns of assassins' moves. We will not make a move until the very last moment. As for rescuing Kirai-Koto-Mine, it was merely to play the role of a loyal servant. That kick. Isn't this the simplest way to get your master out of danger right now? Tell me, has Kirai Kotomine left the battlefield yet? Kicking someone unconscious can also be explained by not controlling the force properly. At this moment, Kiritsugu Amiya glanced indifferently at Kirai Kotomine, who had been kicked away. At this moment, Superman's hearing had clearly revealed Kirai Kotomine's condition. He then stopped paying attention to what was happening there. Faced with Engra Mainyu's hostage situation, Kiritsugu Amiya did not resist, but only said listlessly, "I have presented my terms. Are you willing to reach this deal? Are you talking to me?" Engra Mainyu tilted his head and looked at Kiritsugu Amiya, without giving a direct answer. "There's no need to worry about leaks. The barrier-like artifact inside me can block the detection of me by the suppressing force." Kiritsugu Amiya glanced at Engra Mainyu, understanding his concerns, paused, and then continued, "Since you can't make the decision, let the person behind you do it." These words immediately triggered Engra Mainyu's sensitive skin. How did this guy know? Or is he just testing me? What should I do? Or just kill him directly? That's what the mission instructions are like over there anyway. There should be no problem. That's it. Assassin's noble phantasm was activated immediately. The bandages wrapped around his arm were untied, and his crimson left hand touched Kiritsugu Amiya's chest. Suddenly, a heart made of ether appeared out of thin air. The next step is to crush it. Chapter 160 The death of Kirai Kotomine. Faced with Engra Mainyu's actions, Kiritsugu Amiya simply watched coldly without saying anything more. This deal was proposed unilaterally by him. It doesn't matter if we're not recognized, at most, we'll have to change our strategic plans. Death is not necessarily the end of this world. Just as Satan's left hand grasped that heart, it was about to crush it. A magnificent, layered sound suddenly emanated from the air. "I accept this deal." Engra Mainyu, in his assassin form, paused, startled, and stopped what he was doing. He hadn't expected that guy would dare to show his face, especially in front of the agent of the restraint force. Furthermore, the Chaldeans are currently right above them. If they are discovered, all their efforts will be in vain. Meanwhile, Kiritsugu Amiya breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the deal had been reached. 1629 words. A relieved smile finally appeared on his cold face. Before the owner of the voice could show himself, he said to Engra Mainyu, "Then kill me now, and we can discuss the details later." Kiritsugu Amiya voluntarily gave up his life, and the counter-force could not yet ascertain his psychological state. However, it can be determined that he is currently under threat of death, and has no ability to escape. When doing a show, you have to do the whole thing. Engra Mainyu paused for a moment, confused about the situation, and could only look up and wait for instructions. Just listen to him. Upon hearing the instruction, Engra Mainyu did not hesitate, and crushed Amiya Kiritsugu's heart with one hand. The curse of death always comes so silently. Although Kiritsugu Amiya's body is constantly being repaired by the Avalon sword sheath, as a death curse, it targets the concept of death of the soul. Use his body to deliver the Avalon scabbard to Saber, the majestic, layered voice continued. "Ah, isn't this aiding the enemy?" Engra Mainyu asked doubtfully. "And isn't it possible that Amiya Kiritsugu, who is seeking death, will betray us to the counter-force?" Faced with Engra Mainyu's question, the mysterious man hesitated for a few seconds before answering. "Who says Chaldea is necessarily our enemy? Whether they come to this world or not, they are an important part of the plan. Although it was expected that they would arrive in this world 10 years from now, since the accident has already happened, they have come to this world at this point in time to resolve the singularity, driven by the restraining force. Then our plan should be put into action." Engra Mainyu listened attentively, responded with a half-understanding, and then asked, "What about Kiritsugu Amiya? Weren't you the one who was most afraid of having your existence discovered by the counter? How come you've been so bold as to put this suspicious element back now?" The mysterious man nodded almost imperceptibly. "All of that will be built on the foundation of 10 years from now, when the barriers of this world truly begin to loosen, and that will be when I am at my weakest. If we get caught before then, we'll be dealt with in a big way, and even I won't be able to withstand it. But now, since the counterforce is so eager to resolve things here, I'm really sorry because I'm stronger right now. After listening, Ngramenu pursed his lips, still finding it a little strange, and continued to ask, then why doesn't the restraint force wait 10 years before causing trouble? By then, the world's barriers will have loosened, and their authority should be much greater than it is now, right? Wouldn't they be more confident then? A wisp of black and red mist tapped Ngramenu on the head. Have you forgotten why we set the ruling point 10 years from now? The world's barriers are loosening, and it's not just the restraining force that can get in, but also those so-called gods. Ngramenu nodded, then looked into the depths of the cellar. So what should we do with that guy over there? As the gaze shifted, what came into view was Kirai Kodomine, who had been kicked unconscious. Ignore him. This is an important role in Gilgamesh's play. Since he doesn't have a clear inclination in this matter, let's not disrupt his comedic performance any further. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark red mist vanished instantly, as if it had never existed before. Only Ngramenu remained in the cellar, putting on the outfit called Amiya Kiritsugu. After retrieving the Avalon sword from his body, Ngramenu glanced at it a few times, before returning to the surface via the passage between the wine cellar and the church. However, along the way, an old man dressed in sacrificial robes was seen covering his face, and weeping bitterly. Ngramenu didn't think much of it, simply assuming that the old man was probably frightened by the earth-shattering battle outside. The old man who was weeping with his face covered was none other than Kodomine Risei. After Ngramenu left the church wearing Kiritsugu Amiya's leather, Kodomine Risei walked shakily toward the cellar. Kodomine Risei had just drunk quite a bit of alcohol, just to numb the grief in his heart. There were shards of glass all around my feet. These were from the wine glass that had fallen from my hand, and hit the ground, when I heard Kirai Kodomine say those words. Although on that day, Kodomine Ryo learned the true circumstances of his death through the jewel communicator given to him by Tokiomi Tosaka. But in the subsequent questioning of his child, Kirai Kodomine, the answer he received was at that time, Master Tokiomi was on the verge of death, and my healing magic was no longer effective, so I had no choice but to help him end his suffering ahead of schedule. The promise received in return with the Lord's witness, I am willing to do everything in my power to win the Holy Grail, and make a wish to resurrect my teacher, Tokiomi. One lie after another numbed Kodomine Risei's heart. Just now. It's ironic that after killing my mentor, Tokiomi Tosaka, I, who was raised under the tutelage of the church, turned out to be such a beast. Kirai's voice could never be mistaken by Risei Kodomine. The stark reality was laid bare before an 80-year-old man, piercing his heart. As he walked through the passageway, his heart grew increasingly desolate, and he couldn't help but begin to chant. He was despised and rejected by mankind, a man of suffering and accustomed to pain. He was despised as people hide their faces. Kirai was in the cellar, and Kodomine Riki saw him. We do not respect him either. He truly bears our sorrows and carries our pain. Kodomine Riki walked slowly forward, looking at his child. Everything has failed, but there is still a chance to salvage the situation. The father should bear the sins of the son. He took out a short sword, which Tokiomi Tosaka had entrusted to Risei Kodomine. Originally intended as proof of the master-disciple relationship, the Azoth sword was a gift from the teacher to the disciple upon graduation. However, due to the dangers of the Holy Grail War, Tokiomi feared he wouldn't have the chance to hand it over to Kirai himself, so he entrusted it to Kodomine Risei. It's time to return this gift to you, Kirai. Tears streamed down the blade and into Kirai Kodomine's unconscious body. The excruciating pain instantly brought Kirai Kodomine back to his senses. After vaguely witnessing the scene, Kirai did not resist. He had long ago considered his own fate in his mind. The feeling of being killed by one's father doesn't seem so unpleasant. I'm sorry, father. Chapter 161 Strategist, save me. Everything happened so fast. Whether it was Lancer's world-destroying attack, or his dive attack that pierced through most of Gilgamesh's defenses. Then he was bound by Gilgamesh's trap. This whole sequence of events took only half a minute. Mash and Artoria didn't even have time to react and help Lancer out of his predicament. Lancer, who has transformed into a dragon, is now in imminent danger. Gilgamesh then pulled the sword directly from the gate of Babylon. I don't want to give them any breathing room. The blade of the heaven-opening sword held in Gilgamesh's hand began to rotate, and as if in response to the sword, the space behind Gilgamesh began to glow. Just as the blade storm was about to strike Lancer, Gilgamesh's movements suddenly stopped. Ha 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 ha. Then he burst into nonsensical, maniacal laughter. Although no one understood what had happened, they realized that they were in a critical moment of crisis. Sora, who was observing the current battle situation using the Foresight spell, did not hesitate to use a command spell in an attempt to get Lancer out of trouble. The aura of a spatial teleportation technique suddenly appeared beside Lancer. Correct judgment. The Chaldeans were all expressing their joy at the decision made by their temporary ally. The next moment, the fluctuations of the spatial transfer technique vanished completely due to the sudden tremor of the heavenly lock. This command spell had no effect whatsoever. The force transfer brought about by the command seals remained unaffected by the chains of heaven. What should I do? In a critical moment, the think tank aboard the imaginary submarine in Shadow Border quickly discovered the only way for Lancer to escape utilized the property of binding their noble phantasm, the property of putting dragons into a deep sleep. Therefore, simply separating from the dragon's body would reduce the impact on the dragon species. Without the influence of that noble phantasm, the chains of heaven's binding effect on Lancer is simply equivalent to a very sturdy chain. However, all of this requires Lancer to actively use his strength and magic to break free. However, this would mean losing our strongest fighting force right now, Lancer in his third form. Without delay, Leonardo da Vinci relayed the information to Fujiwara Ritsuka, letting the savior make the final judgment. There was no time to think, time was too tight. Gilgamesh didn't know when he would be able to break free from that sudden burst of maniacal laughter. The heaven-opening sword doesn't know when it will descend upon them. Fujiwara Ritsuka had witnessed the power of that sword. At that time, in the seventh singularity, the already deceased King Gilgamesh forcibly returned from the underworld and stood before everyone in his strongest form. 1669 words with an irresistible force, he unleashed a sword strike capable of shattering the world. The battle against the beast to Earth Mother Goddess Tiamat has come to an end. That sword strike shattered the beast's body, turning it into nothingness and filling the world. Now, this sword strike is like the sword of Damocles hanging over one's head in mythology, and no one knows when it will fall. No, it is a calamity far more powerful than the sword of Damocles, an existence that no one can currently withstand. The slightest mistake could lead to annihilation. You cannot think, you cannot hesitate. The information had been conveyed to Sora, who was hiding in the shadows, through magic by Fujiwara Ritsuka. Sorahu also understood the priorities of the matter. Discarding the command seals I just wasted, now I only have one command seal left. But there's no need to hesitate, just do what you believe is right. By command spell, Lancer shall detach from the dragon's body. The dragon, now encased in honey wine, receives its orders. The command seal acted like a powerful stimulant, injected into her heart. After receiving the command seal, Lancer regained consciousness briefly. Her body began to tremble violently, and her enormous dragon form appeared to be in immense pain, as it was soaked in the honey wine. Dragon scales began to fall off one by one, turning into magical dust and dissipating into the air. Accompanied by intense pain, her muscles began to break down, and her body disintegrated in a distorted manner. The dragon's wings contracted and gradually disappeared, and its enormous tail also slowly shortened, disintegrated, and eventually vanished. Her bones began to break and reform inside her body, making a chilling cracking sound. The once strong dragon body began to become slender, gradually reverting to a human form. Her limbs lengthened during the continuous reorganization process, and the muscles regenerated and covered her again. Human skin has grown back in the places that were originally covered with scales. During Lancer's restructuring, the heavenly lock was continuously compressed and tightened, leaving no gaps. Gilgamesh finally snapped out of his maniacal laughter. He had just finished watching a comedic performance of father-son antagonism, which he had directed, through a surveillance artifact that had been kept in the cellar. Since the beginning of this world, life has been utterly dull and monotonous. Therefore, when such a self-orchestrated comedic performance occurs, even those in the center of the battlefield cannot help but spare a moment to appreciate it. The battle situation is relatively good. Lancer has not yet completely broken free from the chains of heaven. You've already made so much effort while I was distracted. Very well, how shall I reward you then? Then face Ea head-on. This is the best reward for you. Gilgamesh smiled and raised Ea once more. The noble phantasms scattered around roared in response to this action. Ea, further strengthened by the power of its noble phantasm, once again distorts the world. The principles of nature, encompassing all things, were once again obscured by the raging winds. And so, the very next moment after King Gilgamesh smiled at Fujiwara Ritsuka. The epic of creation, which had just been amplified in power, is being performed once again in Fuyuki. Elish, the star of creation. When the power to create the world descends upon them, a variety of emotions will surface in the eyes of the heroes. Awareness, determination, fear, and so on. Space is distorted and air vibrates. The power of collapse gathered beside the heaven-opening sword, and the power beyond the limit was compressed to the extreme. With a swing of the sword, it was released violently. The oppressive feeling caused cracks to appear in the surrounding space instantly, and a void of darkness surged out from the cracks, as if to devour the entire world. The scene resembled the end of the world. Cracks spread like a spiderweb, darkness surged within the fissures, swallowing the very edge of reality. The ground crumbled like soft mud, and the sky and clouds were sliced apart by invisible blades, scattering fragments everywhere. It was as if a complete painting had been ruthlessly torn apart, turning into a scene of hell. The earth resembled a collapsed sculpture, with cracks constantly widening, and the clouds and sky were torn apart and shattered. That power, known as the slash, was like an apocalyptic storm, tearing apart the starry sky and pushing the world into the abyss of destruction. Is it that attack again? Humph, how could I let you succeed so easily once more? A man wearing a red trench coat and a black bespoke suit, with wrinkles always on his forehead, appeared near the battlefield at some unknown time. The formation of no return. The 8 stone formations. Chapter 162. The Grand Strategist's ultimate base. Suddenly, 8 illusory stone pillars descended from the sky, crashing heavily into the earth with a deafening roar. The space between the stone pillars instantly became distorted, as if forming an impassable barrier. The power of the Stone Soldier 8 formations expanded rapidly, and the space within the barrier was rearranged, undergoing a qualitative change towards otherworldly transformation. The turbulent magic within the space gradually began to weaken. Ancient inscriptions appeared on the 8 stone pillars, emitting a crimson light, and the flow of magic within the treasure barrier became increasingly stable. The turmoil within the space gradually subsided, and the surge of magical power was forcibly suppressed by the array, leaving only intense wind pressure raging between the stone pillars. The creation narrative was abruptly halted before it could even begin. The famous strategist Zhuge Liang once devised a unique formation when his army was defeated and retreating. This formation is made of huge rocks, which can lead invaders astray and kill them. As a noble phantasm, it is a grand magic technique that forcibly changes the opponent's location to the Stone Soldier 8 formations. As long as they remain within the Stone Soldier formation, the additional damage received by the target group each round will continue to accumulate. This is the ultimate battleground of the Grand Strategist. A powerful support item that combines depletion of energy, curses, blood loss, and confusion. Since Elmeloitus and Zhuge Liang's magic foundations are not the same, it is necessary to balance the incompatibility between Eastern and Western magic. Even the true hero Zhuge Liang could not fully unleash his power. If it were the real person involved, this formation could almost be called a celestial technique. Gilgamesh's expression changed slightly as his offensive was abruptly interrupted, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Although his slash was stopped at the original point, he did not show any panic. Instead, he kept looking around with his scarlet eyes. The all-knowing and all-powerful star has already helped him understand this thing called Stone Soldier 8 formations. The heavenly covering formation opens at Qian, the earth-bearing formation at Kun, the wind-rising formation closes at Sun, the clouds-hanging formation brings life at Zhen, the dragon-flying formation startles at Dui, the tiger wings formation injures at Zhen, the bird-soaring formation rests at Can, and the snake-coiling formation faces away from Li. The so-called 8 trigrams formation is just such a thing. Once the location of the vital point of the formation is detected and destroyed, the problem can be easily solved. Although brute force could be used to break through, Gilgamesh is now in a state of losing his master. Such extravagant and wasteful use of magic is not a good strategy. Of course, he had already prepared a new priest Kanmine Risei. But the 80-year-old man is still immersed in the sin of father and son killing each other. So we'll have to wait a bit. Since that's the case, let's play this spot the difference game with them first. While Gilgamesh was trapped in the maze, El-Melloi too was finally reunited with the Chaldeans. Ah, who is it? Upon seeing the person who came, Fujiwara Ritsuka was so excited that she couldn't speak. If possible, I was thinking of hiding a little longer. The man with several wrinkles etched on his brows approached the crowd, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The last speed run of the Fuyuki raid was accomplished under this guy's leadership. The Chaldeans, who had been at a loss, now seemed to have found their pillar of support. Well, Master, you may already understand, but let me state the conclusion first. This Holy Grail War is completely different from the Holy Grail War I know. The second prince spoke calmly, his expression unwavering, as if what he was saying had nothing to do with him. But we can talk about those things later. Right now, the most important thing is to solve the immediate problem. The second king looked solemnly at Gilgamesh, who was trapped in the stone soldier formation. He had only seen the king of heroes in this state once before, and that was at the very end of the Holy Grail War he had experienced. Gilgamesh only reluctantly adopted a serious attitude when facing the army of King Iskandar. Now, however, the sword Ea has become nothing more than a prop in Gilgamesh's hands. He had initially intended to exploit Gilgamesh's arrogance and then quickly defeat him, but after observing the battle, he abandoned that idea. It was too difficult. The second generation seemed to have returned to the boy on the bridge back then. He had survived by hiding his life because of the King of Conquerors last time, and this was an indelible obstacle in his heart that had always weighed on his mind. This time, we won't lose again. El-Melloi too quickly assessed the status of the servants around him, and now he was commanding the heroic spirits in battle more like a master. 1683 words. Saber, go to the earth formation. Death Gate Kun. Lancer, go to the serpent formation. View Gate Li. Mash, go to the cloud formation. Life Gate Zhen. I will guard the heaven formation. Open Gate Qian. Based on each servant's status, El-Melloi too assigned them to different points of defense. Saber, who could deliver the decisive blow, was positioned at the Gate of Death, while Lancer, who was in relatively poor condition, was responsible for interfering at the Gate of View, and Mash was responsible for defending the Gate of Life from being destroyed. He himself was responsible for manipulating the positions of the stone soldiers in the 8 formations by opening the door. After explaining the precautions, Artoria and Mash quickly arrived at their positions. Just as the 4 servants entered the formation, Gilgamesh had already located the key point of the second formation. The wind pressure released by the casual swing of the divergent sword was like an invisible blade, pointing directly at the location of the array's core. The stone pillars that maintained the formation vibrated with a low groan under the impact of the wind pressure, and were almost completely destroyed, barely managing to keep the formation running. Is it finally here? I'm so tired of playing this childish game. No sooner had he finished speaking than Gilgamesh found another key point in the array. From a slight fluctuation in space opened the door. Several high-level noble phantasms suddenly shot out from the Gate of Babylon, heading straight for the opening like meteors. El-Melloi too's eyes narrowed. The journey of integration and change. Mash Kirielite, who was guarding the Gate of Life, was instantly teleported in front of the second king. Ding ding ding. A deafening crash echoed within the barrier. Mashu gritted her teeth, using all her strength to withstand the powerful attacks, sparks flying from her shield. Well done, Mashu. The second prince shouted encouragingly, while quickly adjusting the formation. The art of seizing opportunities. The next instant, the transfer of the key to the opening array was finally completed, and Lancer appeared there. He wielded a long spear and approached Gilgamesh at a speed that broke the sound barrier. Lancer's speed was astonishing. His spear, imbued with powerful penetrating force, pierced straight towards Gilgamesh's heart. A hint of surprise flashed in Gilgamesh's eyes, but he immediately let out a cold laugh. The chains of heaven also rushed towards Lancer at supersonic speed, just as the two were about to collide. Lancer suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Artoria, who had been waiting for a long time, appeared behind Gilgamesh. She didn't probe any further. Her first move was a decisive one. Chapter 163 The Hero King Answers All Questions, Caliba. Excalibur. Artoria raised her holy sword high, and a blazing stream of light burst forth like the sun. Powerful magic gathered on the blade, unleashing devastating energy with each swing. Humph, how could we not be on guard? Gilgamesh snorted coldly, and the power that had been accumulating in his EA sword was suddenly released at this moment. The light of the EA sword was like dark lightning in hell, and a strong energy surged out, colliding fiercely with Artoria's Excalibur. Two extremely powerful forces clashed in the air, producing a deafening roar and radiating light, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield in a dazzling glow. The light vanished in the next instant, and the stone soldier formation returned to darkness. TCH, it didn't work. After seeing that Saber's attack had failed, El-Melloi II immediately moved Artoria to another location. Are you that little brat who hid behind the Conqueror King back then? Gilgamesh's voice was extremely penetrating, and reached El-Melloi II's ears precisely. It wasn't because Gilgamesh had already pinpointed El-Melloi II's location after his relocation. The second prince, simply by being positioned at the entrance, could survey the entire Stone Soldier 8 formation, and all the information would be gathered in his hands. You actually have memories of that timeline. The second king was also taken aback when he heard Gilgamesh's words. Bastard, my eyes can see through everything. You don't even know this, yet you dare to challenge the glory of the king. Gilgamesh was not surprised by the question from the person before him. There were many who did not recognize the glory of a king, and he would not be surprised if there was one more bastard. Since you can see through everything, why don't you tell me about the unique features of this singularity? I'm sure the King of Heroes has already seen through it, hasn't he? At this moment, El-Melloi II was multitasking, constantly changing the position of the array's core while also trying to extract information from Gilgamesh. Bastard, didn't your new master's self-control tell you that? Gilgamesh continued speaking with unrestrained abandon. As they spoke, the distorted space around them simultaneously hurled outwards to the southwest, each blow decisively shattering the opponent's noble phantasm at the spirit origin level. If unleashed with arrogance, those attacks will be utterly inefficient, merely a torrent of noble phantasms rained down with fierce killing intent. However, with the Chaldea master standing on the same earth as him, Gilgamesh harbored no arrogance. He used the correct noble phantasm and accurately shot at the newly discovered key point of the formation, this time the death gate guarded by Artoria. However, Mash Kirilite was teleported away by El-Melloi II just before her noble phantasm hit her. Being pulled here by the counter force was just an accident. I still serve the Conqueror King Iskandar. If I had to say, my current master is a man named Fujiwara Ritsuka. The second prince answered calmly. His goal was simply to trap Gilgamesh here. The strongest ability of the stone formation is that opponents trapped in the no-return formation will suffer continuous damage and eventually be forced to die. This damage is hidden, accumulating slowly until it reaches a critical point, and then explodes instantly. Moreover, judging from Gilgamesh's current use of magic, he has been conserving his own magic, which illustrates 1-point magic supply. Furthermore, the extinguishing effect of the stone soldier 8 formations perfectly counters this point. Artoria's decisive move was just a decoy, not her original winning strategy. The second emperor had already explained this point before everyone entered the battle. As for Artoria's noble phantasm released just now, it wasn't charged to its limit. Gilgamesh's counterattack barely managed to neutralize the impact of that noble phantasm, which exposed his lack of magical power. In this way, the longer the battle drags on, the greater the chance of victory will be. Looks like that guy did a pretty good job keeping it a secret, Gilgamesh said with a smirk. He casually swung his sword at the onrushing Lancer. The chains of heaven shot off in the opposite direction from Lancer, as Saber prepared to launch her second attack. Who is that guy? The second prince paused for a moment, but still managed to extract some useful information. Why should I tell you, you bastard? Are you trying to threaten me with your moral high ground of upholding humanity? Seeing that the two were completely unharmed, the hero king snorted and launched attacks on other locations. Faced with the king of heroes' sarcasm, the second prince merely shrugged and continued to probe. Does the king of heroes know what kind of person Castor's master is? Finally, there was one sentence that piqued the interest of Gilgamesh, the king of heroes. So we've finally found the right target. That guy, like Fujiwara Ritsuka, is a treasure that even I, the king, want to add to my treasury. Have we found the right target? A treasure as precious as Fujiwara Ritsuka? Gilgamesh too automatically ignored the wicked humor in Gilgamesh's words, retaining only the useful information. Things finally made some progress, but Matucci was originally the second prince's next target. But there are still many things about this singularity that the second prince cannot understand, such as the current Lancer. During the previous observation of the battle, when I saw Lancer unleash his noble phantasm, this servant with a mysterious origin immediately entered the top of the list of those to watch. The strangest thing is why Kenneth would summon such a servant. That's the key to the matter. In that timeline, shouldn't Kenneth's servant be Dilmurat? At this moment, the second prince, somewhat greedily, asked two questions at once. It includes both Kenneth and Lancer within this singularity. You bastard, you have far too many questions, but since I'm in a good mood right now, I'll reluctantly tell you. Isn't that Lancer's master the bastard you went through all that trouble to save? Did that whole farce make you a little too cocky? The tone suddenly shifted, and the caring older brother, who had just been peacefully answering questions, now acted like a tyrant, issuing a judgment to everyone present. Not long ago, Kirai Kotomine finally emerged from his grief, and picked up Kirai Kotomine's right hand, which had been cut off by Kiritsugu Amiya. He peeled the command seals from it and placed them on his own wrist. The path of atonement continued, and the father would pay for the son's sins. The supply of magic power has long been restored. The casual conversation, just now, was only to figure out the location and changing patterns of all the array points in one go. A mature formation cannot be a random change, and Gilgamesh, as king, was certainly well aware of this. During that brief question and answer session, Gilgamesh's crimson eyes discerned all 1,080 possible transformation paths. All for this moment to break through in one fell swoop. Chapter 160 for the king's open scheme. The transformed path has been fully resolved. The gates to the gate of Babylon twisted, and appeared from the void. Then, his treasure trove, which opened on the inner side of the space, revealed dozens or even hundreds of treasures from the gate of Babylon. 1,478 words. After a single breath, over 1,000 sharp blades were fired. The clash of metal echoed across the battlefield where a fierce wind was blowing. All the paths for changing formations were covered by a torrential downpour of noble phantasms. The competition for a decisive victory is endless and repetitive. This farce pleases me greatly, and this grand feast will be your judgment. After Gilgamesh finished speaking, he looked up, his eyes filled with a mysterious smile. The wind had been torn apart, and tiny specks of death densely covered all the paths. The goal is not to kill with a single blow. Instead, they drove them away. Gilgamesh turned all the paths of change into dead ends, leaving only one path to survival. But this is not the king's tolerance and benevolence. It was simply to gather all the servants of the stone formation at one point. Then, with a devastating attack that could make heaven and earth weep, all existence would be annihilated in one fell swoop. Gilgamesh stood majestically at the center of the stone soldier formation with his arms crossed, as if he were the master of the formation. But at this moment, even the true owner of the formation did not sense it. A figure had secretly slipped into the storm of death at some unknown time, as if it were there to die. This person was none other than Engramenyu, who was wearing clothes named Amiya Kiritsugu. The stone soldier 8 formations was originally a treasure that combined detection, reconnaissance, and discernment. Even the inherent ability of assassin-class heroic spirits to conceal their presence cannot hide themselves. Engramenyu was able to infiltrate the group not because he possessed exceptional stealth skills. It was simply because of the treasure he was holding at that moment, the legendary scabbard of King Arthur, Avalon. Named the ideal land of seclusion, it is an X-rank barrier artifact. Not only can it heal the holder's injuries and halt aging, but if the true name is released, it will break into hundreds of pieces, protecting the owner from any interference. A noble phantasm that has reached the realm of magic, capable of severing all physical interference, parallel world interference, and interdimensional communication, up to the 6th dimension. Even the 5 major spells were ineffective. Engramenyu, who inherited Kiritsugu Amiya's body, also inherited Saber's contract. That's why he had the power to borrow Avalon's authority. He enveloped himself in a barrier and traversed into the relentless bombardment of the hero King Gilgamesh. His goal is to find Artoria and return the scabbard to her. Meanwhile, Night King Artoria is struggling to block the rain of noble phantasms falling from the sky, and is forced to move towards the only way out. As the body was moving towards the next point. Kiritsugu. The contractual connection on Artoria's body was getting slightly hot. Why is he here? Before she could even think, Artoria's figure had already been teleported to the next node. No way, I finally found the location through the contract, and now it's disappeared again. Engramenyu looked at the spot where Artoria had just disappeared and said with some complaint. Forget it, let's keep searching. My body can still be preserved under Avalon's protection. The instant Artoria teleported to this point, a storm of noble phantasms swept over her. Wind King Hammer. The Wind King's iron hammer was unleashed in an instant, blasting away the attacking treasure. The attack on this node was not particularly strong, because this was precisely the way out that Gilgamesh had arranged for the Chaldea side. Only when a servant remains motionless at such a critical juncture will the noble phantasm rain take some action to drive them away. In the magic channel established by El Meloy II, the Stone Soldier 8 formations. El Meloy, what do we do now? Mash was asking the young king for a way to break through the encirclement, and the sound of shields and noble phantasms clashing against each other could be heard in the channel. Don't rush, Mashu, inform Fujiwara Ritsuka, and tell him to come in quickly. Mashu didn't know what the point was of letting her senior into this dangerous place, but she could only comply with El Meloy II's request. Given this detective's personality, he shouldn't do things he's not sure of. Just then, Artoria's voice came through the channel. El Meloy, my master has entered here at some point. Do you have a way to locate him, and then move him to a safe location? Upon hearing Artoria's voice, the young prince was taken aback. Amiya Kiritsugu. Why did he come? Given that man's personality, he shouldn't have put himself in such a dangerous situation. And if he came, why didn't the Stone Soldier 8 formations send any information back to me? Is there something special that can block detection? Just as El Meloy II was still pondering, several beams of noble phantasm light blasted towards him, and a feather fan appeared in his hand. With a gentle wave, a barrier of flames appeared in front of him, blocking the incoming magical artifacts. Faced with such a tight offensive, El Meloy II had no choice but to pull himself back to his thoughts, but then he suddenly remembered something else and contacted Mash again on the magic channel. Mashu, tell Fujiwara Ritsuka not to come. Mashu had just informed Fujiwara Ritsuka, who was outside the stone formation. Fujiwara Ritsuka was also preparing to enter the Stone Soldiers formation to lend Mash a hand. Ah, okay. Mashu, of course, did not want her senior to get involved in such a dangerous situation. Now that she had received the information from the second generation, she immediately passed it on to Fujiwara Ritsuka. Fujiwara Ritsuka, who was about to enter the stone formation, was initially eager to try, but after receiving the new information, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on her. But there was nothing I could do but wait outside. The second prince's voice rang out on the channel again. Saber, can you sense Kiritsugu Amiya's location now? Artoria quickly responded after slashing away a noble phantasm that had come within 3 centimeters of her. Find him and bring him to me. Can't you just transfer him there? Like you would transfer us. No, he's not bound to the array's core. Hurry, please. Artoria could now distinguish the priorities of the matter. This task was extremely difficult because once they deviated from the correct course given by Gilgamesh, they would then have to face a storm of attacks that would be several times more terrifying than those launched from inside the node. Without further ado, Artoria cleaved through another incoming noble phantasm. He's near the 3rd node of the Dragon Flight formation. Move me there quickly. Chapter 165 failed. The voice just fell. El-Melloi too then manipulated the array plate to move Artoria to the location she had indicated. After several leaps, Artoria finally arrived at the 3rd node of the Dragon Flight array. She was met with a barrage of powerful magical artifacts. It's impossible to completely defend against it by simply swinging your sword. Just then, Gilgamesh also discovered the little insect that was not following the route he had given. Still thinking about breaking the deadlock? Then I'll start by taking you down with me. Gilgamesh once again raised the sword high. Although he didn't know who this departed heroic spirit was, it didn't stop him from eliminating this uncontrollable factor. The accumulated death energy within him did indeed pose a significant threat. That's why he used this method to force all the servants to one point, in order to save time, and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Killing them one by one is too slow, and there's also that so-called strategist doing the work of restraining them. One wrong move and you could be dragged to the brink of death. The surrounding air currents rapidly gathered, and the sword of God stirred up a wild and arrogant storm, about to once again display the miracle of creation. The Hero King, clad in golden armor, declared loudly and proudly, "Pay homage to Ea, it's your honor." Suddenly the sky roared and the earth shook. A huge mass of magic power was released, shaking the laws of the universe. Gilgamesh's sword tip was aimed directly at Artoria's current direction. Cracks stretched from the horizon into the empty air, distorting space, sucking away large amounts of air, and everything around was swept into the void by a whirlwind. Before this sword was swung down, the 3,000 worlds were nothing but meaningless chaos. When this sword is swung, a new truth will split the sky, the earth and the ocean. 1465 words. Saber, be careful. An extraordinary surge of magical energy is approaching you. This is a crazy reminder from El-Melloi too. But it was too late, the impact of the EA sword had already reached Artoria. This was the strategist's mistake. He still trusted his previous judgment too much that Gilgamesh would not easily draw that supreme divine sword. Wrong, terribly wrong. Now we can only continue down this path. Mashu, Lancer, get ready, the second lord quickly issued the order. Understood, Mr. El-Melloi. Mash replied firmly. Got it, I've had my eye on that guy for ages. Lancer replied with fighting spirit, completely disregarding whether he would die here. The second king constantly changed the array plate in his hand, moving Lancer and Mash to the vicinity of Gilgamesh. Finally, he quickly chanted an incantation, mobilizing the power of the formation. Formations can accommodate formations, and squads can accommodate squads. The front is the back, and the back is the front. There is no rushing forward or retreating hastily. There are 4 heads and 8 tails, and the point of contact is the head. When the enemy charges into the middle, both ends are rescued, the orthodox and the unorthodox generate each other, and the cycle is endless, the head and tail correspond to each other, and the hidden and revealed are unpredictable. One can predict events like a god and adapt to changing circumstances. Combine. With the second king's incantation, Mash and Lancer appeared on either side of Gilgamesh in an instant, forming a pincer attack. The 8 stone pillars standing in the mortal world suddenly contracted, and then collapsed rapidly, the red demonic light contained within shooting towards Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh was prepared for this situation. The royal treasure gate, which had been scattered throughout the otherworldly realm created by the distorted stone soldier 8 formations, had long been retrieved. Numerous spots of light gathered around him in the air, enveloping Gilgamesh. Mash and Lancer's combined attack was thwarted by the overwhelming noble phantasms before they could even get close to Gilgamesh. Blood sprayed into the air, adding a touch of allure to the cold, golden world. After Mash was slammed into the ground, she tried to attack again, dragging her giant shield with one hand, but Gilgamesh didn't give her the chance. The chains of heaven bound her firmly to the ground, preventing her from moving. Lancer didn't receive such favorable treatment. On Gilgamesh's list, she was destined to die. After all, she wasn't a member of Chaldea, and she already had a certain bond with the king. Countless powerful artifacts were chasing after her. However, the way this noble phantasm is being used this time is somewhat different from the past. Numerous magical artifacts, each imbued with immense magical power, formed a massive wave that forcefully clung to the flow of light, causing it to gradually dissipate and vanish. In the past, the noble phantasms were fired in a monotonous manner, but this time they displayed complex movements like a giant snake. However, the weapons were not controlled by magic. They were golden chains extending from all directions, constantly binding the group of magical artifacts while forcefully correcting their trajectory. Gilgamesh emerged from the dissipating mist, gathering his noble phantasms into a waterfall that plunged down with fierce waves. It was like a golden dragon that kept devouring the light emitted by Lancer while advancing fiercely. Lancer could only use her unparalleled speed among heroic spirits to constantly hide within the space. The light from the collapsing stone pillars in the stone soldier formation finally reached Gilgamesh, but it was not an offensive force. It's just a trigger, so you can't defend against its power by relying solely on noble phantasms. The moment the red light entered Gilgamesh's body, the death energy accumulated within him erupted. If Gilgamesh were standing here in his physical body, it would better illustrate the destructive power of death energy within him. Meridians collapsed, flesh rotted. Gilgamesh's body began to sway, and he spat out a large amount of blood, nearly falling to the ground. Although Mashu was bound to the spot, she was still observing the situation in the center of the battlefield. But the next moment, Gilgamesh stood up again, and took out a bottle made of pure gold from the door of the treasury next to him. He then pried off the cap with one hand and drank it all in one gulp. Very good, you are the first person to have driven me to this point. Even your former master could not beat me to this extent. El-Meloy-Tu's expression remained unchanged upon hearing the praise. He simply wanted to smoke a cigarette. There are no better ways to resolve the current crisis now. But judging from Gilgamesh's plans, he doesn't intend to kill Mash and Fujiwara Ritsuka. As for himself, since I'm just a follower, death is no big deal. At this moment, Gilgamesh once again raised the sword that would cleave the heavens. However, it did not strike Lancer or El-Meloy-Tu as everyone had expected. Instead, it struck at an empty void. A figure appeared from the void, carrying a sword at her waist, with an enormous stream of light behind her propelling her toward Gilgamesh. How could this be? Wasn't she just dead? Chapter 166 The Holy Sword Resolution. Let's turn back time a little. Just as the heaven-opening sword's attack landed precisely in front of Artoria, a man in a black trench coat, walking with unsteady steps, finally reached her vicinity. It's so hard to find. Kiritsugu. Are you insane? Artoria had hoped to free Excalibur to fight for a chance of survival. But the appearance of Kiritsugu Amiya, at that moment made her a little stunned. Normally, Artoria isn't the kind of person who can't distinguish between what's important and what's urgent. Even if Guinevere were to appear nearby at this moment, she would first confront the crisis before her. But when Emilia Kiritsugu appeared in front of her, she was stunned. The life force she intuitively sought seemed to lie in her master, with whom she had always been at odds. When Engra Mainu arrived wearing Kiritsugu Emilia's skin, he didn't say anything to Artoria. He simply shook his head as he gazed at the destructive impact descending from the sky. He then took the Avalon sword sheath from his body and threw it to Artoria, who was standing nearby. Then he sat idly on the ground, quietly awaiting destruction. What is this? Artoria was a little stunned when she saw what Emilia Kiritsugu threw at her. It turned out to be the scabbard she had lost before. As the former owner, Artoria certainly understood what this meant. With her EX rank barrier-bound noble phantasm, once her true name is released, even the threat of world destruction cannot harm her in the slightest. Is this the glimmer of hope? This treasure can only accommodate one person. At this moment, Kiritsugu Emilia actually threw this noble phantasm to her. Things have come to this, there's no hope left for the Holy Grail, Saber. I only have one request. By the command spell. Defeat Gilgamesh, find Irisville, protect her. It is good. The next second, a blood-red wind pressure, carrying with it demonic red lightning, arrived in an instant. A destructive magical glow enveloped the two of them. The body of Emilia Kiritsugu had already dissipated like ashes under the annihilation of the wind pressure. Only the black mud that seeped into the ground managed to escape this annihilation. An ideal paradise isolated from the world. The moment the holy sword was sheathed, Artoria seemed to vanish from the world. The Garden of Avalon, existing outside of all timelines, transformed into a barrier that covered Artoria. The feeling was strangely familiar, like being enveloped in flower petals. After the impact, the ground was left with a bottomless crater, with only the spot where Artoria stood intact. A dreamlike glow enveloped her, shielding her from the fatal blow. Now that the lost scabbard has been recovered and the Master's command seals have been infused into him, so now. Phase 3 restrictions lifted. Roundtable meeting convened. Holy Sword. Holy Sword decision. The Star Sword contains the power of prayer. It is the prayers of the people, and the aspirations of all living beings that transformed into the sword's original form. That was the strongest fantasy that emerged after the planet forged people's sorrowful wishes. It was itself the hope for saving the world from crisis. 14,000 years ago, the holy sword wielder who defeated the star vanguard Cephalu wielded this very sword. In the past, the sword of the king was widely known in England as a synonym for knighthood. 1,465 words. Because the holy sword is too powerful, it can easily cause uncontrollable harm. King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table then placed a seal on it, the scabbard. The first sword sheath is the Wind King barrier. The second scabbard is the Lost Court of Avalon. The third sword sheath represents the will and judgment of the people at the Round Table. Sealed by multiple layers of barriers, it is the strongest noble phantasm among all servants. That is the hero's proof that Saber possesses. Now he faces the arrogant Gilgamesh. The time has indeed come for the holy sword to be drawn. 13 forms of prayer are reborn at this moment. Listen to the sound of the sword. Unleash your true form. The 13 seals are released. Roundtable voting begins. This is not a battle with elves, I agree. Lancelot said. This is a battle stronger than one's own, I acknowledge that. Bedivere said. This is a fight for survival, I agree. This is not a fight that violates humanity, I acknowledge it. Garis said. This is in pursuit of real combat, I agree. Agravivan. This is a battle for honor, acknowledgement. This is a battle fought alongside heroes, I acknowledge it. Percival. The 7 seals were released in an instant, although the magic power limited his ability to unleash a strike capable of destroying the white giant. But it was already an incredibly powerful sword strike. However, this holy sword resolution did not include the statement, this is an acknowledgement of fighting against evil. Artoria was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that the wicked hero King Gilgamesh was actually a good person? Suppress the questions in my heart. The holy sword in his hand began to gather beams of light. All the hopes envisioned in the hearts of those who perished in the glory, exposed to the ultimate hell of death and despair, still sing praises to the nobility of humanity. The light continued to gather. One dazzling ray of light after another converged, as if illuminating this peerless holy sword, and adorning it with the most dazzling brilliance was their supreme duty. That radiant divine sword embodies the sorrowful yet sublime dream held in the final moments of all warriors who perished on the battlefield, transcending the past, present, and future. The crystallization of a prayer called glory. The power accumulated by the holy sword was almost overflowing from Avalon's scabbard, and golden light flowed out, enveloping Artoria's entire body. This is a blessing from the soldiers. He stepped back with his left foot, and the only intact ground cracked like a spider web before collapsing rapidly. The light emanating from Artoria, as she leaped into the air, amplified her speed like wings of light. The next moment, she broke through the boundary of the Stone Soldier 8 formation node, and appeared in the void of the main battlefield. Gilgamesh's eyes narrowed. The corners of his mouth gradually split open. His vision of the future prevented him from seeing Artoria flying towards him at that moment. But it doesn't matter, only unexpected developments can make a theatrical performance interesting. Even before he raised the EA, the spinning blade on its body had already begun to roar. EA, is this an opponent even you acknowledge? Gilgamesh smiled, looking at the sword in his hand, completely ignoring Artoria, who was gradually approaching. As if in response to the King of Heroes' question, the spinning speed of the EA sword increased once again. It emitted a violent, howling sound like the wind tearing through the air. Within the entire Stone Soldier formation, the noble phantasms that had been shot out by the hero King Gilgamesh and scattered on the ground began to tremble. Even the torrent of noble phantasms that had been relentlessly pursuing Lancer stopped its attack. The power is constantly flowing back. The heaven-opening sword, amplified by its noble phantasm, now has such high wind pressure that anyone who gets too close will have their head chopped off. At this moment, the most ferocious and powerful violence in the world is firmly in the hands of this King of Kings. Then sing your heart out, EA. Chapter 167 Violence and Violence. The creation of heaven and earth, Enuma, the star of creation, Elish. The air layer transcends the physical boundaries and continues to increase in density, eventually turning into a weapon capable of chopping everything into pieces, and then begins to devour space itself. Even light and sound converged into the distorted air, and silence and the sword of darkness began to engulf the surroundings. Gilgamesh gripped the sword hilt tightly, which began to roar like a living creature without hesitation. He swung his sword at the challenger before him. The distorted air burst. The myriad phenomena, compressed beyond their limits and gathered beside the heaven-opening sword, were released along with the slash. The released pressure causes cracks in the surrounding space, sucking in the nothingness between the cracks, turning the world itself upside down. Who could believe that this scene was caused by a single swing of a sword? The Stone Soldier 8 formations, which had already been transformed into another world, began to collapse first in the face of this attack. The other world was shattered from the inside, like an eggshell. To allow outsiders a glimpse of its breathtaking scenery. Magical elements began to rampage through the dimensional rift in the mortal world. The wind escaping from the crack was enough to knock Fujiwara Ritsuka, who was anxiously waiting nearby, to the ground. As an ordinary man, who can generate short bursts of energy equivalent to sprinting 1.5 kilometers at top speed, walk continuously for 100 kilometers, and push aside Mushu's 20-ton shield while on the verge of death and exhaustion. At this moment, the strong wind pressed them to the ground, making it difficult for them to get up. With this concentration of magic, Ritsuka, quickly find a place to hide. Little Da Vinci urged Fujiwara Ritsuka hastily, after calculating the amount of magic leaking out. At this moment, the other world has not yet completely collapsed. The chaotic gale was tearing at every corner within this barrier. All the barriers at every node of the formation were breached. El-Meloy too, who was manipulating the formation to barely block this heaven-defying power, also appeared. Mash was currently behind the shield, barely managing to withstand the cutting force of the extreme wind pressure. Seeing El-Meloy II's figure exposed out of the corner of his eye, he rushed back to him without hesitation. "Lancer, come here quickly." Mashu called out anxiously to Lancer, who was still hiding in the barrier. The second prince then directly manipulated the incomplete stone soldier formation to draw Lancer over. As for Saber, El-Meloy II attempted to contact her through the array points on her body the moment she appeared. But communication failed completely, like a stone sinking into the sea. "No, Mash, unleash your noble phantasm quickly. The shield alone won't even be enough to withstand the aftershocks." "Understood." Mold Camelot, the already fragile city of dreams. The unyielding city of chalk once again stood before them, the impact of the apocalyptic aftershocks gradually dissipating before it. But the impact was relentless, because at this moment, the city lord of the Chalk City, Artoria, who was directly receiving the baptism of the poem of creation narrative, had not yet fallen. The aftershocks alone forced us to activate our noble phantasms to defend ourselves. Will the Night King, who faced that world-destroying power head-on, survive? Lancer, leaning on his spear, looked at the dazzling golden figure rushing towards the point of impact that Gilgamesh had unleashed, and couldn't help but ask a question. Upon hearing these words, Mash couldn't help but peek out from behind her shield and look in that direction. The figure carrying golden light collided with the raging torrent that was destroying the world. The golden and red radiance merged in that instant. The golden light that symbolized the night's triumphant song was gradually devoured by the raging dark red gale. The figure known as Night King Artoria was ultimately swallowed up by the power of annihilation. Everyone present fell silent. Was that ancient Babylonian king truly invincible? Can't win. With the current strength of everyone, we simply cannot win. El-Meloy too was still pondering a solution in his mind. Suddenly, an inspiring voice rang out in the air. Excalibur. That voice was like the first ray of dawn breaking through the gray sky. It was like the first horn sounded for a knight who had been repeatedly defeated to launch a counterattack. The sense of despondency in everyone's hearts was ignited by this shout. There seems to be hope. 1,550 words. It's light. That light represents the Night King Artoria. Re-emerging from the crimson torrent of destruction. It was as glaring as a gap that suddenly appeared on the wailing wall. The sword of Excalibur has finally been drawn from Utopia. The golden light suddenly surged and increased. From the light of a firefly, it has grown into the radiance of the bright moon. The holy light tore through the dark red that represented destruction with unparalleled force. This was a strike from the two kings, with no reservations whatsoever. Heaven and tyrant. Mun and holy king. The two extremes of their respective paths are now locked in a fierce battle. The two most powerful weapons in the world have now come together in one place. This is a struggle between violence and violence. Amazing, terrifying, and awe-inspiring. The scene when two supreme weapons collide. In a comic book, such a scene would only leave the characters with screaming and struggling expressions, their bodies replaced by black lines and white light. The clash of these two forms of violence left only a blinding daylight in the world. The barrier of the Stone Soldier 8 formations has now been completely destroyed, and all the servants have returned to reality. At the heart of the battle, the first to appear was the hero king Gilgamesh. He stood firmly in place, looking at the EA in his hand, seemingly savoring the battle that had just taken place. Avalon, the paradise that a king reached after his death, is a place where even the 5 great magics cannot approach, and it is the ultimate defense that nothing can harm. Is this your true treasure, the legendary power of the Holy Sword? As expected of the woman I've chosen. Even at the very end, she defies me. Fine, I've already lost this battle. When everyone heard Gilgamesh say these words, they couldn't help but look at the other end, the Night King Artoria, who was flying backward. At the tip of the explosion, the Night King, having exerted all his strength to slash at the sword, was unable to maintain his balance after the impact dissipated, and was sent flying backward. He was kneeling on the ruins, holding the sword hilt in one hand. "Well, Chaldea, I must say you have done a good job with my test. I will continue to watch over your path from the heavens. As for this, consider it a reward for you for completing the test." As soon as he finished speaking, Gilgamesh pulled a strange sword from the royal treasury and threw it at Fujiwara Ritsuka. He then glanced at El-Melloi too, who was still deep in thought, and smiled. The entire spirit base shattered into photons, which then re-entered the earth of this Winterwood region, flowing along the veins, and into the Great Grail beneath Ryuta Temple. Finally, we won. Chapter 168 Ball of Yarn. After the battle at the church was over, everyone first cleaned up the battlefield. Lancer and Sola then found the person in charge of this Holy Grail war Kodomine Risei. I learned from him that Kirai Kodomine had died in his battle with Kiritsugu Amiya. So they didn't continue to cause trouble for the old man. After this battle, Chaldea completely revealed the truth about the Holy Grail to Lancer and Sola. After learning that the Holy Grail could not fulfill their wishes, Sola and Lancer also expressed their willingness to help Chaldea retrieve the Holy Grail. Just as everyone was happily planning their next strategy, El-Melloi too suddenly said, "There are two major mysteries surrounding this Holy Grail war, one of which is Lancer, who is right next to you." When Lancer saw the wild servant who had suddenly appeared pointing the finger at him, he looked at him warily. "Miss Lancer, may I speak with your master?" Lancer remained silent for a moment, seemingly communicating with her master. The next moment, Sola's far-sighted spell reversed its operation, and after sensing the magic working, the second prince also connected his own magic pathways to it. Furthermore, they established a telepathic connection with Fujiwara Ritsuka, and the others to share the content of this conversation. What superb magic skills! No wonder she's the daughter of the prestigious Sophia Li family. As is customary, the second prince's conversational technique always begins with praising the other person. The Chaldeans exchanged bewildered glances, inwardly marveling, as expected of Lord El-Melloi. "I know. Clumsy language skills. The people of Chaldea seem to call you El-Melloi. But I don't know any El-Melloi who has ever climbed to the position of a heroic spirit." The second prince, whose lie was exposed, was not embarrassed. He simply continued Sola's words. "Well, it's my fault for not introducing myself yet. I am the agent chosen by the Arcazordi family for Miss Rhaenys. Of course, this is something that will happen in the future. Given that you and Chaldea have already exchanged information, you should be able to understand, right? As for this servant's body, it has simply become one with me for some reason." Faced with different levels of crisis, the second prince's response was completely different from the last time. Compared to the previous attempt to coax and deceive, this time he almost revealed all his secrets. "Evidence. As for evidence, I once found a love letter addressed to you in Lord Kenneth's study, which read, 'My beautiful beloved, your eyes hold.'" After that sentence, the other party on the call fell into a deathly silence. "Miss Sola, this love letter should still be tucked in that book on the bookshelf. You can verify its authenticity by checking with your family members afterward." "No need, that love letter is in my hands right now." Now it was the second prince's turn to be surprised. A time paradox. It's obvious that our timeline is completely different from yours. Since you were able to obtain that love letter, in your timeline, Kenneth and I should both be dead. King El-Melloi too was silent for a moment, then asked, "Then can you tell me, did Lord Kenneth do anything unusual before summoning Lancer?" Sola pondered for a moment, then said, 2 months before the Holy Grail War began, Kenneth seemed to have become a completely different person." "You've become a different person. Could you elaborate?" "In short, it was his behavior, and the way he seemed to know that participating in this Holy Grail War would mean his death." "How could this be?" Two voices rang out at the same time, one from Lancer and the other from the second generation, while Fujiwara Ritsuka and Mashu looked at each other in bewilderment. This statement is incredibly revealing. Someone who knows they will die still comes to their death. Actually, when the initial relics were stolen, Kenneth was prepared to give up participating in the Holy Grail War. During that time, it seems he was investigating you. Sola turned his attention to the Chaldea group. But in the end, we only found out about the Celestial Society's monarch Animusphia. From him, we learned that Chaldea's establishment was not yet complete. This is why I knew about your information in advance. After that, command seals appeared on Kenneth's wrist. At this moment, Lancer seemed to have thought of something and spoke up. When the master came here, he made the strategic decision to attack Raduji Temple, apparently because he thought that the master of the Meta faction should not be that guy named Metoike. You mean that Lord Kenneth attacked Raduji Temple because he thought Metapond was wrong? El-Meloy too glanced at Lancer. At that moment, he suddenly recalled a quote from Gilgamesh, "Isn't Lancer's master the very bastard you went through all that trouble to save?" Forget it. Regardless, our next target is those two from Raduji Temple. The information we have about them seems to be that they summoned a complete divine beast. The second king shared the information he had obtained from himself. How is that possible? Given the spiritual origin strength of this Holy Grail war, no matter who that caster is, how could he possibly break through the limits and summon a familiar of that caliber? Suddenly, an image of Leonardo da Vinci popped up from the air and said, "That's just how it is. Let's prepare for the battle at Raduji Temple. Tonight, let's recover our magic power and get ourselves in better shape, since this battle has taken a lot of energy." The second waved his hand, saying that this Holy Grail war was full of all sorts of mysteries, like a tangled ball of yarn. There's simply no way to solve it. Artoria, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up, "Did you forget Irisville?" "Yes, there's still no clue as to the whereabouts of that android woman. Kyrie Kodomine, who might have known, is probably dead, like a kite with a broken string." After the battle, Artoria signed a magic supply contract with Fujiwara Ritsuka to sustain her activities in the mortal world. Her question at that moment left everyone speechless, unsure how to answer. This newly formed team had differing ideas from the very beginning. 1478 words Lancer and Sola were no longer important. The second king preferred to first investigate Ryodong Temple. At this moment, Artoria only wanted to find Irisville. This was not only because of the command seal given by Kiritsugu Amiya before his death, but also because she had sworn with her sword to protect Irisville. Who is it? El-Meloy too suddenly looked up into the air from his thoughts. At that moment, a figure appeared from the spot where the second prince was looking. Kiritsugu. Protector. This is a man with snow-white hair, wearing light armor, and a red cloth hood around his neck. His skin was dark, a sickly color. Chapter 169 Double Agent Kiritsugu Amiya, who had been confirmed dead, suddenly appeared before everyone as a heroic spirit. Lancer immediately became alert. At this moment, Kiritsugu Amiya did not pay attention to the surprise in everyone's eyes. Instead, he directly interrupted their previous conversation and looked at the Chaldea group. Are the previous agreements still in effect? This agreement refers to following Kiritsugu Amiya's arrangements. Seeing the Chaldea members nod, Kiritsugu Amiya nodded and said, "Let's set our next target at Raduji Temple. Once we deal with Matuchi, your journey through this singularity should be successfully completed." But what about Irisville? Artoria looked at Kiritsugu Amiya with some confusion. Irisville is currently at Ryodong Temple. The assassin who kidnapped her was Caster in disguise. In response to Artoria's doubts, Kiritsugu Amiya provided an explanation. "Where do you get your intelligence from?" King El-Meloy too asked, looking at the heroic spirit palace with some suspicion. "The suppression force. The appearance of this singularity is because the Meta family gave birth to a magical seed that should not have appeared, which made it possible for the Holy Grail to be completed. And Kenneth of the Clock Tower was given memories he shouldn't have because of this, which drove him to resolve this Holy Grail war. But unfortunately, Sovereign Kenneth did not complete the arrangement of the restraint force, which is why I was able to sign a contract with the restraint force." Kiritsugu Amiya's appearance unveiled all the mysteries one by one, and he emphasized the dangers of Meta Pond. The biggest problem now is that the divine beast that Castor summoned is already an extraordinary product. Even if we gather all our strength, we may not be able to defeat it. But I think this shouldn't make you give up, right, Master who once saved Chaldea. Kiritsugu Amiya smiled at Ritsuka Fujimaru. At this crucial moment, he actually cracked a joke. Of course, no problem. Amiya, are you really sure that defeating Castor and Metoike at Reduji Temple will resolve this incident? Yes, no problem. I confirmed this with the higher-ups before I came. As long as Metoike dies, this singularity will be completely resolved. However, we still need to deal with the residue inside the Holy Grail. Kiritsugu Amiya continued his cautious conversation, arranging all the actions in place. He did indeed check with his superiors to see how to resolve the singularity, but the target was not the inhibitory force. In the instant after his death, he transformed into a guardian and returned to the mortal world. His first stop was not here, but in the large cavern far beneath Ryodong Temple. The other party agreed to his request to protect Irisville, and extracted the spirit of the heroic spirit from Irisville's body in front of him. It was injected into the body of the Winter Saintess. He then checked Irisville's body, but found she was asleep. The other party's request was to continue guiding Chaldea in resolving this singularity event. Guide them to storm Ryodong Temple, and then guide them to deal with the Winter Saintess who has been tainted by the mud. In response, Kiritsugu Amiya raised a question: can this kind of combat power really defeat Castor, who has already summoned a divine beast? The other party just smiled. It's all right. The masters of Chaldea are saviors of the world. Such a small difficulty cannot stop them. A savior. What a despicable thing. Thus Kiritsugu Amiya, carrying a mission, arrived at this place. He could tell whether the other party was telling the truth or lying. As long as Metoike and the Winter Saintess were dealt with, this singularity should also disintegrate automatically, just as that person said. Although it's unclear why the other party wants to help Chaldea resolve the singularity crisis. But now Kiritsugu Amiya has no choice but to do as he's told. Moreover, according to the theory of the inhibitory force, this world should have automatically escaped destruction, and its inhabitants should have been extinct long ago. But just recently, it suddenly blossomed with vitality. Kiritsugu Amiya's sixth sense told him that the person hidden in the Holy Grail at Reduji Temple might not be plotting anything bad. In that case, what's wrong with being a double agent? It's just that I'll have to do dirty work again, anyway, it's always been like this. After explaining to everyone, Kiritsugu Amiya's gaze swept across everyone's faces. I realized that what I said didn't seem to be trusted by many people. Ironically, Artoria, with whom he had previously been unable to understand each other, now stood firmly on his side. After listening to Kiritsugu Amiya's explanation, King El-Melloi too frowned. Although what the other party said was almost exactly the same as what he thought. It could even be said to be the most ideal solution at present. The culprit, Mato. Hidden crisis, the Holy Grail tainted by sludge. Even the matter of Professor Kenneth was explained clearly by this guardian of the restraint. But something always feels off. It was as if this was a complicated matter no matter how you looked at it, after the guardian of the counterforce arrived here. Things then become simple. What used to require some thought, now all I need to do is grab my sword and rush to Ryuda Temple. Am I really overthinking things? If you continue to cut off, you will be subject to chaos. With Zhuge Liang's spirit in his body, El-Melloi too understood this ancient saying perfectly. Let's decide on this for now. By the way, Ritsuka, I have some questions for you about Gilgamesh's last possessions. Upon hearing that the matter had been decided, Kiritsugu Amiya set off alone. Artoria glanced at Fujimaru Ritsuka, then followed closely behind. I don't know how long it took. Kiritsugu Amiya finally stopped in front of a vending machine. No coins in hand. No problem, you can still use magic tricks. After taking out a pack of cigarettes, he leaned against the vending machine and looked at Artoria, who was following closely behind. Master, how much of what you just said is true? I am no longer your master. Kiritsugu Amiya did not answer but simply said. What about Irisville? I've already said it, Irisville is at Ryodong Temple. Is everything you're saying true? Artoria asked. Except for the Kenneth thing, everything else is true, Kiritsugu Amiya replied, then took a deep drag on his cigarette and continued, Saber, I hope that from now on you can take my place and stay by their side. As soon as he finished speaking, Kiritsugu Amiya transformed into a spirit form and dissipated into the air. Elmeloy too was examining something. Gilgamesh had given him a strange key with Fujiwara Ritsuka by his side. This item is recorded in the Chaldean archives. It's the key to that king's treasury, said the image of Leonardo da Vinci from the side. What use is this thing to Gilgamesh? And it only lasts for 3 days, Fujiwara Ritsuka asked, somewhat puzzled. The Holy Grail War will end in exactly 3 days. Elmeloy too said slowly, staring at the key that held the royal treasure. Everyone looked at the second prince, who had a furrowed brow and an extremely unnatural expression. What's wrong, mister? Elmeloy. It's nothing, Ritsuka, you can keep it safe. I should know how to use this thing. King Gilgamesh too closed his eyes, recalling the way Gilgamesh had thrown the object. It seemed like she was smiling at him. Had the strategist's abilities already been seen through? Chapter 170 The eve of the final battle. Ryodong Temple. At this moment, Matucci is observing the growth of insects in the underwater insect nest. At that moment, Medea, with white hair and seductive attire, appeared behind him and embraced him from behind. Master, what's wrong? You seem so absent-minded today. It's nothing, it's just that this Holy Grail War should be coming to an end soon. The insects placed by the church have sent some information, do you want to hear it? Matuike grasped Medea's wrist from behind and said calmly. 1759 words of course. Archer has been defeated. He was taken down by Saber, Lancer, and 2 Chaldea servants working together, Matuike said, looking at the sleeping dragon at the bottom of the lake. The 2 of them actually cooperated, that's really strange. By the way, what are Chaldea's servants? Medea asked curiously. An organization called the Human Rights Protection Agency aims to eliminate things that should never have happened in human history, such as. Matuike shook his head. From the moment he saw Chaldea appear, he knew their ultimate destination. Like you. Medea hugged her even tighter at this moment. Matuike was taken aback. You're actually a very strange person, haven't you noticed? You seem to know a lot of things, such as the true names of the heroic spirits in this Holy Grail War, but you don't fully understand them. Do you remember the Berserker incident? You seem to have a premonition that a serial killer would summon heroic spirits. Medea ignored Matucci's expression and continued, actually, during those 3 months, I privately investigated your upbringing, including but not limited to reading your father's and uncle's memories. Isn't it a bad feeling to grow up surrounded by insects? Matuike was interrupted before she could finish speaking. But right now, you haven't grown into a ruthless killer, nor have you degenerated into a cold-blooded magician. Instead, you're embracing a dream of daily life as it's all just a normal day. It's strange, isn't it? I'd like to know more about you, is that all right, Master? As Medea finished speaking, Matuike felt her embrace tighten slightly, as if she wanted to meld him into her body. This is because. Who is it? Matuike's words were interrupted once again as 2 magic bullets whizzed past his ears. It struck the shadows in the corner to the side. At that moment, a dark figure emerged from that place. It was none other than Angela Manuel, who had recently made a deal with Matuike. He carried a white-haired woman on his shoulder. Matuike was no stranger to this person Irisville, who had been kidnapped by the suddenly appearing assassin. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, I seem to have come at the wrong time and interrupted your sweet talk as a newlywed couple. The dark figure slowly lowered the white-haired woman from his shoulder to the ground, then raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, while throughout the process he kept winking at Matuike. This seems to be an implication that Matucci is trying to distract Medea. But Matuik didn't notice Angela Mainyu's little tricks. What are you doing here? You even brought the container of the Lesser Grail with you. Of course we're here to fulfill the contract. After all, this Holy Grail war is expected to end tomorrow, and even the savior of Chaldea is here. Angela Mainyu chuckled. Have you already decided that I'm going to die there tomorrow? Matuik scoffed instinctively, retorting. Don't you think so yourself? After all, he is the great savior, and you, my friend, have already become the savior's next target. Angela Mainyu stared blankly at Matuik and replied in a deliberately comical tone. After a few seconds, Matuik narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Angela Mainyu and said, I just need to give up fighting them, right? Their goal is to retrieve the Holy Grail. You should be the one worried about being killed, shouldn't you? No way, darling, aren't you ready to be the cause of this singularity? Angela Mainyu said with a feigned coyness and a long sigh. His desire to perform is truly extraordinary. What merit do I possess to be the cause of the singularity's existence? Although Matuik said this, he had actually begun to doubt himself ever since the Chaldea group appeared. When everyone thinks you are, then you have to be, just like only you know how many bowls of noodles you have in your stomach. Angela Mainyu's tone suddenly became calm. He paused, then continued, sometimes, even if you are fake, you will become real if people expect it. Just like you. Matuik glanced at Angela Mainyu, ruthlessly hitting his sore spot. Ouch, my heart hurts so much, Matuik, you have no heart. Angela Mainyu suddenly clutched his heart, as if he were really about to die. That guy covered in red and black mist who brought the primal god's heart to my room, was he one of yours? The companion that Matucci was referring to at that moment was the one who accompanied him in that absurd dream that night. When enough intelligence is gathered and put together, two seemingly unrelated things may actually be strongly connected. That's right, he's my boss. Angela Mainyu said directly and clearly, without any concern for whether it would reveal information. That man could face the gods directly, yet he himself was not a god. His demeanor and mannerisms are quite similar to those of the King of Heroes and the King of Conquerors. While Matuik was still thinking, Angela Mainyu continued, our boss is the mastermind behind this Holy Grail war. He even orchestrated Berserker's re-emergence. He also played a part in your life trajectory. How about that? Isn't he awful? Do you want to stand up to him? I'm on your side this time. To be honest, I've disliked that guy for a long time. Angela Mainyu's words seemed nonsensical, but they were full of truth. Matuik had no doubt that if he expressed words like wanting to rebel at this moment, Angela Mainyu might immediately switch sides and drag me to Liangshan. What exactly is your purpose? Matuik did not answer, but instead asked another question. Of course, it's about protecting this world from Chaldea's persecution. After all, if the singularity is eliminated, won't we all disappear along with it? Angela Mainyu glanced sideways at Matuik, as if the other party had asked a very meaningless question. But didn't you just say that the cause of this singularity should be defeated and destroyed by Chaldea? Matuik said indifferently, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Chapter 171 Fujimara Ritsuka, do you accept this ending? How should I put it, you right now, are just the surface cause of this singularity. Angela Mainyu scratched his head, seemingly trying to figure out how to explain. This is just the surface reason. What about the deeper reason? Matuik's eyes narrowed. The underlying reason could be you, or it could be my boss, of course. Angela Mainyu paused, then continued, you are only the surface reason now, a being used to deceive Chaldea and the counterforce. So all you need to do is die there in the upcoming battle, and this world can be preserved. So the resurrection you promised me will be used here. It feels like everything has been planned out. Matuik stopped looking at Angela Manuel and instead looked at Medea, who had already released him. Medea simply returned his smile with a faint one. Yeah, you're really annoyed, aren't you? My suggestion from earlier still holds true. How about we go and take him out? But the few of us probably wouldn't be enough. Engra Manuel nodded, seemingly genuinely considering how to get rid of his current boss. By the way, we can also join forces with Chaldea. Although he has his people there, it doesn't matter. As long as the Savior is on our side, it's hard to lose. So what do you want us to do next? We can't just see them and then send them to their deaths, can we? This time, Medea spoke to Ingramenu, knowing Matoike's concerns, but she wanted Matoike to live peacefully. Of course not. I'm here to inform you in advance of what's going to happen, so you can face this battle without reservation. After all, Ingramenu seemed somewhat embarrassed to say it aloud. Do you think we will lose? Medea asked bluntly. Yes, even with your biggest trump card, they already have a way to deal with it. Although it wasn't provided by us, it was pre-designed. As Ingramenu spoke, he pointed to the lake behind him, where Medea and Matucci both knew perfectly well what was hidden. So, all you have to do now is perform. Like, put on a really good show. Matoike finally spoke up, finishing the sentence. Bingo, you got it right, but only if your spirit is not destroyed during death. If your spirit is annihilated, then there's nothing I can do. Understood, Matoike replied with a soft hum. By the way, to ensure the authenticity and sense of oppression of this performance, I've secured a portion of the Greater Grail's mana supply from the boss, so that the guy down there won't run into trouble due to a mana shortage. Ingramenu spoke at breakneck speed, finishing one sentence and immediately starting the next. This is to ensure the image of your final boss. The sense of oppression must be sufficient, otherwise it will be troublesome if you are exposed. Matoike hummed in response again, too lazy to even reply at this point. Oh right, there's one more thing. This Irisveal will be staying with you for now, but don't worry, she won't wake up until this Holy Grail war is over. That's all for now. I wish you good luck in your military endeavors. Before he finished speaking, Ingramenu turned into a pool of black mud and disappeared into the ground, like a dog that had fled in panic, leaving only Matoike and Medea looking at each other in bewilderment. Of course, Irisveal, who was fast asleep beside him, doesn't count. While Matoike was struggling with how to place the vessel for this lesser grail, Medea reached out and acted first. Countless spiderwebs and hairs wrapped Irisveal in a large cocoon, entwining her in midair. Matoike looked at the cocoon, then at Medea. Was this a way of forbidding him from getting too close to other women? Before Matoike could utter a sound, his body was bound by the remaining strands of hair and dragged into the makeshift survival hut. No, the big battle is tomorrow. Master, you're right, that's why we need to replenish our magic power properly, isn't it? 1292 words, I don't know when we'll see each other again. Where is this place? My throat feels so sore, I keep coughing. Wake up, senior, we'll be there soon. Where am I? Aren't I in Fuyuki? My eyes opened slightly, revealing an endless expanse of plains. This feels so familiar. This place is... It seems we need to find Gauska Yang as soon as possible. The poison from the Immortal's decay, and Nether Vein appears to have already invaded Ritsuka's brain. Is this the third lost belt? My head is spinning. My eyes opened for the second time. Who are Mash and the others fighting? Is that Qin Liangyu? You foreigners who claim to be from the panhuman history, why do you threaten our world? Correcting a world full of mistakes. That's all Confucian scholars would say. So what exactly is the correct world? And what is your world? Is it a world where everyone preaches selfish justice and beliefs? How many people die in war every day in your time? How many innocent people and children have been sacrificed? I don't want to know anything about other people like you. How annoying, pananthropological history. His eyes closed again, this time, he closed them willingly. I do not know how long it has been. Fujimaru Ritsuka. Fujimaru Ritsuka. Fujimaru Ritsuka. That is. Fujimaru Ritsuka, can you accept this ending? Open your eyes. Is this? A meteor shower fell from the sky, and skyscrapers collapsed helplessly in this devastating celestial event, like fragile pieces of paper being swept up by a gale. The earth trembled violently and deep, bottomless cracks appeared in the ground, tearing the city streets into countless fragments. Broken bridges, collapsed buildings, scattered rubble, and wrecked vehicles were everywhere. The seawater churned violently, and huge waves crashed against the shore, swallowing up the coastal buildings. The screams of people mingled with the roar of collapsing buildings, echoing through this apocalyptic scene. Mash, what's wrong? Fujiwara Ritsuka covered his head, and looked at the purple eggplant that kept calling out to him in front of the bed. Senior, you overslept. Everyone is waiting for you. Today is the day to attack Ryuji Temple. Mash Kirilight rarely spoke so vehemently to Fujiwara Ritsuka. And foe is back. Senpai, what's wrong? You don't look well. Mashu asked worriedly, looking at Fujiwara Ritsuka's somewhat haggard appearance. And nothing, just a nightmare. Fujiwara Ritsuka shook her head and replied. Okay, then you should wash up first, I'll wait for you in the lobby. After Mashu finished speaking, she carried the wildly fussing foe away from the guest room, where Fujiwara Ritsuka was staying. When Fujiwara Ritsuka was alone in the room, she murmured to herself. Is this the end of this world? Chapter 172 The Great Battle is imminent. 3K, the mountains were silvery white, the rocks were silvery white, and as far as the eye could see, there were withered trees covered with silvery white threads. It looked like a giant spider spinning its web in the mountains, or like the paradise described in the Bible, far removed from the world. Each thread is imbued with a dark magic, like threads of fate wrapped around things visible to the naked eye. All the white hairs came from the direction of the lake behind Ludong Temple, as if a white-haired demon sat there, its white hair stretching for thousands of feet. Indeed, the white-haired demon Medea is sitting quietly here, gazing at her beloved. What is this? Matoike looked at the thing Medea was handing over. Isn't this what you wanted from me in the first place, master? Medea simply smiled faintly as she looked at her master's bewildered expression. All my knowledge of magic, along with my memories of having existed in this world. Matoike remained silent, unsure how to respond. Master, am I a greedy woman? I'm just a passerby in this world as a servant, yet I still try to leave my mark. I even want to brand you with my own unique mark. Medea spoke very quickly, but Matucci still heard her very clearly. This is really... Matoike slowly walked forward and gently embraced Medea. This was the first time he had ever taken the initiative to hug her. It seems I've messed with a woman I shouldn't have. It's all right, master, it's enough. I'm already satisfied with just this. Medea nuzzled her head against Matoike's chest, greedily inhaling his scent. She was prepared to die. Is this really Ryudaji Temple? It looks completely different from when I last came here. Lancer said with some surprise as he arrived at the foot of Mount Enzo. This level of anomaly. Has it already violated the Mages Association's rule against leaking secrets? The image of Leonardo da Vinci then appeared in the air, commenting on the appearance of Ryudaji Temple. Yes, it's like entering a den of demons. The magicians here should be arrested and tortured by the association. The chubby director finally caught onto the conversation, and found a sense of participation in this operation. A massive barrier has been set up here to repel people. There should be no ordinary people moving around within a 5-kilometer radius. El Meloy too sensed the magical fluctuations in the air and analyzed them. And at the very back of the group, Fujiwara Ritsuka, as the master, seemed somewhat distracted at the moment. Senpai, are you really okay? Mashu, the purple eggplant, looked at Fujiwara Ritsuka, who was taking steps forward behind her, with some concern. Ah, it's nothing. Fujiwara Ritsuka realized someone was talking to her, immediately adjusted her expression, and returned Mash's smile. El Meloy too, who was walking at the front, saw all of this but said nothing. After all, Fujiwara Ritsuka wasn't the kind of person who would let her down at crucial moments. She was worlds apart from her student. In fact, most of the people who were with her noticed that Fujiwara Ritsuka was not in a good mood today. But now that things are coming to an end, pointing it out directly might have unpredictable consequences for the upcoming operations. Just then, Artoria and the heroic spirit Kiritsugu Amiya also arrived. Without exchanging pleasantries, Kiritsugu Amiya merely glanced at everyone, lingering his gaze on Ritsuka Fujiwara for a mere 0.2 seconds before getting straight to the point. I checked last night. The protective barriers of Ryudoji Temple have all been removed, leaving only 2 barriers. One is a barrier to drive people away, and the other is a detection barrier, but we didn't plan to launch a surprise attack anyway, so this barrier won't be a problem. As for the withdrawal of the protective barrier, it should be due to the problem of mana supply caused by the need to supply the big guy inside. I've finished speaking. Do you have anything to add? Kiritsugu Amiya shared his information clearly and logically, but one could still sense his urgency in his words. Insufficient magic power. That caster shouldn't have that problem, right? After all, when I fought her last time, her magic power seemed inexhaustible, like she was in the age of gods. Lancer couldn't help but retort after hearing Kiritsugu Amiya's words. No matter what, we'll only know after we fight it out. However, we definitely need to pay attention to casters' mana reserves. Elmeloy too concluded the discussion, and he was also eager to see the guy who had defeated the King of Conquerors in this Holy Grail War. Finally, everyone looked at the only master present, Fujiwara Ritsuka, waiting for his orders. Fujiwara Ritsuka felt the gaze directed at her, and snapped out of her daze. 1790 for words. Okay, let's go then. Finally, this hero squad, composed of servants and pseudo-servants, raised the banner of conquest against the Demon King's castle. How come there are so many grunts? Lancer said with a complaint as she knocked away a group of dragon-toothed skeletons that were surging towards her with a single shot. Has that caster's magic really run out? Everyone was currently working hard to clear away the miscellaneous enemies blocking their way, even though these skeleton familiars were not particularly strong in terms of combat power. However, there were too many of them, like maggots growing on a bison that had died in the wilderness, and they kept surging towards Fujiwara Ritsuka and his group. As they stepped into Ryodong Temple, which was entwined with silver-white hair, they breathed a sigh of relief because there was no barrier to prevent them from entering. The group of Dragon Fong minions rushed out to greet them. Just like the hero's party conquering the Demon King's castle in the game, the two sides keep to themselves as long as they don't step into the Demon King's castle territory. However, when the level is fully activated, the Demon King will not appear in front of the heroes immediately. Clearing out mobs is always an unavoidable part of the process for players' hero teams. After a long period of cleanup, the dragon-toothed soldiers stopped appearing in droves. Only then did everyone have a moment to catch their breath. Although the repetitive and tedious battles wouldn't have much impact on the overall combat strength. But there will still be some consumption in the end. But reality is not like a game. After using minions to deplete the hero's team's strength, the clever Demon King will not allow them time to recover before the second stage. A foul magical aura wafted over her, and Artoria, who had fought Berserker before, recognized it at a glance. It was the aura of black mud. With the regular enemies gone, it's time for the elite monsters to appear. The sea monsters emerged from the ground beneath everyone's feet, gathering in one place, waiting for the Chaldea people to relax. The foul-smelling mouthparts and the filthy claws on the tentacles pointed directly at Fujiwara Ritsuka. This is a breakthrough point that everyone understands. The stench of decay assaulted Fujiwara Ritsuka's nostrils, followed by a spray of blood before his eyes. Senpai, are you all right? Mash arrived just in time to Fujiwara Ritsuka's side, and smashed the oncoming monster with her shield. Yeah, it's nothing, Fujiwara Ritsuka replied, then looked at the sea monster that had turned into a pile of mangled flesh. It seems they know very well who our generals are, Elmeloy too remarked upon witnessing this scene. If Mashu hadn't returned to defend in time, Fujiwara Ritsuka would likely have been injured by this surprise attack. At this moment, Kiritsugu Amiya pulled the dagger that had been plunged into the sea monster's body and continued speaking. Yes, the details of your battle with Archer here should have been seen by Meto Ike, the master of the Meta family. He should even know exactly where you were resting. How to say? That guy started monitoring the entire city with his familiars before the Holy Grail War even began. His insects should have been everywhere in the city by now. Kiritsugu Amiya pulled a translucent white worm from his pocket and tossed it in front of everyone. Surveillance to this extent. Even most of the magicians who command familiars in the clock tower couldn't control so many familiars, could they? When the portly director, Goldrov Mujik, encountered a familiar area, he jumped in and added a comment. Yes, what an enviable talent. El-Meloy too released a pool of fire onto the ground to block the approaching sea monsters. As he spoke, the flames he summoned in his hand grew even more ferocious. It was unclear whether he was thinking of something. Although the sea monsters that surrounded them were stronger than the Dragon Fang soldiers, they were not able to pose a real threat to them under the combined attack of several servants. Faced with the attack of the strange tentacles, the servants did not back down, and displayed a mighty aura like gods descending to earth. With each swing of swords and spears, one or two sea monsters were cleaved in two, their limbs flying through the air. On the battlefield, the servants moved with fluid grace, their combat skills and power appearing impeccable. Although the tentacles were numerous and their movements were terrifying, their attacks couldn't even touch the servants' bodies, they could only wave them futilely in the air. Especially under the area of effect firewall unleashed by El-Meloy II, the sea monster's offensive appeared utterly powerless. The wall of flames not only scorched the tentacles and monsters, but also formed an insurmountable barrier, preventing them from getting close to the servants. Moreover, El-Meloy II seemed to be venting his anger, continuously injecting magic into the raging fire. The sea monster struggled in the scorching flames, its tentacles flailing wildly as it let out a shrill scream. The flames quickly spread to their entire bodies, and the intense heat caused their skin to smoke, blister, and even char rapidly. The tentacles, consumed by flames, twisted and contracted, cracking like charred branches, with pieces of charred material falling off as the flames danced. Chapter 173 The Evil Dragon Army, 3K. He let out a long breath, and as if sensing that everyone around him was looking at him, the second prince stopped what he was doing and shifted his gaze from the sea demon to the crowd. El-Meloy was terrifying just now, like a strict educator dealing with a disobedient student. Mashu covered her chest with one hand, feigning shock. Although the action was rather cute, the bloodstains on his face, and the rotten flesh under his right shield made it look so terrifying. Fujiwara Ritsuka echoed Mashu, nodding in agreement. That's really scary. Finding joy in hardship is a common habit, and also a quality that heroes should all possess. Just then, a shocking change occurred. The sea monsters that had been continuously surging upwards from the earth no longer launched suicidal attacks on the Chaldea people. Instead, as soon as they emerged from the ground, they began to convulse violently in place. The sea monsters' tentacles stopped attacking, and instead convulsed erratically, as if controlled by an invisible force. Their bodies twisted and deformed, emitting piercing wailing sounds. A strange black mud-like liquid seeped from their mouthparts and skin, emitting a pungent, fishy odor. The residual heat of the flames had not yet dissipated, and the stench of blood and black liquid mingled on the ground. The sea monsters' bodies began to swell, as if they were about to burst. Their mouthparts were wide open, bursting out painful hissing. The piercing sound waves possessed a captivating power, but this was immediately countered by El-Meloy II's stone soldier formation. With a loud bang, the sea demon's swollen body finally reached its limit, and exploded in an instant. Filthy black mud swirled in the air, as if a terrifying black rain had descended. The black mud, carrying a foul and putrid odor, quickly polluted the surrounding air and ground. Be careful, don't get any of those things on you, Artoria warned, her voice serious. She was very experienced with this. Even heroic spirits couldn't avoid the hallucinogenic effects of the black mud. El-Meloy II's extinguished wall of flames reignited, the blazing crimson flames attempting to keep the black mud at bay. However, the black mud seemed to become more active under the resistance of the flames, and the black liquid churned violently at high temperatures. Hallucinogenic memes bloomed in the air with the rising scent, an invisible poisonous gas permeated the surroundings. Fujiwara Ritsuka felt dizzy for a moment, as if she were seeing the apocalyptic scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood from her dream again. The horrific scenes flashed before my eyes, sending chills down my spine. His body began to sway, and he almost fell over. Fortunately, Mashu caught him in time, her eyes filled with worry. "Are you all right, Senior?" "It's okay. I'm fine." Fujiwara Ritsuka forced a smile and tried to steady herself. Seeing this, no one said anything more. Now was definitely not the time to shake morale. El Meloy too stared at the black mud ahead, his brow furrowed. "It seems the only way is to use my noble phantasm to clear the way," he muttered. However, before anyone could make a move, the churning black mud began to gather and condense, as if guided by some force. The black mud kept gathering and gathering, forming hundreds of huge whirlpools. The ferocious dragon head slowly rose from the vortex, with black mud clinging to it like a viscous liquid, dripping down with each movement. Each dragon's eyes gleamed with a scarlet light, carrying an indescribable aura of evil. Their scales are jet black, with a corrosive sheen, and they emit a nauseating stench. These feet, like demons crawling out of the depths of hell, roared deafeningly at the sky with endless resentment and rage. The entire battlefield became even more oppressive and terrifying at this moment, and everyone was so shocked by this sudden change that they were speechless. "Are these wyverns? There are so many of them. Even Castor can't do this, can she? Is her magic really enough?" Little Leonardo exclaimed in surprise at the sight before him. "It's just like going back to Orleans." Mashu was feeling a bit overwhelmed as she faced these newborn monsters. Lancer, however, sensed a different aura, the scent of his own kind. These monsters are completely different from the black mud dragons summoned by the berserker she fought before. They are true dragons with unique characteristics. As Lancer made its assessment, the dragon heart within the cavity began to pound violently, its heartbeat like a war drum emanating from the small body. The unique aura of the last dragon emanated from her body. As beings of power and authority, the superior dragon race's ability to suppress other dragons was ingrained in their very blood and bones. "Surrender." A command came from Lancer in a language no one could understand, the language of dragons. In an instant, an intense aura soared to the heavens. On the earth, beneath the stars, Albion, who could be considered a king among dragons, delivered her verdict to the monsters present. But what she received in return was a fierce attack from the wyverns. Despite the irresistible pressure of Lancer's command, the wyverns before him did not yield. 1668 words, they were like pure killing machines, rushing in one after another, forming a dark shadow that blotted out the sky. Spreading its enormous wings, its sharp claws and teeth gleamed with a cold light, it pounced on the enemy on the ground with a ferocious killing intent. The shockwaves generated solely by muscle strength whipped up gusts of wind, sending dust billowing everywhere. It has no effect. It only has the characteristics of a dragon, but its interior is still filled with black mud. Lancer gritted her teeth, and transformed into a dragon, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her entire body was covered in scales, and her wings, pierced through her back, spread out bloodily. Her scarlet eyes seemed to be flowing with scorching gold. With its wings flapping, it soared straight into the sky, breaking the sound barrier in an instant. She doesn't need to flap her wings to fly, she only needs to spread her wings, and a strong wind will lift her up in the sky. Meanwhile, the three largest dragons, which were circling in the sky, launched a fierce attack on Lancer with a fearless attitude. With the power of the five-headed dragon mother, their speed easily broke the speed of sound, and their strength reached the level of heroic spirits. To the battle on the ground, this aerial duel was nothing more than bursts of thunder and lightning which repeatedly illuminated the gaps in the clouds, as if flashing dragons were weaving through them, spewing out thunder and lightning. Each impact is a turbulent flow of magic, with high-speed air currents of extremely high and low temperatures alternating to tear apart the clouds and wound both sides in the final battle. They drilled huge holes in the clouds, which were quickly filled by the surrounding clouds, and each collision generated a stream of high-energy magical particles. On the ground battlefield, after being surrounded by hundreds of bipedal wyverns, El-Meloy-2 immediately deployed the stone formation without hesitation. These mindless killing machines, of course, could not, like the hero king Gilgamesh, accurately strike every point on the array. They adopted a more brutal approach, comprehensive firepower coverage. They had no concerns about magic. The black mud on their bodies began to boil and roll, revealing the fiery red patterns beneath their skin. These are the magical channels within those monsters, filled with imitations of magic circuits, though not as complex or sophisticated as the circuits within magicians' bodies. Its main feature is a simple, direct, and singular magic circuit, which brings the greatest benefit of efficiency. It's as simple and brutal as loading a bullet into the chamber. Hundreds of scorching, foul torrents of dragon breath covered the entire barrier formed by the Stone Soldier 8 formations. Mash Kirilite raised her shield in front of everyone, and Artoria also sheathed her holy sword. These wyverns remind me of... Fujiwara Ritsuka said, watching the wyverns frantically unleashing their breath attacks from behind Mash. Ushmagar. The image of the fat director, Mujik, chimed in. No, although there are some similarities, it feels more like. Fujiwara Ritsuka quickly denied. Barlokmu, right. Leonardo da Vinci continued. This answer struck a chord with Fujiwara Ritsuka. Yes, they look so alike. The artificial feeling was exactly the same. Although its strength was far from reaching the level of the god Balramu, its aura was as if it bore the mark of Tiamat, the Earth Mother Goddess. What is that? El-Meloy-2 asked curiously. After all, this could be considered a kind of intelligence. Fujiwara Ritsuka then began to explain to El-Meloy-2 the information about Baal-Rahim and Rahim, and their origins. After learning about the creature, El-Meloy-2 immediately made a judgment. You should know what's hidden beneath Ryodongji Temple, right? The Greater Grail of Fuyuki, you mean? Kiritsugu Amiya finally understood. Yes, Castor's magical power may originate from the Greater Grail hidden within Mount Enzo, and it's also based on information previously obtained from Ryder's master. The final trump card that Castor summoned in her battle with Ryder was a monster she called Tiamat, which makes all of this make sense. El-Meloy-2 stood to the side, looking at Fujiwara Ritsuka and said. At this moment, the hearts of the Chaldeans were already beginning to stir. What's the situation? Was the monster that Castor summoned Tiamat? What kind of magician joke is this? That enemy was barely defeated only by the combined efforts of several gods, 2 grand servant candidates, and the old man of the mountain who sacrificed his grand rank with a single sword strike. Although they are all singularities, it's really hard to accept that something like this suddenly appears. El-Meloy-2 looked at Mash and Fujiwara Ritsuka, whose faces had already turned pale. It's all right. According to Ryder's master's assessment, that monster is far from reaching the strength of Tiamat that you described. Suddenly, a ghostly voice echoed through the air. Chapter 170 For what anyone who sees it will know. When El-Meloy-2 heard this, his expression changed. He quickly changed the gestures he was making, trying to respond. But it was too late. On the dilapidated ground of Ryodong Temple, the fine layer of snowflakes began to rise and expand abnormally. Countless tiny, silvery white hairs clung to the earth as if they were alive, and as they twisted and bent, the earth seemed to respond and begin to dance. As the magic surged, the ground began to collapse, and layers of hair began to pile up, enveloping the entire space like a silvery white tide. These strands of hair began to intertwine, as if they were alive, gradually forming a three-dimensional shape. They interweave with intricate weaving techniques, like threads on a loom, meticulously weaving a human-shaped structure. The strands of hair are like fine threads in the hands of a skilled weaver, gracefully weaving and intertwining in the air, gradually outlining the limbs, torso, and head of a person. As the weaving continues, the form becomes clearer and clearer, like a perfect rag doll, gradually taking shape from the intangible. She gently raised her arm to check her surroundings. So that's how it is. Is it some kind of magic from the east? Since it's a technique from a different foundation, it seems that the only way to break it is through brute force. You are? Fujiwara Ritsuka asked in surprise, as she looked at the face of the doll outlined by silk threads in front of her. Oh, do you recognize me? Judging from your appearance, you're not someone I know from the age of gods. So you must be the master who summoned me before, Medea said softly to Fujiwara Ritsuka. Miss Medea, could you? Mashu was taken aback when she saw Medea suddenly appear in this state, and then she spoke. You're not going to say something like that would make me admit defeat, are you? Even if a master who once fought alongside me said something like that, it would be unforgivable. No matter how deep our connection was before, now. I have found my home. You lot who want to shatter my dreams, may you all perish inside the dragon's belly. Medea's voice first rang out gently, like a kind older sister next door, but she stopped midway through her sentence. That sweet and gentle smile suddenly twisted and deformed, and the magic around her became violent, her madness reaching a critical value. A creature called a witch has descended once again upon this land called Fuyuki. Found it. Medea's hair clone began to burn, and filthy flames spread all over its body. The pungent smell of tar emanated from inside her body. Oh no, Mash, unleash your noble phantasm quickly. She's going to break through from the outside and wipe us all out. Al-Meloitu's voice was urgent. The once mature and composed monarch has now lost his composure. Mashu now understood the urgency of the situation. However, she had no idea where the attack would come from, which left her at a loss. Mash, face the ground. Fortunately, El-Meloitu gave timely instructions at this moment. An attack from the ground. Do not care. Mashu loudly chanted the true name of the noble phantasm, and slammed the round table shield in her hand against the ground. The already fragile Dream City mold Camelot. With Mash's noble phantasm being unleashed, the ever-standing Chalk City appears on the ground in an upside-down form. The massive city walls and gates rise from the ground, like an inverted fortress, the snow-white walls facing the silvery white earth covered with white spider silk. Just like glaciers on the sea collide during their drift, one of them will eventually be destroyed. The expected impact did not occur. The white strands of hair attached to the ground, like Medea's clone, burst into flames. The temperature of the flame is not very high, but the gases it emits after burning are significant. As a witch from the age of gods, she poisoned the princess and king of Corinth with her venom-stained robe and golden crown at the end of the legend. Every single strand of hair has been soaked in a poisonous potion that can harm heroic spirits. The item was rated A only because its legend was not outstanding, and it did not have any great achievements in mythology, hence its low rating. These toxic gases spread silently, and every breath felt like a burning sensation in the lungs. The two people in the best condition at this moment are actually Artoria and Fujiwara Ritsuka. The former goes without saying, as King Arthur who possessed Avalon, he was not afraid of poison at all. Fujiwara Ritsuka's poison resistance is so high that even the poison of the immortal's decay and dark vein only makes her feel like she has a cold. The city of Chalk temporarily kept the poisonous gas out of everyone's sight. 1239 words, but that's not all. The already scorched ground began to collapse rapidly, and before anyone knew it, a hole had been carved out beneath their feet. Like an entrance to the underworld. The never-fallen Chalk City began to fall rapidly, along with the falling rocks, crashing into the hollow with a dull echo. El-Meloitu was the first to feel the pressure, as the space of the stone formation was being squeezed. It was as if a giant python was coiled around this barrier. Compress, tighten, strangle. The 8 stone pillars that formed the barrier have broken apart. The bases of all 8 great formations were simultaneously blown to ash. An indescribable roar came from underground. Fujiwara Ritsuka shouted, at this moment, I am faster than El-Meloitu. His master's intuition told him that he had to do something at this moment. A precise judgment automatically appeared in his mind. Blindly defending against things on the ground that are unknown and unclear will only make you sink into a quagmire from which you cannot extricate yourself. You must save yourself. You must survive. The command seals on the back of Fujiwara Ritsuka's hand lit up instantly. Although his contract with Saber was only temporary, it did not preclude their master-servant relationship. In terms of master aptitude alone, Fujiwara Ritsuka is several times better than Amiya Kiritsugu. The holy sword began to automatically gather magical power, and the prayers stored in this land. Artoria's fingers swiftly drew her sword. Where was the enemy? You can't see, but that's okay. Close your eyes and hold your breath. With all distracting thoughts discarded, Artoria had now reached the state of perfect harmony with the sword. Fully activate your intuition. That was a huge patch of black. Deeper than the deepest night, it is the purest place without light, without hope or despair, just pure blackness. But this also reveals his existence. The holy sword is drawn. Caliba. The magic power rapidly drained from Fujiwara Ritsuka, and gathered into Artoria. At this moment, Artoria has transformed into a liberator. The magic power transformed into a stream of light from the holy sword. Divine light emanated from beneath the heavens, penetrating from above into the deep, dark land. The light stream slammed fiercely into the darkness. In that instant, everyone saw the true face of that dark shape. Unexplained information flooded everyone's minds. It's like something everyone who sees it will know. Chapter 175 Catharsis. Damn it, what's going on? Hidden beneath the surface of the sea, in the imaginary submarine shadow border, little Da Vinci rushed to the control panel, and stared intently at the communication instruments. The distribution of magic power is completely disrupted. What could possibly interfere with the distribution of atmospheric magic power like this? Isn't that a singularity? Why is it interfering with reality now? The intense magical interference rendered all the monitoring equipment ineffective. At that time, no one could monitor what was happening in the Fuyuki singularity. Even Merlin, sitting alone atop the tower in Avalon and gazing at the world, couldn't do that. Chaldea has now completely lost contact with their only master, Fujiwara Ritsuka. This is something that never happened even when facing the Demon King directly. Isn't this just one singularity? We've already passed through so many singularities. Little Da Vinci panicked a little. Everyone remained silent, no one could have imagined such a thing. Only the portly director, Mujik, stepped forward, clearly more afraid and terrified than anyone else. Don't worry, he's Fujiwara Ritsuka. That's something of divine power. The real deity appeared before them at that moment. The moment he appeared, the elements and magic field instantly went out of control. When the light bursting from the star sword collided with that deep blackness, the whole world fell into silence. No, that wasn't tranquility, it was extreme noise that momentarily blocked everyone's hearing. The bodies of everyone, along with the city of chalk, continued to fall. The passage leading to the abyss below was now completely silent. Lancer, who was fighting among the clouds, immediately noticed something was wrong. She had cleared out only one of the 3 leader-level demonic bipedal dragons. Although the remaining demonized wyvern became much stronger after consuming its companion's body. But given Lancer's speed, getting rid of it will only be a matter of moments. She swooped down and instantly appeared in front of Fujiwara Ritsuka and the others. Without inquiring about the situation, they scooped up all 3 and returned them to the ground. As for Amiya Kiritsugu, he disappeared when the demonized wyvern appeared, leaving behind only the words, "This battlefield is no longer suitable for me. I'm going to seek an opportunity to carry out a decapitation strike." Amiya Kiritsugu walked slowly across the silvery white land, with the lake behind Raduji Temple in front of him. As time ticked by, he finally saw the owner of the magic workshop. That was a man and a woman, Matu Ike and Castor. The two were chatting and laughing, seemingly discussing something. The scene here was completely different from the battle taking place in front of Ryudoji Temple. For a moment, Kiritsugu Amiya felt somewhat dazed, as if he had experienced this scene himself. The 2 people sitting in front of the lake noticed the arrival of Kiritsugu Amiya. Medea rose to launch a magical attack to kill this unromantic man. But Mato Ike grabbed her wrist. "Leave this man to me, Castor." Mato Ike smiled helplessly at his servant. "It's time to end this." Medea paused upon hearing this, turned around, and hugged Mato Ike tightly, clinging to him. "See you next time, Ike." Before she could finish speaking, Medea kissed him on the lips, and before Mato Ike could speak, she vanished into her silver-white hair. Feeling the strands of hair brush against his hand, Mato Ike shook his head with a wry smile. Then his gaze fell upon Kiritsugu Amiya, who was walking forward. "You've come at a really bad time. I've arrived at just the right time to witness a touching scene of friendship, haven't I?" Kiritsugu Amiya simply looked indifferently at the man who had once fought him to the death. "Are you here to kill me too, as a guardian?" Mato Ike asked curiously, looking at Amiya Kiritsugu. To this, Kiritsugu Amiya simply shook his head, then nodded, and asked a question completely unrelated to the main issue. "Where is Irisville? Isn't that it?" Mato Ike pointed to the large white cocoon behind him and said, "Don't worry, the person inside has perfectly healthy bodily functions." Kiritsugu Amiya simply grunted in response, glanced a few times at the cocoon woven from silver-white hair, and then said, "I'm curious, why did you choose to participate in this Holy Grail war? Are you also Kirii Koto mine? Do you like asking other people's wishes so much?" Mato Ike didn't answer, he wasn't in a good mood. Being told what to do is unpleasant, even though everything is progressing towards his initial goal. In the past, Mato Ike would have readily accepted being fed like this. But there are always some unexpected things that happen on this journey, such as Castor and Berserker. This made him very anxious about the end of the journey. The closer he got to his goal, the more. 1477 words I need to vent. I want to fight. He wanted to unleash the demonic power that had been raging within him. He considered resisting, but found himself powerless. He still doesn't know who he's going to rebel against, so what can he do? He can only accept his fate. The guy in my dream also displayed incomprehensible power, and I even said those shameless things. Fuck you. What a shitty life. Faced with the sudden complaint, Kiritsugu Amiya simply shook his head and said, "I thought that at this point, we wouldn't have to fight another battle." Indeed, but even if it's just acting, there should be some realism, right? Don't we still have a duel that's not over yet? Mato Ike said with a grimace, her emotions driving her to the brink of uncontrollable magical power. "I'm a servant now, are you serious? Why don't you just die obediently as planned and then come back to life?" Kiritsugu Amiya removed the hood of his cloak and threw it on the ground, then continued. "Or perhaps, even if it's a fake death, you still want to, never mind, what a troublesome fellow. I'll teach him a lesson then." As soon as he finished speaking, Kiritsugu Amiya vanished instantly. Matucci's pupils contracted instantly. Is this the inherent time control that has been elevated to a noble phantasm? In an instant, Kiritsugu Amiya's dagger was already close to Mato Ike's brow, piercing in without any resistance. The texture doesn't feel right. Is it an illusion or? No, it's actually subject to time-based control. What a coincidence, I know this move too, it just takes a bit longer to activate. Mato Ike appeared 3 steps behind Amiya Kiritsugu. The little helper in his hand was already aimed at Kiritsugu Amiya's head. Chapter 176 Judgment Day, Prologue, in the large hollow below Ryodong Temple. A short, elderly man appeared here, leaning on a cane. Although his hairless bald head and limbs had aged and shriveled like a mummy, his eyes, hidden deep in their sunken sockets, still shone brightly. It was none other than Zoken Mato, who had disappeared long after the Holy Grail War began. "You're really late," Ngramania said, looking at the old man who walked with a shaky gait. "But it's just right, isn't it?" Zoken Mato smiled and said, his laughter sounding muffled, as if he had something in his mouth. Then a surge of mist formed a human figure that appeared behind Ngramania. Zoken Mato looked at the swirling mist before him, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes, and couldn't help but say, "Is this the power you possess, Nightmare Aura? What a wonderful thing." Zokanmatu, an old insect who had lived for hundreds of years, saw through the true nature of the mist at a glance. The person shrouded in nightmare energy did not continue discussing this issue, but instead asked, "Is what I asked for ready?" Of course, this is a treasure that took me a lot of effort to find. The Meta family's fortune was almost wiped out because of this thing. As he spoke, Zokanmeta pulled a large, specially made copper coin from his sleeve, and threw it at the person shrouded in nightmare energy. But it was accepted by Ngramenu. He looked it over repeatedly, and after confirming that it was correct, he nodded to the nightmare chi behind him. "Very good, there's nothing wrong with the item. It's amazing that you actually managed to find something like this." The nightmare chi trembled slightly, and a voice came from within it. "Yes, something from over 2,000 years ago, still in perfect condition and unused, is something that can't even be measured in money. In terms of rarity, it should be one of the few remaining in the world." Zokanmeta spoke slowly, as if recalling how he had succeeded. "Are you ready now, Machiri Zorjan?" A surge of nightmare energy followed, and another voice came, sounding both inquiring and demanding. "Of course, it's been prepared for a long time, but..." "Never mind." Zokanmeta seemed to have thought of something, paused for a moment, and finally shook his head. "Machiri Zorjan, the creator of the Holy Grail, to fulfill his selfish desires, he slaughtered countless lives over 200 years, totaling more than 3,000 people. Can you plead guilty?" From within the nightmare aura came a list of incriminating evidence, recounting the crimes committed by Zokanmeta. Zokanmeta listened quietly, and after the other person finished speaking, he nodded and replied, "I plead guilty. As the arbiter, I pronounce my verdict. You are hereby sentenced to be burned alive with tar. Exile to another realm. Eternal toil." After the verdict was announced, no one spoke. Zokanmeta walked slowly forward, facing the scorching lava. The flames raged, like the inferno of hell, engulfing the Greater Grail in endless red light. The high temperature of the magma distorted the air, and the scorching air rushed towards us, making it hard to breathe. His expression remained completely calm, as if accepting this was an ending he had long anticipated. His lips trembled slightly, as if he were muttering to himself, his voice so low it was barely audible. Then, without hesitation, he stepped forward and jumped straight into the scalding lava. The flames instantly engulfed his body, and the flames immediately surrounded him. The scorching magma, like countless burning chains, tightly bound him, the flames rapidly burning his skin, and his clothes instantly turning to ash. His body twisted in the magma, and the countless marking worms inside him began to writhe wildly under the onslaught of the high temperature. The body was gradually eroded by flames and lava. The flesh and skin rapidly carbonized in the flames, and the bones emitted faint crackling sounds under the high temperature. His lips parted slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but the intense heat of the fire drowned out all sound. "Farewell, my enemy. May you find peace in the other world." A woman in a black sacrificial robe appeared at the mouth of the pit above the lava, silently watching Metazokan, who had already turned into mud. Her face was expressionless, only endlessly indifferent, as if everything was irrelevant to her. "That old man kept calling your name until he died," Ngramenu teased, looking at the woman who had suddenly appeared before him. "That's his business. And his punishment," the woman said softly, then closed her mouth after uttering those few words. "How cold-hearted, Justiza. After being the Holy Grail for so long, has it all eroded your humanity?" Ngramenu was met with a black sword formed from magic, which pierced straight into his chest. "Ouch, that hurts. That's really violent," Ngramenu muttered under his breath. The Winter Saintess, Justiza, ignored him and instead looked in the direction enveloped by the nightmare energy, asking, "How much longer?" "It'll be soon. Once the battle upstairs is over, it'll be your turn. But you still have a chance to back out. Solve it." Mashu couldn't help but ask, having witnessed firsthand how the monster's flesh was torn apart when Artoria unleashed that holy beam of light. If only it were that easy. Artoria sheathed her holy sword and stared intently at the void below, continuing. Just now, I felt as if that monster should still be asleep. When my noble phantasm struck it, it seemed to merely roll over. Artoria's words caused a moment of silence among the crowd, who were unsure how to respond. The group hadn't expected to defeat a monster of this caliber so easily, but hearing Artoria's reply still left them somewhat. Furthermore, at this moment, the Chaldea group has lost contact with their reinforcements in the Shadow Border imaginary submarine. Even if they could get help from the Atlas Institute, it's no longer possible. At this moment they were fighting alone, and could only fight alone. But those corrupted wyverns have been dealt with, haven't they? El Meloy too reassured the crowd. Before he finished speaking, the next moment, with a roar from the last remaining two-legged wyvern king in the sky, its body began to dissipate, and black raindrops fell from the clouds. The black rain melted the earth upon contact with it, emitting a pungent, corrosive odor. The ground rapidly dissolved and collapsed, and hundreds of bipedal dragons burst forth from the earth, resurrecting themselves. Artoria reacted swiftly, and before the black mud dragon was fully formed, she immediately swung her holy sword, and unleashed a Wind King's hammer attack. The howling wind swiftly annihilated the still-developing monsters. Before these bipedal dragons made of black mud are fully formed, they are weak in defense and almost vulnerable. 1393 words. Seizing the opportunity, the group quickly took action, defeating the unformed monsters one by one. However, Medea, lurking in the shadows, would not let them succeed so easily. She gave a cold laugh and slowly unfolded the Snail Annihilation City text in her hand, releasing a dense magical fluctuation. As her magic was activated, the earth began to tremble, and the five-headed dragon, which had been in a deep slumber, finally awoke. Even the holy sword strike just now only made them turn over and doze off again. Only the master's command can awaken him from his slumber. But at the moment, he was very hungry. Very hungry. So hungry I wanted to eat the whole world. Chapter 177. Judgment Day, broken. Although the underground magic was vast and had open channels for its transmission, the amount transmitted was too small to satisfy its appetite. As for forced plunder, this idea was quickly dismissed. That is not something he can touch. Touching it will kill you. His spiritual intuition reminded him that it was the power of the Lord. Where can we find food? He quietly sensed the world, and 6 bright, magical lights appeared in his heart. Although it's still not enough to eat, it's enough to fill my stomach for a while. And there's another unparalleled delicacy, the taste of our own kind. But he did not act immediately, because the 5 heads were arguing underground at that moment. They were arguing over who got to have that one exquisite dish. They even started tearing at each other. Ultimately, the red dragon head won the right to this delicious dish. After all, he represents power. Tearing the earth apart in search of food. The cracks spread rapidly from all sides of the ground, the tremors grew stronger and stronger, and the ground began to bulge violently, as if the whole earth was groaning. The ground gradually cracked, soil surged up, and huge rocks flew out from the ground. Suddenly, a piercing roar erupted from the crack, accompanied by the earth's crust breaking apart, and a giant claw burst forth from the ground. The claws were covered with thick black scales, and the sharp claw tips were like the hardest metal, gleaming coldly. As the ground cracked, a powerful aura of darkness erupted, instantly turning the surrounding air cold and chilling. Immediately afterwards, a second claw emerged from the ground, and the 2 enormous dragon claws gripped the ground fiercely, tearing apart the earth's crust. As the ground continued to collapse, a huge and ferocious figure gradually emerged from the ground. Its enormous body pressed against the surrounding soil and rocks, producing a dull rumbling sound. Tiamat, the 5-headed dragon mother, emerged from the earth. Her body was so enormous it was awe-inspiring. His body slowly rose from the ground, his massive form enveloping the entire battlefield. The 5 dragon heads were raised high, and they roared to the sky with a deafening sound that shook the heavens and earth and made people's eardrums hurt. The central dragon head is the largest, with deep red eyes filled with an evil light. The other 4 dragon heads are located on either side, each with a different look in its eyes. Some are fierce and ferocious, some are cold and ruthless, some are cunning and treacherous, and some are full of madness. They seem to be scrutinizing everything around them, filled with endless malice and murderous intent. There it is. 5 voices rang out simultaneously, and the completely unfamiliar words were automatically translated into a comprehensible language as they entered everyone's ears. This is the authority shared by all the gods. What did you find? The Chaldeans stared at the colossal dragon that blotted out the sky, somewhat puzzled. But the next moment they understood what the dragon was talking about. The 5 dragon heads seemed to have gone mad as they lunged at the crowd. The stench of blood and decay assaulted their senses, and sharp dragon fangs loomed close. Faced with the threat, Mash once again revealed the true name of her noble phantasm. The already fragile Dream City mold Camelot. The enormous wall blocked the initial attack, but then another dragon head charged forward. Fujiwara Ritsuka stood behind Mashu, supporting her body, and continuously channeling magical energy into her. At that moment, the black dragon head suddenly roared to the sky. My children, return and gather food for your gods. Invisible sound waves spread throughout the wilderness. The bodies of the black mud dragons, which had just been swept away by the crowd, reformed behind them. Looking at the surging black mud, El Meloy too couldn't help but curse, damn it. Flames and magically formed boulders burst forth, attacking the black mud nest behind them. Meanwhile, Artoria and Lancer have begun to charge back to attack the threat from behind. Fujiwara Ritsuka, the key. Seeing this, the second generation stopped what he was doing, and asked Fujiwara Ritsuka for it. The gift from Gilgamesh arced through the air, and landed in the hands of the second king. El Meloy too then recited, the late emperor passed away before completing his great undertaking, and now the empire is divided into 3, with Ijo exhausted and weakened. This is truly a critical moment of survival. Yet, the ministers who serve within the court are diligent, and the loyal and devoted officials who serve outside the court are selfless. Your Majesty should also make your own plans, seek wise counsel, heed good advice, and deeply reflect on the late emperor's edict. I am overwhelmed with gratitude for your kindness. Now that I am about to depart, I am moved to tears as I write this memorial, and I am at a loss for words. He was actually reciting Zhuge Liang's famous memorial on dispatching the troops. Everyone was somewhat taken aback, wondering what this strategist was up to. Why was he reciting the entire text at this critical moment? Was he cosplaying Zhuge Liang? But the next moment, the royal treasury key that had fallen into El Meloy II's hands emitted a dazzling golden light. Golden light coalesced into a dazzling humanoid phantom, which was none other than Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, who suddenly appeared in the area, glanced at the fierce battlefield around him. Contrary to everyone's expectations, a noble phantasm was not launched from the gate of Babylon to aid their side in battle. Instead, he slowly walked to the side of Fujiwara Ritsuka, the only one among them who did not have a heroic spirit status. The hand clad in golden gauntlets grasped Fujiwara Ritsuka's hands, then transformed into a burst of spiritual light that entered between Fujiwara Ritsuka's eyebrows. Thus the 4th pseudo-servant, Fujiwara Ritsuka, was born. This is the ultimate treasure of the heroic spirit Zhuge Liang, the memorial to the throne, Susanoo. Type, Anti-Army Noble Phantasm, Own Army. This is a memorial that Zhuge Liang wrote for the young emperor when he was organizing the army to attack the enemy country. This article, which passionately expounds on loyalty and enlightenment, later became a widely praised masterpiece. This noble phantasm can grant necessary abilities to allies based on the legends of other heroic spirits. In most cases, only heroic spirits with a deep relationship with Zhuge Liang can be summoned. However, having the key left by Gilgamesh is equivalent to having a pass. This is the ultimate power that can only shine in singularities or lost belts. As the golden light entered Fujiwara Ritsuka's body, Chaldea's battle suits were covered by golden armor. His hair and eyebrows turned into a dazzling gold under the transformation of this power. Only in this way are you qualified to be my possession. Fujiwara Ritsuka, let me see your abilities. A soft voice lingered in Ritsuka's ears. The next moment, countless golden gates burst open, and hundreds of magical artifacts shot out from them. The two-legged dragon, reconstituted from the black mud, was slaughtered before it could even attack the group. Meanwhile, the five-headed dragons crashing into the city of chalk became even more frenzied. Madness enveloped their vicious faces, and their greed could be seen even in their filthy eyes. Another delicious blood dish. This is awesome. He's mine. You're not allowed to take him. Chapter 178 Judgment Day, Q. 4K 1842 words. The treasures from the gate of the king's palace poured down like a torrential rain, slamming into the black mud dragon and the five-headed dragon Tiamat. When Fujiwara Ritsuka first mastered the power of a heroic spirit, she was a little unsure of how to handle it, especially since she was using the power of someone like Gilgamesh on her first try. Fujiwara Ritsuka didn't care at all about things that weren't her own treasure trove, throwing away all sorts of random original texts as if they were free. The divine spear that slays dragons. The blade that kills gods. The king's dagger. Wait. Like a meteor piercing the air, it hits the target directly. Under this relentless onslaught, the flesh and blood of the five-headed dragon Tiamat were constantly being sliced away by the sharp blades. In an instant, the dragon's scales shattered, blood splattered everywhere, and large chunks of flesh were torn apart. However, the instant his body was severed, his flesh, those writhing chunks of flesh, expanded like an inflating balloon, rapidly covering the damaged parts. The sight before Fujiwara Ritsuka and the others was astonishing. Tiamat's wounds healed in an instant, the scars of countless cuts being instantly filled with newly grown flesh. However, under this relentless offensive, his attack was slightly halted, and Mash, who had been maintaining the chalk city at a high intensity, also had a precious respite. Damn it, we can't kill all these demonized dragons. If this continues, we'll just be worn down and die here, Lancer said angrily, gritting his teeth. She had already been galloping freely among the demonized two-legged dragons, killing countless times. He moved through them at an astonishing speed, entering and exiting 7 times, constantly slaying these immortal dragon-like monsters. It wasn't until Fujiwara Ritsuka obtained the power of a heroic spirit that she had a chance to rest. Almeloy, Sr., please think of something. Mash was now bearing the full responsibility of defense, and her entire body was already soaked in sweat. Almeloy too had been thinking about this since the very beginning of the battle, considering how to win this final battle. All the previously simulated combat scenarios have now become obsolete. The most pressing issue right now is the lack of crucial intelligence. Although we knew in advance that this monster had an amazing regenerative ability, we had no idea where its limits lay. And those demonized flying dragons that can regenerate endlessly seem to be able to regenerate indefinitely. Although these flying dragons aren't ridiculously strong, Lancer and Saber can kill them instantly before they fully develop. However, they keep regenerating. If there is the slightest carelessness and a few fully formed dragons are released, the main battlefield may collapse directly as a result. Ritsuka, do you remember the role Gilgamesh played with his eyes when he fought against us? Almeloy too suddenly called out to Fujiwara Ritsuka. When Fujiwara Ritsuka heard this, she instantly understood the second prince's intention. He then channeled the magic power flowing within his body to his eyes, and the power of the omniscient and omnipotent star manifested its true potential at this moment. Several pieces of information flooded into Fujiwara Ritsuka's mind. Tiamat, the five-headed dragon mother, characteristics, divinity, spirit, dragon, demon, colossus. Divine core, inferior, note, formed by condensing sufficient divinity obtained by devouring ancient demon gods, authority, mother of all dragons, note, the authority of the mother is merged with the authority of the dragon god, God who walks the world, note, the corresponding authority will be greatly amplified in this realm. Special, ineffective against pigification, subject to EA special attack, questionable, potential darkness beyond the domain, as a gluttonous dragon existing outside of human history. If it were allowed to devour everything, it might create a planet inhabited only by demonized dragons. Several streams of information rushed into Fujiwara Ritsuka's mind, making him somewhat dizzy, and almost causing him to stumble and fall. After regaining his senses, he immediately shared the information with everyone. Excellent intelligence, especially. El-Meloy too said, then suddenly glanced at Fujiwara Ritsuka, as if he had figured something out. Are you specifically targeted by the EA sword that splits the heavens and earth? Mash's eyes lit up as well, for this was precisely the noble phantasm of Gilgamesh that Fujiwara Ritsuka possessed. Yes, in ancient Mesopotamian mythology, Ea represents Ea, the god of earth and water, and Marduk, the god who defeated Tiamat, was the son of Ea. Perhaps there is this connection. The divine qualities of the Ea were bestowed upon Marduk, which gave him the power to rebel against Tiamat. It's even possible that Marduk is an incarnation of the Ea. El-Meloy too spoke in a deep voice, sharing the mythological documents he had frantically searched for after the Holy Grail war that belonged to him. However, I have another idea about this. As you probably already know, my teacher Kenneth might be a ghost that wandered out from the Fuyuki singularity that we worked together to solve last time. According to your intelligence, during the battle against Beast 2, it was the hero King Gilgamesh who reappeared and delivered the final blow to the Earth Mother Tiamat with Ea. You should be aware of the special nature of this singularity, so. Fujiwara Ritsuka, recalling what happened at the seventh singularity, shook her head and said, Professor Weber, do you mean that the ending from that time was solidified into a characteristic and preserved in this singularity? How is that possible? It certainly sounds unlikely, but since he has this weakness, we can't give up. Faced with some questions from Fujiwara Ritsuka, the second generation couldn't figure it out himself, so he simply gave up on thinking about it. Everyone nodded, understanding that this was their only chance to win. Therefore, the strategy needs to be revised. Meanwhile, the battle between Kiritsugu Amiya and Ike Meta has ended. Without a doubt, the victor was Amiya Kiritsugu, who already possessed the body of a heroic spirit. Neither side in this fight was fighting with the intention of winning. Fighting simply for the sake of fighting. If we had to find a reason for the fight, there would only be one: both sides disliked each other, nothing more. At this moment, Kiritsugu Amiya sat silently smoking a cigarette, enveloped in a large white silk cocoon that covered Irisville. His condition was beyond bad. A large hole had been opened in his chest, and his body was covered in charred, carbonized material from being burned. The core of the spirit origin is damaged. Returning to the realm of the restraint force only requires the passage of time. He really couldn't understand how he had been beaten up like this. Even now, Kiritsugu Amiya still feels a bit uneasy thinking about how Matoike went completely insane in the end. That's simply not how humans fight. Countless insects swarmed towards him, solely to launch a suicidal attack. After firing all the bullets from his magic gun, he used the butt of the gun as a melee weapon and smashed it down on him. The various magic tricks in Matoike's hands didn't consider the optimal use of permutations and combinations at all. Instead, they were bombarded at him like Gilgamesh throwing out his noble phantasm. Even when he had no magic or familiars left, the man named Matoike began to exploit his life force. Using the squeezed-out magic, he forcibly activated the inherent control and enhancement magic, attacking him with his flesh and blood. He used both his mouth and teeth, had no fighting skills, and fought him entirely on instinct. Kiritsugu Amiya understood that this guy was just venting his anger, and like himself, Matoike was unwilling to accept this ending. What can we do? Kiritsugu Amiya took a deep drag on the cigarette between his fingers, exhaling disordered smoke, and said self-deprecatingly. He threw the remaining half of his cigarette but on the ground, stomped it out hard, and then looked up at the lake. A dark figure slowly emerged from the water. It was Ngramenu. Looks like you won in the end. Sigh, you lost the bet again. Ngramenu glanced at the corpse of Matoike, whose chest was impaled by Kiritsugu Amiya's noble phantasm, mystic slash, and said with a helpless tone. The person you chose seems to be quite dissatisfied with your arrangements. Kiritsugu Amiya said sarcastically, watching Angela Mainu walk step by step toward Matoike's corpse. Why should working people make things difficult for each other? It's no use saying that to me, I'm not the boss. Ngramenu walked to the body of Matoike and squatted down, dripping black mud from his body onto Meto Ike. Before long, the corpse, which was covered in black mud, turned into a sphere the size of a palm. Kiritsugu Amiya simply watched from the side without saying anything. Instead, after finishing his task, Ngramenu looked at Kiritsugu Amiya and said, "Looks like you'll be reporting to the counterforce soon too. Aren't you going to take that thing apart and see your wife? This might be the last time you see her, right? I can let her wake up temporarily so she can see you one last time." Upon hearing this, Kiritsugu Amiya glanced at the large white cocoon hanging above his head, and finally shook his head, saying, "Forget it, seeing me like this will only cause her more trouble." "Never mind." Ngramenu merely scoffed at this, and slowly seeped into the ground with the black sphere containing Meto Ike's spirit. "I really don't understand what you people are thinking. Humans are so strange. Wait, I seem to have forgotten, I think I used to be a person too." Medea, who was on the front lines of the battle, suddenly went berserk at this moment. The frenzied emotions stirred up a frenzied magical power that was injected into the already insane dragon. The balance between madness and reason finally tipped completely, even though everyone knew this moment was destined to come. Medea still couldn't accept the moment she saw Metuchi's corpse. Although Meto Ike's resurrection was a foregone conclusion, the appearance of this scene still made her nerves tremble uncontrollably. They must be warned. With an uncompromising attitude, she channeled the magic power within her body into the mad dragon's form, and ruthlessly drew upon the magic power accumulated within the Greater Grail. Seemingly sensing her will, the Greater Grail loosened its control over her, unleashing a torrent of magical power like the Guanjiang estuary. Tiamat's 5 dragon heads also let out a deafening roar. It seems to be in response to Medea's will, in response to the desire of the Lord who calls. The filthy and violent magic surged once more, and greedy desires and rampant madness became the best fuel to drive the raging dragon. Eat them. 1,318 words. Chew them up. Turn them into the foundation of the dragon's lair. Different roars but conveying the same meaning. Tiamat, the mother of dragons, now only wants to crush the obstacles in her path. Peel off their shells and suck out the nutrients inside. The dragon heads, who originally had different ideas, and even some scheming against each other, achieved a high degree of unity in their inner goals at this moment. The largest, crimson dragon head stretched its neck straight up into the sky. It stretched its body length infinitely, even beyond the limits of the flesh, as magic power concentrated on the dragon head, repairing the damage to flesh and blood caused by excessive stretching. It's just like Noah's son Nimrod once led the people to build a tall tower. They said, "Come, let us build a city and a tower with its top in the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves, and not be scattered throughout the world." They fired bricks and used them as stones. They also used lacquer as plaster, which came from seawater and spring water from Shinar. It took them 43 years to build the city and the tower. The tower is 203 bricks wide. Each brick is 3 times its height in length. The tower's height is 5,433 cubits and 2 palms. It was a tower that reached to the heavens, standing beyond the sky, a realm even Jehovah could not govern. Tower of Babel. At this moment, the crimson dragon head has broken through the constraints of the atmosphere and stretched towards the top of the sky. The air content had been compressed below the limit due to the concentration of magic becoming thin. The flesh and blood of the crimson head proliferated wildly, and the massive cervical vertebrae could no longer support the weight that reached the sky. The enormous size of its body, exceeding its physical limits, caused its own bones to begin to give way, and even the sturdy dragon bones were gradually collapsing. The other 4 dragon heads, having poured all their magic into the crimson head, appeared listless and weak. Above the atmosphere, the crimson dragon greedily ingested the manna that filled the air. That was almost limitless magic. He swallowed greedily, completely disregarding the decay of his body. It's even possible to leave it alone, it will simply walk into collapse on its own. It was too fast, the other side's actions caught us completely off guard. The Chaldeans dared not make a move at this moment, because the monstrous body had reached its critical point. The slightest interference could lead to unpredictable disaster. Magic will transform into meteors that tear the earth apart, the oceans will begin to roar and engulf the world, and the gales and thunder will not stand idly by. This singularity will perish here, and the resulting impact will plunge the already blank history of pan-humanity back into burning. This was a foreseeable disaster, especially under Gilgamesh's watchful eyes. Now we have no choice but to surrender, and we can only gamble that the other side did not act in order to destroy the world. Fujiwara Ritsuka gripped the EA sword tightly with one hand, while the manicured nails of her other hand dug deep into her flesh. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Just like in the myth, the Tower of Babel met its ultimate end. Earthquakes and lightning continued to destroy the walls that had long been cracked by the sun, the bricks began to crumble, and the internal structure had long since become a pile of ruins. Jehovah finally blew down the tower that had reached heaven with the wind. In the instant before the head of the crimson dragon collapsed, the remaining 4 dragon heads also began to climb upwards, constantly gnawing on the red dragon flesh and blood that was already brimming with magic as they climbed. In the blink of an eye, the blood and flesh of the crimson dragon's head had been completely devoured. The anticipated catastrophe did not arrive as expected. Perhaps another kind of disaster has already befallen everyone. The Chaldea team is about to face the most despairing shock of their singularity journey. Fujiwara Ritsuka, let me see how you perform. What kind of charm do you possess that makes that guy willingly entrust his future to you? Today's update will be a little late. Check it out tomorrow, it's not finished yet. 0. Chapter 179 Judgment Day, Final, 1W that was an ultimate light. It was the destructive dragon breath released by the remaining 4 dragon heads, as they consumed the magic to its fullest extent. Everything the crimson dragon head did was solely to bring this body to its peak. The light flow moves at an extremely slow speed, as if the laws of the world are trying to confine it to its original position. But with Tiamat's continued release of magic, the light continued to slowly advance. We must intercept this attack that can't hit anyone. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. If we don't continue, even this land will be sunk. The whole of Japan will be plunged into a crisis like the one depicted in the movie Tokyo Sinks. This should not happen. It is something that will absolutely lead to the collapse of human morality. This is something Chaldea finds hard to accept. So even if I die under this light, at this point, someone has to step forward. The method to defeat the raging dragon before them was already known to everyone. But the top priority now is to withstand this attack. Having traversed countless singularities and 3 lost belts, Mash is arguably Chaldea's strongest supporter. The girl pulled out the shield that had sunk into the mud. Magic enveloped his entire body, and the kinetic energy core inside the Spirit-Ron armor Ordinax began to operate at high speed. The specially designed exoskeleton magical costume provides Mash with superhuman physical enhancements. Mana reload, flowback, release. Within Ordinax's system, magic is precisely processed and compressed to form a high concentration of kinetic energy factors. Driven by kinetic energy, Mash's body was filled with unparalleled power. The magic droplets were instantly evaporated into high-temperature gas, which was discharged through the gaps in the armor, forming a strong airflow. Mashu slightly bent her knees, her calf and thigh muscles tensed, compressing her body to its limit. Then it was released suddenly. The ground beneath her feet cracked layer by layer from the impact of her force. Accompanied by the 20-ton round-table shield, Mash shot into the sky like a missile, heading straight for that ultimate light. Beneath the atmosphere, above the earth before destruction. Galahad had long since left her body, but it didn't matter. Her predecessors were still there to support her. Ordinaz, the pseudo-connection begins. System, full detection. Internal heat shock plate, load. Amplifier, assault. Propulsion correction, charge. Reinforced armor, Orthanaz, full functionality unlocked. Mashu, fully armed, was adjusting the performance release of Ordinaz and the distribution of magic power. Ordina's gleams with metallic brilliance high in the sky, displaying its unparalleled strength and power. Armored Mash, Sortie. True name, Frozen Unfold. That is the fantasy city that has borne countless paths and countless wishes. Respond, fragile city of dreams mold Camelot. In that instant, Mash activated her noble phantasm, inheriting the power of the heroic spirit possessing her. Succeed Phantasm. Special skills possessed by a subservient. Inheriting a skill from the heroic spirit possessing oneself, a skill of the same type as magic release, directly converting magic into defensive power. The defensive power instantly reached its peak, forming a hazy white chalk wall. The fantasy city of Mold Camelot rises from the void, its chalk walls unfolding like a dream. The city walls were covered with a light like mist, making them indestructible. 1617 words. The light of destruction slowly advanced through the air. Although its movement was not fast, the endless energy fluctuations were filled with an aura of destruction. The light swept in like a raging tide, slowly approaching from the horizon. The air was thick with heat, making it difficult to even breathe. The wind and rain have already heralded its arrival. It's unstoppable. What should we do? Fujiwara Ritsuka even accidentally blurted out her true feelings. This is a major mistake for a master. It is a statement that boosts the enemy's morale while diminishing one's own. Saying such things at this juncture is clearly inappropriate. He had already piled all the shield-shaped noble phantasms from the treasury high in the sky, protecting Mash. El Meloy too said nothing about this, but simply summoned the stone formation again, this time targeting Tiamat, who was missing a dragon head. This is a formation designed for humans. Forcibly applying it to an enormous monster is clearly inappropriate. The effectiveness of forced blocking decreases significantly when the target is changed. Yet at this moment, Lancer broke free from the battle with the demonized dragons and flew to Fujiwara Ritsuka's side, leaving Artoria to deal with the demonized dragons alone. She looked at the beam of light that was slowly advancing in the sky. He glanced again at the Maginot line that had already been established on the opposite side of the light, shook his head, and said, "The root of the problem now isn't about blocking the light, but about severing its magical source. The current concentration of magic in the air doesn't support an attack of that intensity, so as long as the source is cut off, the attack will dissipate." Fujiwara Ritsuka looked at Lancer, as if she had found a savior. Mashu's sacrifice was not allowed to happen. No, it's just that the power will be reduced a bit, not to the point of being unstoppable. As soon as she finished speaking, Fujiwara Ritsuka made a move to swing the Ie sword that she had already crushed in her hand, in order to relieve some of the pressure on Mashu. He was somewhat anxious. But before she could make a move, Lancer pressed her hand down, signaling Fujiwara Ritsuka to listen to her finish speaking before taking action. This sword is indeed very powerful, and it can certainly be effective against that monster, but have you forgotten what you said? That effect is currently only in doubt. As Lancer finished speaking, Fujiwara Ritsuka seemed to hear a familiar voice humming. Immediately afterward, before Fujiwara Ritsuka could ask what to do next, El Meloy too spoke up. "Do you have any doubts? You don't have a solution, do you, Lancer?" The second prince himself had long noticed the questionable aspect of the EA special attack in the information shared by Fujiwara Ritsuka, but he hadn't brought it up because he didn't have a solution. He had a feeling that this incident would be resolved satisfactorily, just like a dramatic movie with a happy ending. This premonition came during the battle against Gilgamesh, especially when Gilgamesh recognized the key before returning to Valhalla, and smiled at him twice. That scene is still etched in the mind of the second prince. Especially just now, ever since I learned that world-destroying monster had such a fatal weakness, that strange premonition has become stronger and stronger. So he kept his doubts to himself and didn't voice them, wanting to see how things would develop. So much so that now, Lancer is actually bringing up the issue of doubts on his own initiative, and he even seems to take it for granted. It's so weird. So he asked this question. He wanted to know if Lancer had already found a solution. "Yes, I do have a solution, which is to turn doubt into certainty." This is Lancer's answer. Fujiwara Ritsuka looked at Lancer with some confusion, but she was no longer going to explain, and simply said, "All you need to do after that is seize the opportunity and swing your sword, leave the rest to me." No matter how slowly the light moved in the sky, it finally arrived in front of Ma Shu. The shields that had been wrapped around the city walls crumbled into fragments the moment they came into contact with the light, and the light dissipated into the world as spiritual particles. Ma Shu herself didn't know if she could withstand this destructive light. But as a servant, it is only natural for me to stand before my master at this moment. So she stepped forward. Someone has to protect all of this, right? Suddenly, she felt a strong gust of wind coming from below. Ma Shu couldn't help but turn her head to look. It was a dragon she recognized. Lancer, who had already broken through the flesh and blood barrier, had returned to his dragon body. Her figure swept past Mash and rushed straight towards Tiamat's body. Sola no longer has command seals to provide the magical power to support her use of noble phantasms. Therefore, she decided to burn the spiritual essence of this body to replenish her magic power. She had already confirmed this with her master when she was cleaning up the demonized dragon. The new master did not stop her, instead, he simply said, "Go ahead and do it. Since we can't get the Holy Grail anyway, let's leave our most magnificent mark on this stage, Lancer." Yes, the Holy Grail is no longer obtainable, and the wish to go to the closed beta test to see it one last time is no longer possible. She thought of her conversation with Kenneth again. At the time, she simply brushed it off with the words fate and responsibility. But just as Kenneth said, the fairy realm was right beneath his corpse, and going there wouldn't be difficult. All you need to do is deny your identity as the Dragon of the Boundary. It seems difficult, but she can do it any time she wants, and the only cost is the complete collapse of the boundary, which will cause monsters and phantom beasts to flood into the real world and cause a great riot. But she didn't want to. Is it because she is kind? Not necessarily. It's just that guarding the border has become a habit, something she's been doing ever since she was born from that enormous corpse. Guardianship had become her origin, and the reason she was so angry after Kenneth died was because of this trivial matter. As for now, as a member of the human race, she must protect the world, protect the new master, and protect the friends she has just met. Here, the verdict is pronounced. Tiamat, mother of dragons, you have committed an unforgivable sin attempting to kill Mai. You are hereby stripped of your identity as a dragon. The crimson dragon head that had just grown from the body of the fallen mad dragon responded in the language of dragons, as the mother of dragons, as the origin of dragons in this new world. This identity is not something you can shake now, Albion. It seems that this is indeed the case. The other party's status is now considerably higher than hers. This physical body alone is indeed not enough to erase the concept that the other party is a dragon. But so what? If we can't erase him, then we'll erase the concept of dragons from this world. Albion, answer me. Lancer cried out to the sky, calling out his own name. Within the Albion Mausoleum, located beneath the clock tower of London, a dazzling light rises and shines directly into Fuyuki. What Lancer needs to do now is erase the concept of being a dragon from his own mind. As the last dragon, she maintains the existence of the concept of the dragon race in this modern world. Just as the literal meaning suggests, the disappearance of the last dragon is equivalent to the world being devoid of dragons. Dragon concept removed. A beam of light shot out from the tomb, striking Albion as her dragon body began to disintegrate and her spirit core began to crumble. The final dragon will vanish from this world. At the same time, Tiamat, the mother of all dragons, or rather, the goddess Tiamat, began to have the dragon-like features on her body begin to crumble. The scales on its body began to fall off one by one, and the once ferocious and hideous dragon head had now turned into a tentacle-like thing that kept oozing black mud. He intended to use magic to reassemble his body, but at this moment, the magic was constantly being transformed into breath and sent into that light of destruction. He wanted to stop, but his body was out of control. Medea, within him, had already made up her mind, mobilizing all the magic within Tiamat to transmit to light. El Meloy too and Fujiwara Ritsuka now understood what Lancer meant by turning doubt into certainty. The time has come. The pillars of the Stone Soldier 8 formations were destroyed in an instant, and the accumulated death force began to interfere with Tiamat's body shaping. Fujiwara Ritsuka used her noble phantasm to float into the air, and the EA sword she held tightly in her hand began to spin like a rock-slicing machine. The surrounding air was drawn in by the wind and collected into the rotating cylinder of the sword. The sword was about to be swung. Inexplicable, excruciating pain. As Fujiwara Ritsuka's eyes were fixed on Tiamat's body, endless illusions flooded his mind. 1637 words, all sorts of illusions clashed in his mind, and even the nightmares he had last night began to ravage his head. It seemed that if he were to unleash this sword strike, the world would enter its final countdown to doomsday. The sword in his hand was now almost too heavy to hold, and the wind that had just been gathered into the sword of discord began to tear the earth apart in a disorderly manner. Both Elmeloy too and Mashu noticed his unusual behavior and looked worried. Fujiwara Ritsuka also knew that this was a critical moment, not a time to make mistakes. The so-called dream was just a dream. At this moment, Mashu was facing the crisis of death. How could she be swayed by an absurd dream? He struggled to control his body, biting his tongue with his teeth. A drop of blood from his tongue flowed into his stomach, and his consciousness briefly cleared. Now the only option is to force the body to deliver that crucial sword strike. There's only one way. I command myself with command spells. Before the command spell could be activated, a familiar voice rang out. It was the same person who had just snorted coldly. Fujiwara Ritsuka, that's not how you use the heaven-opening sword. Leave your precious command seals to that little girl over there. As for this place, let me demonstrate the true way to use the heaven-opening sword for you. Gilgamesh's voice reached Fujiwara Ritsuka's ears. At that moment, he only felt someone supporting his body and holding the hilt of the heaven-opening sword with him. The chaotic winds returned to the cylinder of the sword. At this moment, the world turns upside down. Light and shadow were both obscured by the raging magic. The wind that escaped cut through the air, and the barriers of the world were thus opened up. The air layer transcends the physical boundaries and continues to increase in density, eventually turning into a weapon capable of chopping everything into pieces, and then begins to devour space itself. Extreme tornadoes overlapped, forming several different spiral trajectories, and fell from the sky onto Tiamat's body. Tiamat, who was already on the verge of collapse after being suddenly stripped of her dragon authority, was now facing a devastating spiral attack that her body simply could not withstand. The flesh and blood formed from black mud, along with Medea's body, were completely shredded into dust by the destructive attack unleashed by Fujiwara Ritsuka with all her magical power. Having done all this, Fujiwara Ritsuka's magical power was completely depleted, and she fell from the sky. Elmeloy too sprinted at top speed and caught Fujiwara Ritsuka before she hit the ground. After witnessing the end of everything and the safety of Fujiwara Ritsuka, Mashu focused all her attention on the light of destruction. Just now, the Maginot Line, composed of all the shields in the royal treasury, has been completely destroyed. That beam of light had already reached the walls of Baya City. Since my senior has succeeded, I cannot lose. Faced with the weakened light of destruction, Mash was still unsure if she could defend against it. Suddenly, a warm current flowed into her body. She turned her head and saw that Fujiwara Ritsuka was lying in Elmeloy II's arms, grinning foolishly at her. It's a command seal. The restored 3 command seals were completely absorbed into Mash Kirilite's body. Mash is Chaldea's strongest support, and Fujiwara Ritsuka is Mash's strongest support. The city of chalk once again shone brightly, and the details of the illusory city, forged by the materialized defenses, became even richer, with even the phantoms of people appearing above the city walls. The moment the light of destruction touched the flawless wall, the entire world turned pure white, and all sound vanished. The myth of Camelot's invincibility was shattered at this moment, the walls collapsed, and bricks materialized from magic fell from the sky. But it doesn't matter because the light has been blocked. Mashu's body also fell downwards due to insufficient magic power. She placed the shield beneath her as a shield to prevent injury from the fall. At this moment, Chaldea's communications were finally re-established. Their first words were not to offer words of comfort or inquire about the battle, but rather be careful. Because at the spot where Tiamat died, an extremely powerful aura of magic emanated. That was an opponent that everyone had faced before, the Black Grail. At that moment, she grasped the spirit core within Medea's body and swallowed it whole. Very good, we're just one more to complete the Heaven's Cup. She muttered to herself, and the magic beneath her body rapidly transformed into strange black ribbons, pointing directly at Ritsuka Fujimaru. Instead of choosing Artoria as the Holy Grail's food, she directly targeted Chaldea's master. Both El-Melloi II and Mash had lost their ability to fight, and had no time to withstand the attack. But another extreme stream of light arrived from behind the second prince in an instant. It shredded the sudden attack. Immediately afterwards, Artoria rushed to the black goblet that had the same face as Irisveal. She already knew she would be facing such an enemy. This was information from Chaldea. During the sprint, the holy sword began to break free of its restrictions. She had been preparing for this for a long time. Evil, acknowledged. Survival, acknowledged. Strength, acknowledged. Heroes, acknowledged. The 7 seals were instantly released, and the demonic power within his body surged from his demonized heart into the holy sword, still abundant. Since the start of the battle, Artoria has been clearing out the grunts, and has not used her noble phantasm. This new enemy is very strong. But it doesn't matter. The blade of the holy sword had already reached her. The light burst forth in an instant. This is a sword strike capable of annihilating a star vanguard if the magic power is sufficient. It is the gathering place of the power of the stars. Artoria was somewhat taken aback. Because the opponent had no defense at all, instead, they released boundless magic power in a suicidal manner. Artoria didn't care whether she would return to the throne of heroes at this moment. What bothered her was why the other party had chosen this method. Because this is the only way to kill her, who possesses the scabbard of Avalon, and to strike her deadly when she draws her sword. The sword sliced through the figure of the person with Irisveal's face, and the spikes formed from the black mud also pierced into Artoria's spirit core. In an instant, Artoria's spirit origin transformed into spirit particles and merged into the corpse of the Black Grail. Then, the body that had been split in two floated up, its spiritual light shining brightly, and it transformed into the shape of the Holy Grail in the air. Everyone was somewhat bewildered at this moment. Is this the end? The Fat Director asked in the now restored communication channel. Probably, since even the Holy Grail has appeared. Now that we can retrieve the Holy Grail, this singularity should be over. Mash said softly. Everyone was incredulous, even though they had just gone through a life-or-death battle. Because the timing of the Holy Grail's appearance at this moment is just too perfect. While the mechanics of this Holy Grail war are understandable, the Holy Grail descends after the 7 heroic spirits die. This is what El-Melloi II told them. Mash, go and retrieve the Holy Grail. After a long silence, the second lord finally spoke. Mash jogged forward and turned on the switch to store the Holy Grail in the shield. After confirming the authenticity of the Holy Grail, the process of storing it began. At that moment, Fujimaru Ritsuka and the second prince were walking slowly on this land that had been reduced to ruins. They were looking for Amiya Kiritsugu, who had not appeared since. As for why she didn't contact Sola, it's because she's probably in the airport waiting area right now. She booked her ticket before the battle. After walking for a while, the two finally arrived at the lake behind the mountain, but did not find Kiritsugu Amiya. All I saw was a white-haired woman squatting on the ground, covering her face and weeping. That is. El-Melloi II's eyes narrowed. So that's how it was. But he didn't say anything more. She simply pulled Fujimaru Ritsuka back to Mashu's side. Who is that person? Fujimaru Ritsuka asked uncertainly. Irisveal, Kiritsugu Amiya's wife. The young king lit a cigar, completely ignoring Ritsuka Fujimaru beside him. Isn't she the Lesser Grail? I don't know. After my examination just now, there are no magical fluctuations in her body anymore, which means she has lost her qualification as the Holy Grail. I guess that's why she's still alive. The second took another puff of his cigarette and replied. That's pretty good. At this moment, Mash, having finally collected the Holy Grail, walked up to the two of them, yawning, and said, Senior, it's time to go back. I'm really tired this time. Indeed, you two just finished the third lost belt and came here again. You really should come back and rest. The image of little Da Vinci appears at this moment, saying that after the doctor left, she became the body manager of Ritsuka and Mashu. At this moment, Fujiwara Ritsuka looked at El Meloy too and asked him, Weber, want to come along? If you don't come, you can't smoke anymore. Spare me. I still want to travel around Fuyuki properly. Anyway, you already have a record of me, don't you? El Meloy too shook his head and refused. 1455 words. Okay, goodbye then, bye-bye. With the closure of the Spirit Gate, Chaldea's journey in this singularity comes to an end. El Meloy too's claim that he wanted to visit Fuyuki again was a complete lie. How could a man like him, who would rather sleep all day than return to a familiar place, possibly have the leisure to revisit it? He simply wanted to know the truth about this Holy Grail war. Everything seemed too reasonable and too smooth. Although everyone had given their all to win, but the key left by Gilgamesh is Lancer, capable of turning doubt into certainty. And Artoria, who perished together with the final Black Cup. It's as if every step has been planned out. Everything was just right. It's still the same game theory. When designing challenging levels, level designers usually leave items at certain locations that allow players to complete the level. If we were to compare the heroic spirits who appeared in this battle to items, Fujiwara Ritsuka, and the others to players, and the Holy Grail to the reward for clearing the stage. Looking at it this way, even the battle against Gilgamesh was the one that brought together the remaining heroic spirits of the Holy Grail War. Gilgamesh, the boss of that battle, also left behind crucial items, each one indispensable. Players are there, items to complete the game are there, bosses are there, rewards are there. What else could this be but a game? Since this Holy Grail War has been likened to a game, then where is the game's creator? That was his purpose in staying. As for why we didn't tell Fujiwara Ritsuka and the others about this. Naturally, it's because their current combat power is severely insufficient, and the magic power within their bodies has reached the point of overdrawing their lives. To challenge a battle that is destined to be lost with such an attitude is simply. Perhaps even this detail has been calculated. With this thought in mind, he slowly walked to the place where the Greater Grail was kept. A dark figure stopped him. It was Ngramenu. Why not go back with the Chaldea people, strategist? Naturally, I want to see who is behind this Holy Grail war. El Meloy too said calmly. You've seen it now, haven't you? Ngramenu said with a grin. You may not know this, but I have dealt with you before, and I am absolutely certain that you do not have that ability. How dare the dignified monarch of the clock tower swear? I just want to see one. As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of nightmare energy swept over. When El Meloy too saw the figure, his cigar slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. He was too shocked to speak. Now that we've seen you, let's go. A cloud of nightmare energy enveloped him directly. Wait a minute, what exactly is your purpose? El Meloy too asked, struggling to speak. Of course it's to save the world, what else could it be? Could it be that you, before he could finish speaking, El Meloy too's spirit origin had been completely pulverized and sent into the void? After doing all this, the person enveloped in nightmare energy turned around and instantly returned to the Great Grail. Here it is. Matuike felt as if her body was swimming in a breathable ocean. Not far away, something radiating a warm light illuminated the dark seabed. That's the Holy Grail. Yes, that is the Holy Grail. A voice rang out from behind Matuike. Matuike suddenly turned around and saw a familiar person. Comrade. So it really is you. Who are you? What is your purpose? Matu Ike asked directly. You're the second person to ask me this question today. As for who I am, I can't say right now. As for my purpose, well, it's to save the world. Companion, he said with a faint smile, showing exceptional gentleness towards Matu Ike. Save the world. Save the world with this Holy Grail. Of course not. The Holy Grail is only the first step in saving the world. I can only complete this first step. The rest will depend on you. The companion actually walked through this ocean of magic. Do you think I'll accept your arrangements? Matu Ike asked, somewhat displeased. Naturally, it's because you're special. As for the arrangements, I'm sorry, it's something I had to do. The comrade's words were sincere and earnest, but it was precisely the sincerity that caused Matucci's unhappiness to continue to grow. He'd rather the person was lying. By the way, your girlfriend has already warned me, and I'm very scared, so this kind of arrangement will never happen again. This is a lie, but only the part about I'm very scared is a lie, the rest is true. What happened to her? She almost destroyed this singularity. The comrade said with some helplessness. Is this world really a singularity? Matu Ike continued to ask. Of course, but that won't be the case for long. Matu Ike asked with a puzzled hum. You're asking too many questions. Go choose a body first. Even for a spirit, prolonged immersion in this ocean will cause irreversible damage. Besides, it seems we have more guests. I need to go greet them. Everything is there, choose for yourself. After saying that, the comrade pointed to the phantoms next to the Holy Grail, and then disappeared from this world. You came. I'm here. Having already abdicated the throne, how dare you defy the world and still call yourself the Imperial I? You've gone too far this time. That child almost died. The person who came was none other than Samesa, after the destruction of the third lost belt. Everything was within my plan, so that kind of thing naturally wouldn't happen. But you interfered with my arrangements without permission. Why did you let that scene be shown to the person you chose? The nightmare energy stirred slightly, as if expressing dissatisfaction. It wasn't me who did it. I only came to your territory because I sensed someone impersonating me, Zuzhen replied. Isn't it you? I understand. Now that you've finished talking, you should leave. Don't get in my way. What, are you going to ascend the throne again? Zhu Zheng asked. My great Qin has already fallen, that is the past. Now I only need to briefly revive the glory of great Qin. Before the words were finished, the copper coin that Matazokan had found, dating back 2,000 years, appeared in front of the two of them. Do copper coins of this quality still exist at this point in time? Are you going to use them to issue an imperial edict? Zuzhen exclaimed in amazement, looking at the object before him. Certainly. Since Fujiwara Ritsuka took the Holy Grail, and left this singularity, the destruction of this singularity has become the anchor point for convergence. The corrective force at this moment is both the strongest and the weakest. Its strength lies in the fact that the end of the singularity is irreversible, while its weakness lies in the fact that once the singularity is anchored, nothing external can interfere with its actions. Even the inhibitory force won't work. Judgment. I am the first emperor. He is the most precious person in the world. Under the whole heaven, all land belongs to the king, on the shores of the earth, all land belongs to the king. The treatment of officials is unfair. I will appoint only the virtuous. As the words were slowly engraved on the copper plate, an inexplicable force tried to forcibly erase the record. However, they were blocked from entering the copper coin by the nightmare energy. This world has collapsed. We are now like rootless duckweed. I am the one who decides everything under heaven. I shall lead the world to restore order. The politics of the past 2,000 years are the same as those of the Qin dynasty. Surpassing the 3 sovereigns and surpassing the 5 emperors, this is the first emperor, I am the emperor. It is hereby decreed. This world shall be called Great Qin. At this moment, a large jade seal appeared above the copper plate, ready to be pressed down. At this moment, the mysterious power finally broke through the seal of the nightmare energy, and it tried its best to stop the seal from falling. But the two characters on the seal, by the mandate of heaven, "May your life be long and prosperous," shone brightly, completely extinguishing the force of resistance. The imperial edict has now been issued. 1815 words. Conceptual addition. Qin Shi Huang, now afflicted by the nightmare energy, had reached the strength of the crown rank. This body has long been transformed into a heroic spirit. Real name: Liberation. First Emperor. In this narrow crevice between heaven and earth, humanity should be like this, and a new law shall be implemented here. The emperor is founded on the service of all people, and safeguards the rule of law for all people. It is used as a curse-like binding force to coerce the entire world. That's right, he's going to issue a new law for this world. This world must break away from pan-human history, and find its own future. Endless nightmare energy surged from behind him, spreading rapidly like a thick black fog. 9 tripods appeared beside him. The 5 elements correspond to the Yang principle, while the 4 elements represent the Yin number. When Yin and Yang unite, all under heaven will submit. The Greater Grail, as the core of this ritual, became the source of endless nightmare energy. The pitch-black aura swept across the world like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the sky and the earth. At this moment, the first Emperor Jing drastically altered the course of this world, now renamed the Great Qin, and the entire world obeyed him. What tyrannical behavior! Zhu Jing exclaimed from the side. Among the records in history books, I am a tyrant, aren't I? Is there any need to mention such a trivial matter? The first emperor waved his sleeve, and the nightmare energy wafted around him. No need to hide it anymore. If you want to vomit blood, just vomit. Why go to such lengths for this world? You've already exhausted all your power, haven't you? Zhu Jing laughed. What does it have to do with you? Your actions are becoming a bit too ambitious and difficult to manage. This world doesn't seem to have completely broken free from pan-human history, Zhu Jing said, sensing the fluctuations in the air. The person you chose arrived 10 years in advance. This world is special, and the best time to divide it will be 10 years from now. As for now, let's just leave it in the 10-year history of humankind, and consider it as extracting some nutrients. The first emperor said with some displeasure. My chief retainer must be jumping up and down in panic right now. After all, a new lost belt has suddenly appeared, and it's even the kind whose location they can't detect at the moment. Zhu Jing seemed to be thinking of something happy and laughed. Qin Shi Huangzheng did not respond to Zhu Zheng's words, but walked step by step toward the Great Grail, completely merging his body into it. At this moment, he needed to rest. Zhu Jing looked at his heteromorphic form, and couldn't help but shake his head, sighing, can time really change people so much? Why has my 2,000 years passed by so drastically without any change? London at this moment. One intelligence report after another was urgently sent to the office of the Minister of Law and Politics. What exactly happened? Why have the number of riding phantom beasts and magical beasts in the Albion tomb suddenly increased by dozens of times? And fantasy invasions of varying degrees have occurred in different regions. Barthelo Lorelia said irritably, rubbing his forehead. She now feels a strong urge to kill one of the 27 ancestors to vent her anger. Forget it, first urgently recall all the magicians waiting in the great tomb, then you all go and cause trouble for Trambero in my name. Drag him down too, anyway, isn't he always clamoring to redevelop Albion? Understood, I'll go now. Huaya Lingli wanted to run away a little. After all, anyone would be afraid of the head of the law and politics department when he was angry. Forget it, wait a minute, no need to bother him. Just inform all the monarchs that I'm going to convene a grand council. Transpirio can't handle this alone. Barthelo Lorelia brandished his long whip and said sullenly. Understood. As soon as she finished speaking, Hannah No Ryrie fled from the office of the Minister of Law and Politics. I returned to my office. The Grand Order decision. Then we'll need to prepare 11 letters. No, it seems Lord Elmeloy has already died in that Holy Grail War, so it'll be 10. 1 letter to Monarch of Transperio, 1 to Monarch of Saronia, 1 to Monarch of Balgerida, and the last one to the Monarch of the Department of Astronomy. Who was the Monarch of the Department of Astronomy again? Author's closing remarks plus leave request. This is not an author's closing statement. This volume is finally finished. As for the content, well, there are many problems, and I am aware of them myself. First, there's the issue of the main character's limited screen time, which has been a point of contention, and then there's the fact that the first volume of this book is starting to resemble an ensemble piece. I apologize for this, it was my first time writing, and I wasn't very skilled. This is entirely my own fault. I didn't properly define the allocation of plot points from the beginning. Even when conceiving the plot, the protagonist is often excluded from the story due to his weak combat abilities. Sometimes, in pursuit of plausibility, the structural composition of the novel is overlooked. To think that a 17-year-old magician could tear apart a heroic spirit with his bare hands is something I simply cannot fathom. Unless it's some kind of cheat code. Then there's the issue of the protagonist's character design. I apologize again. This problem started in the prologue. The chapter set the tone too rigidly, leaning towards a somber and resentful direction. So much so that when we tried to add some scenes for him later, there was a sense of disconnect. However, because the problem arose so early, by the time it was noticed, the text had already reached tens of thousands of words, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue writing. I am very dissatisfied with the content of this volume. Many of my ideas simply cannot be fully expressed in my writing. For example, in the part about Kenneth's death, I wanted to write about his sense of fate and contrast, but after reading it myself, I did feel that his death was somewhat hasty. Then there's the Lancer revenge scene, and many people complained about why so many supporting characters were included. My idea was to use passers-by to create atmosphere, but perhaps my writing skills weren't up to par. There are actually many other miscellaneous details, such as Kirai Kotomine and Tokiomi Tosaka, and Risei Kotomine, Kiritsugu Amiya, and Irisville. There are many parts that I feel are not well written. I apologize, my writing skills are insufficient, and I couldn't handle it well. Then there's the plot. The original outline has been completely changed, with many plots deleted and new things added, but the main storyline has remained the same. The identity of the mysterious man has been revealed in the latest chapter. He is Qin Shi Huang. But it's not the Qin Shi Huang from the Lost Belt, but the Qin Shi Huang from the Singularity. His original source is the interlude of Qin Shi Huang in FGO, the Qin Shi Huang in this game, and the interlude are not the same person. If I witness a defeat that I cannot stand idly by, I might decide to establish a new Qin dynasty in the pan-human history. It is also possible that I will once again become your enemy. This statement was actually fulfilled in the interlude of Emperor Zheng, who used the 3 months before the Lost Belt was destroyed to create a singularity called Great Qin. This interlude is quite interesting. Interested readers can search for it and take a look. There's even a comic book version of it. I feel like I didn't express myself clearly, oh well. Then there's the question of whether Mato Ike was actually a time traveler. How should I put it? His character setting is actually a bit cliché, but the answer is definitely yes. However, his character design isn't actually that simple. Well, that's a bit of a rambling. Of course, I will write about his time travel later. It all depends on whether I can write it well, sadly. This book was quite difficult to write. I had to look up information as I wrote to ensure accuracy. Some settings I vaguely remembered, but couldn't find when I looked them up, and some settings even needed repeated verification because they might have been fabricated. In short, the Type Moon universe is too complicated, but that's also what we love about it, isn't it? Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since, and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from Dash. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts, and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since, and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from Dash. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts, and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Finally, I need to take 2 days off to organize the outline for the new volume. There shouldn't be any new chapters on August 8th. 4th and 8th. 5th and updates will resume on August 8th. And thank you all for your support. I wish you all a happy life. Chapter 180 Double Eyes Magic is a phenomenon that transcends common sense. To make something that can be done with common sense happen in an uncommon way. The essence of magic is the imitation or substitution of natural phenomena. It involves learning the mysterious, practicing the mysterious, and recreating the mysterious, but it cannot create the mysterious itself. A magician is someone who possesses a magic circuit and can perform magic. A magician forms a conversion circuit in his body, draws magic power from the outside world, and creates magic power that can be used by humans. This switching circuit is called the magic circuit. 2,153 words. It is the organ that magicians use to transform life force into magical power. It is similar to a nerve. Without it, magic cannot be used properly. The innate source of magic for all magicians. The magician's unique internal simulated nerves are circuits that can transform life force into magic power. As the foundation, they are also the pathways connecting grand magic tricks. The circuits connecting the spirit and matter are the pseudo-mysteries held within the magician's body. So what's your choice? Ngramenu thrashed about in this sea of magic, like someone trapped in a tiny space, waving his arms and kicking his legs without restraint. It has a completely comical feel to it. The physical models here are indeed top-notch, but why are there several familiar models? Matoike looked at the thousands of humanoid phantoms floating in front of him, and spotted several people he had seen in the past few days. Although these humanoid phantoms all have a uniform appearance, when you touch them, the information about the physical body will flow into Matoike's consciousness. Just now, Matoike clearly obtained Caster, Berserker, and so on, their basic information. Can the bodies created here directly replicate the power of the heroic spirits? Matoike asked with some doubt. Of course not, what are you thinking? If we could produce heroic spirits in a unified way, we would have unified the world long ago. Ngramenu looked at Matoike as if he were an idiot, and even picked at his non-existent booger. I thought I was going to snag a great deal, Matoike said nonchalantly. However, if you really want to, creating a heroic spirit's spirit origin isn't difficult, but you won't be able to use noble phantasms, or those special bloodline characteristics. Besides, I don't know that kind of technique, so you'll have to go find my boss, Ngramenu said casually. That's not bad. It can be considered. Matoike listened as she swam deeper into the water. The further inside you go, the fewer humanoid phantoms there are, but the higher their quality becomes, with several even possessing gold-level demonic eyes. Can the demon eye be replicated? Matoike was somewhat puzzled. He himself possessed a pair of gem-grade magical eyes, and such special magical circuits only appeared in the world by sheer chance. Do you take me for a printer? Even if I cloned you right now using that special magic circuit, that body wouldn't have the magic eye. Even if it could be made, it would be the worst kind of garbage. Even if it were copied from a high-end product, it wouldn't be able to match the original's capabilities. You probably wouldn't want to use that thing. As if he had thought of something, Ngramenu paused and continued. However, there seem to be a few pairs of ready-made magic eyes here, which seem to be the boss's spoils of war. Is that so? Matoike's expectations dropped slightly, but he also understood that the mystic eyes were organs attached to magicians, and at the same time, they were also semi-independent magic circuits. If you can figure out the circuitry of some top-tier mystic eyes and create them, then you're not far from the root. And the owner of this place is clearly not a magician with those kinds of research results. Let me look. 3 pairs of fairy eyes, 1 pair of still eyes, 1 pair of burning eyes, and 1 pair of double pupils. How about it, are you interested? I can secretly get you a pair. Ngramenu said with a wicked smile. Double pupils? What's the use of those eyes? Matoike's interest, which had just subsided, immediately surged again. The aforementioned pairs of demonic eyes, while possessing some excellent qualities, are not enough to make him replace those deconstruction demonic eyes. But if it were these 2 pairs of pupils, it's pretty average. It has no offensive capabilities, no defensive capabilities, and almost no support capabilities. But even so, it's still a noble color level item. Then what is the purpose of these eyes? Matoike was somewhat curious. How could eyes of the noble color, a sublime color, have no abilities? This was something that had already reached the level of supernatural power. Yes, but its function is rather useless. It allows you to have circuits that completely encompass several types of mystic eyes at the same time, but mystic eyes are rare to begin with, and high-quality ones are even rarer, so this thing is not very useful. Ngramenu spoke quickly, paused and continued, besides, haven't some organizations already mastered the technology to house the composite demonic eyes? Although they are prone to going out of control and going berserk, these eyes won't be as dangerous as theirs. As for the mystic eyes, aren't there several pairs here? They all look pretty good to me. Matoike swallowed hard, staring intently at those eyes. First of all, the magic eyes are not a necessary part of the contract. Although you can take 1 pair, taking a second pair is forbidden. Secondly, do you really think there's no problem with stuffing several imprints into your eyes at the same time? The more advanced the magic eye, the more complex its circuits become. When several complex circuits become entangled, what do you think will happen to your brain? Ngramenu looked at Matoike's expression and said somewhat irritably. Then let's choose these glasses. Ngramenu thought he had misheard, so he asked again and received the same affirmative answer, so he didn't pay any more attention to it. As for Matoike's reason, it is that by possessing these dual pupils, he can simultaneously possess the deconstruction mystic eyes, that is one reason. Secondly, although there are few magic eyes in this world, they are not non-existent, and he happens to know a few places where he can gain something. We've chosen the eyes, but what about the body? I think Gon Luo's body is quite good. When Matoike heard what Angela Manuel said, his gaze swept in the direction Angela Manuel was pointing. It is indeed very good, and it can meet his requirements. It is a perfect body like a blank sheet of paper, on which one can paint freely. But Matoike ultimately shook her head. As for the body, the magic circuits within it basically follow the foundation of thought magic, which isn't suitable for my own magic. It's like I want to paint an oil painting, but you give me a sheet of rice paper. Then I'm going to make my own body. Chapter 181 The Union of Spirit and Flesh. Ngramenu teased Matoike. Well, after all that consideration, I still chose to create my own body. It's like I gambled on something wrong again. There aren't a single one of these excellent materials that I like. It's not that there aren't any, it's just that none of them are suitable for me. Matoike replied. After answering, he felt a flash of light before his eyes, the scenery in the sea of magic changed, the humanoid phantoms around him disappeared, and he arrived in a pure white place. So that's what happened earlier. Never mind. Never mind. Matoike felt a little resentful. The feeling of constantly floating in that sea of magic was really unpleasant. That was the real interior of the Holy Grail just now. This is an illusion. This is an illusion I created specifically to make it easier for you to create your own story. It's all to build atmosphere, understand? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Matoike rolled her eyes at this explanation, but she had to admit that the current location was indeed more suitable. What do you want to do? Ngramenu pointed to the center in front of them, and an operating table appeared. Is this any good? If not, get another one. I have plenty of different kinds here. Subsequently, several different operating tables changed around them, ranging from ancient stone tables to modern high-tech operating beds, with all sorts of oddly shaped operating tables. Even those alien monsters covered in tentacle tumors have appeared. Mato Ike can even feel the monster's heartbeat. Mato Ike glanced around and finally chose the most ordinary-looking operating table, simple and clean. This one will do. How boring, Ngramenu shook his head, but didn't say anything more. With a wave of his hand, the other operating tables disappeared. Flesh and blood or spirit origin, which do you choose? Although the heroic spirit body is more convenient and mysterious than the physical body, the source of magic power is a problem. However, if you create it yourself, you won't have to use magic power to solidify skills and noble phantasms, since you don't have any anyway. Ngramenu casually remarked to Mato Ike. You should have seen the familiars I've created, right? Mato Ike used magic to simulate the appearance of a demonic worm, and placed it on the control panel. Looking at the white, translucent worm, Ngramenu immediately remarked, look at it now, it looks like a maggot. I want to use this method to create a body, a fusion of spirit and flesh, with my spirit as the fusion material, and the flesh and blood of an insect as the base. Mato Ike ignored Ngrameniu's words and continued. There should still be quite a few of these worms in my corpse, right? With a sample, replicating a large amount of flesh shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? It looks so similar. Ngramenu murmured, what happened? It's nothing. If you have a sample, replicating this flesh and blood isn't difficult. Anyway, the insect's flesh and blood were made from your own, so why not use your own? Ngramenu snapped out of his thoughts, and then asked Mato Ike. It's nothing, I just have a feeling that it would be better for a mushishi to have a body based on a mushi, it seems to fit the origin better, Mato Ike said casually. Ngramenu nodded, and a rift appeared beside him, from which Mato Ike's corpse was pulled out. Black mud was continuously poured into it, and before long, the corpse rapidly swelled up. Just like a whale that, after death, swells due to the accumulation of putrefactive gases inside, its final fate is inevitably. The corpse exploded, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere, some even landing on Mato Ike's face. But these were all minor matters. Countless insects crawled out of Matucci's body, and guided by Angela Manuel's magic, piled up on the operating table. Gradually, the insects merged together and formed a human shape, though it looked like a clay figurine that had not yet been sculpted. It has no face, no blood vessels, no magic circuits, and not even male or female sexual characteristics. Everything is left to Mato Ike to choose, even her future gender. If Matapond wants to become Matapond, that's not impossible. However, Mato Ike has no intention of changing her gender at this time. It's not a sports competition, and being a third sex doesn't offer any advantage in the world of magic. The first thing to work on was the internal structure of the body. Mato Ike initially envisioned designing this body as a space warrior, with a second heart and multiple lungs. Unfortunately, this modification and enhancement have absolutely no connection to the magician's part. Only by being a native human can the magic circuit achieve its best effect. Of course, there must be optimization of the physical skeleton. After observing thousands of sets of high-quality physical data, Mato Ike also summarized a set of physical bodies that were most suitable for him. Next comes the creation of the magic organ, the magic circuit. You want to use Einstein's technology. You should have them, right? Ngramenu nodded, disappeared for a moment, and then returned, holding a ball of light in his hand. There is some, but I don't know how. Here's the material, learn it yourself. Angela Manuel didn't care, he could wait as long as Mato Ike took. Mato Ike looked at the ball of light, picked up the deconstruction mystic eye that had been prepared beforehand, immersed his consciousness into it, and then used the eye's ability to observe and learn. After an unknown amount of time, Mato Ike withdrew from his consciousness, and found that Angela Manuel was no longer there. He shook his head and began using his newfound knowledge to create magic circuits. As for the materials, Aren't black mud and worms both excellent magical artifacts? There are a total of 108 magic circuits, 36 of which are dominant and 72 are auxiliary. 1816 words more magic circuits are not necessarily better. For example, Ayaka Sajo only has one magic circuit, but the quality of that magic circuit is unparalleled, and it has been connected to the root since its birth. Even the magician who created the Einsburn family didn't have the means to create something like that. Therefore, with an emphasis on both quality and quantity, this is the choice we have. The magical organ is complete. Next is inserting the previously requested double pupils into the eye sockets where there are no eyeballs is excellent. They were a perfect match. Meto-Ike had initially thought there might be some kind of rejection problem. The next step is simply to transplant the circuitry from the deconstructed eye into it. This is an extremely difficult surgery, and it's unknown how people with double pupils in ancient times managed to implant the demon eye. Is the body finished? Engramenu's figure emerged from the crack beside him, and asked Meto-Ike. Perfect timing, you've come at just the right time. Next, we'll create the spirit origin, Meto-Ike replied without turning his head. Engramenu walked over to Meto-Ike and began to comment on the newly made flesh puppet in front of him. This body should have enough magic power to maintain the operation of the spirit core, so let's begin. First, let's create the spirit core. Before Angela Manuel could explain the specific method, Meto-Ike began to shrink his soul body into a circle the size of a palm. You know about this too. Engramenu was surprised for a moment, then hurriedly began the next step of the production. After all, even a spirit is prone to collapse after being forcibly compressed, so we have to hurry. Chapter 182 An Encounter X2 Ugh, I'm so hungry. Meto-Ike felt his stomach contracting violently, as if countless tiny insects were gnawing at his internal organs. This hunger was not only due to the newly created body. This newly created body had not taken in any energy during its months of slumber, and both the soul and body sent out strong hunger signals at the moment of awakening. After the union of body and soul, Meto-Ike fell into a deep sleep that lasted for several months. My fingers trembled slightly, and every cell in my body was clamoring for an infusion of energy. The spiritual hunger made him feel a sense of emptiness and weakness, as if his own existence was gradually dissipating. It is now early spring, and Japanese students have finished their winter holidays, and are gradually returning to school. Meto-Ike walked slowly down the street, one hand clutching his stomach, his eyes glazed over, his hair a mess, looking exactly like a mudao, a homeless, hapless middle-aged man. But people like him are not uncommon on the streets of Japan today. There are many people like him on the streets. After all, Japan was experiencing the worst depression in its history at that time. The dreamlike economic bubble has been burst, and rooftops, bridges, and even train stations are crowded with people queuing to be reincarnated. You walked all this way just to eat at one restaurant. You're starving now. I need some stimulating food to boost my cell activity. And why are you following me around like this? The reason why Matucci's eyes were lifeless has been found. His mind had just gotten rid of one insect and welcomed a new one, Angela Manuel. Meto-Ike is now even a little nostalgic for the bugs that Matazokan used to put in his head, since bugs don't chatter incessantly. Engramenu was like a machine, constantly scattering useless junk information in his mind. Because of the contract, of course. Didn't we agree to bring me out of the Holy Grail? We can't go back on our word now. Engramenu replied. Never mind. Meto-Ike only now realized why, when it came to adjusting the appearance during the body-making process a few months ago, that guy suddenly became motivated. She even wanted to pinch his cheeks herself. Meto-Ike thought Angela Manuel was the kind of player from her past life who had unparalleled passion for character creation in games, but now that she thinks about it, he was completely. This journey was finally completed thanks to Engramenu's constant nagging. Meto-Ike also arrived at the Meipo Tofu restaurant he had been longing for. As I walked in, I was greeted by the familiar welcoming voices. It's Chikuin. It's been a long time. I thought something had happened to you. Is it the same old three things? The store manager's enthusiastic voice echoed from the kitchen throughout the entire shop, named Hangzhou Banquet Hall. It was this voice that made Metoike feel the long-lost feeling of being alive. Just bring 5 copies, manager, Metoike replied listlessly, pulling a stack of newspapers from the newspaper rack. I found the document from a few months ago and started reading it. Still a gas leak. Metoike shook his head speechlessly as he looked at the newspaper, muttering to himself, can't the Holy Church come up with something new? The entire summit of Yuanzhong Mountain has been leveled, can that really be caused by a gas leak? No, the rumor I heard is that the U.S. military base discovered a terrorist group on Mount Yuanzhong, and a fierce firefight ensued, which led to this incident. Before Angela Manuel could even complain, the shopkeeper Ba brought out a steaming hot, extremely spicy version of mapo tofu and walked up to Metoike. He answered Metoike's question in a tone that said, only my information is true and reliable. Metoike rubbed his forehead, not bothering to discuss the previous issue with the manager any further. He simply said, I'm going to start eating, and focused all his attention on the dish in front of him. Bright red, like the echo of passion, spicy, like the rhythm of life. The nasal cavity and taste buds are instantly awakened upon contact with the scalding hot red oil. The burning pain struck Metoike's brain directly, and even Angela Manu couldn't withstand it at this moment, his consciousness directly fainting in Metoike's mind. Ha, you little punk, trying to mess with me. A bite of mapo tofu, a bite of sundae. The narrative history of a song of ice and fire unfolds at the mouth of Metapond, and at this moment, all the insects that make up the flesh howl. The hunger was satisfied in an instant. How could it not be satisfied, given that it was being given such a stimulating treat right from the start? Ah, I'm alive again. The unparalleled satisfaction of eating 5 big bowls of extremely spicy mapo tofu in one go is 100 times more pleasurable than ejaculation. It seems like he said some strange lines, but oh well, it's okay. Because at this moment, this Chinese restaurant, which rarely gets customers, miraculously welcomed its second guest that day. As Metoike turned his gaze, a familiar figure appeared before him. Father Kodo mine. What brings you here? The person who arrived was none other than Kodo mine Risei, the supervisor of the previous Holy Grail War. Metoike immediately became alert, as he did not believe that this old-fashioned priest would come to eat such rebellious food. However, the reality was different from what he expected. After the shop owner, Ba, skillfully served the elderly priest, and put the food on the table, Matucci finally felt a little relieved of his doubts. However, another question soon arose in his mind because 2 portions had been served. Sure enough, not long after, a little boy with red hair and golden-brown pupils walked in through the shop entrance, making him very eye-catching. Li Jing, have you started playing that priest and little boy game too? Just kidding, Metoike silently complained to himself, but he was in a rather pleasant mood because something important was waiting for him after the meal. Moreover, this kid looks somewhat familiar, it seems like I've seen him somewhere before. When Ryamine saw that Metoike was staring at her child, she explained. Sashibuli, Metukuin said, this is a child who survived that incident. He looked pitiful, so I adopted him, and named him Shiro. Metoike's brain seemed to freeze after hearing those words. Although I had previously speculated whether Shiro Amiya would still appear in this world of magic after Kiritsugu Amiya's death, I never expected things to develop this way. Is that so? I don't have any gifts for our first meeting, so I'll use this as a substitute. Metoike rummaged through his pockets again and again, finally pulling out an enchanted bullet, and handing it to Kodo mine Risei. Although it is a gift for the future Shiro Kodo mine, it still needs to be reviewed by his guardian. Chapter 183 ends abruptly after taking the bullet. Kodo mine Rise glanced at it and finding nothing unusual, handed it to the young boy Shiro, who was struggling to climb onto the stool. Shiro accepted it with both hands and smiled happily. Before Metoike could even bid farewell to Kodo mine Risei, the priest, dressed in ancient ceremonial robes, asked Metoike, Metukuin, what is that? Is that thing still not over yet? Metoike followed Kodo mine Risei's gaze downwards and saw his own hands, which were about to be put into his pockets. The command spells above shone brightly. Ah, this is just a curse mark type of magic, something used to store magical energy, and has nothing to do with the Holy Grail. Mato Ike explained, extending his hand again. After the Holy Grail War, he and the priest no longer had any hostile relationship. Yes, the Meta family is indeed the family that created the command seals system. It is only natural that they can do this. After saying that, Kodomine Risei stopped talking to Mato Ike and silently carried Shiro to a chair. After helping him sit down, she began to enjoy the food that her child used to love. Mato Ike didn't think much of it. After saying goodbye, he prepared to leave, as he had something else to do. But as he stepped out of the store, a voice came from behind him, Mato-kun, will you ever come back to Fuyuki? Probably. Mato Ike thought to himself, and left without looking back. And the next destination, of course, was the Meta family home, which they hadn't visited in a long time. He has something he wants to discuss with Zoken Mato. I hailed a taxi at the intersection, and a handsome, tall, and energetic young man in a crisp uniform and white gloves got out. 1709 words, Mato Ike thought to himself, is this the set of Black Butler? He's just a taxi driver, is it really necessary to dress like this? What is Black Butler? Engra Manu finally recovered from the aftereffects of that mapo tofu. It's nothing. Mato Ike was too lazy to explain to him, because once she started explaining, it would never end. He got into the car, still thinking about Amiya Shiro, or rather, Kodomine Shiro. That's a bit weird. In my past life, the Holy Grail War ended at the Fuyuki Hall, but this time it's at Ryuda Temple. You still managed to escape, didn't you? Quite outrageous. If we make this connection, then the next Holy Grail War will likely arrive as scheduled. Time flies, and the car is going fast too. Matucci had just sat in the back seat, adjusted his posture, and announced the location. The taxi sped off like lightning. It wasn't rush hour, so it passed without any obstruction. Although there were no obstacles ahead, this driver seemed to have a dream of becoming a race car driver. The accelerator was floored and the engine roared, as if racing against something, and the map of Fuyuki seemed to be engraved in the driver's head. Turning the steering wheel leads to a side road, and after a few twists and turns, you emerge onto a wide, flat main road. They arrived at their destination shortly afterward. Mato Ike thought to himself, if you have this skill, you might as well go to Mount Akina, and become a racing god. Why are you driving a taxi here? Engra Manu echoed this sentiment. Just as Matucci was about to pay, the driver waved his hand, bowed repeatedly, and shook hands, leaving Matucci somewhat bewildered. I'm not some big star, why am I being so precious? But the driver spoke up, you are the first passenger to let me ride the whole way. Previous passengers either refused to get on the bus as soon as they saw me, or asked to get off halfway. In any case, none of them rode the whole way. As soon as he finished speaking, the car and the driver turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Hey, this means the wish has been fulfilled and the deceased has been liberated. Mato Ike had actually noticed something was off about the driver a long time ago, but he didn't care. After all, he was just a ghost that hadn't been born for long. He had originally wanted to see if a magician was playing some trick on him. I didn't expect it to be just a wandering ghost. And so, as they arrived at their destination at Mata Pond, one of Fuyuki's rental ghost stories also disappeared. There have indeed been many undead being born recently. I didn't expect to encounter one today, Engra Manu said idly to Mato Ike. I just felt that the level of magic in the air has increased to a higher level. Did you guys do that too? Mato Ike asked curiously, since natural undead were quite rare. It's just a byproduct. You should think about your own things first. Engra Manu had no intention of revealing that he just wanted to see Mato Ike excitedly go, and cause trouble for Matazokan, only to return empty-handed. After all, Mato Ike had no idea that Matazokan had disappeared from this world. As expected, Mato Ike's expression changed when he entered the Mata family's courtyard. It wasn't that they didn't sense Zokanmeta's presence, after all, the old worm was rarely home. Instead, he sensed that all the insects in the underground insect chamber had disappeared. Not a single one was left. As I entered the building's entrance hall, I heard a voice and immediately ran out. Meta Shinji, the younger brother whom Meto Ike had never really liked. Brother, you're finally back. Uncle Yenya said that you and Grandpa are both dead. What the heck? Meto Ike's face looked somewhat constipated, while Ngramenu was already laughing wildly in his heart. Why change bodies? It's all to get rid of the old bug's control, and let him experience what it's like to be bitten by bugs for 10 years. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years. Mituchi waited for 10 years, only to receive the news that the person he was trying to take revenge on was already dead. After calming down Shinji Mato, Meto Ike rushed to the insect room, still refusing to believe that Zokanmeta was dead. Ngramenu continued to mock, with no intention of telling Meto Ike the truth. After some time of searching, Mituchi finally found some information deep inside the insect chamber. That was something sealed away by magic unique to the Meta family. Upon opening the package, one finds a letter and a piece of unidentified skin tissue soaked in liquid. Putting the letter aside, Meto Ike is very familiar with this skin tissue. That was something that had been implanted into him every day since he entered the insect chamber at the age of 7, a magical crest passed down from the Meta family, no, the Zorjan family. Upon seeing this, Meto Ike's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally died. At this point, the truth of Zokanmeta's death can be confirmed. You'd rather die than die by my hand, Grandpa. Over the years, he had thought of many ways to get revenge on the old bug, but all his ideas were useless at this moment. Mituchi opened the envelope in her hand with some irritation. Even Ngramenu silently stopped speaking in his heart at that moment. He was sent to be Mituchi's psychologist, not to train the King of Arkham. Silence is the best course of action at this moment. Chapter 180 for next stop, Guanbuzi City. After carefully storing the magic imprint, Meto Ike opened the letter that had been sealed with magic wax. The letter was not in a standard format, it was like a casually written message. Chi, by the time you see this letter, the Holy Grail War will already be over. Actually, regardless of whether you obtain the Holy Grail in the end, I had already anticipated that you wouldn't obediently hand it over to me. Given your personality, you might just pray to the Holy Grail to let me enter reincarnation sooner. Ha ha ha, you must be very angry now, having waited 10 years for revenge only to find no target. However, don't be discouraged. There will still be opportunities for you to take revenge on me. Do you really think I'm going to die like this? I obtained an invitation to the clock tower for you. If you want to kill me, your current strength is not enough. Chi, I'll be waiting for you 10 years from now. I hope you'll have the ability to send this old man into the cycle of reincarnation by then. After reading the letter, Meto Ike ignited a raging flame in his hand. The flames quickly engulfed the letter, turning it to ashes that drifted away in the wind. The flames illuminated his face, and his eyes were somewhat unfocused, as if he were lost in thought. A moment later, as the last ashes drifted away, Meto Ike finally spoke up and asked, "Where is he? Where is Matazokan? Don't tell me you don't know." Ngramenu was startled by Meto Ike's tone, and quickly swallowed back the, "I don't know," that was about to slip out. "Where is Fuyuki?" Meto Ike pressed. "Not in this Fuyuki, but in another Fuyuki, in another world's Fuyuki. Can you give me a ride there?" "It is possible, but you are no match for him right now." Ngramenu answered every question, and there was no need to make anyone unhappy over this matter. It is now May 1995, and Meto Ike has been staying at home for a month. This month has been uneventful in some ways, but there have been many events, both big and small. First, there were the undead that Meto Ike encountered on the day he woke up. He encountered 3 of them near the Meta family's residence alone. While it may be due to the influence of demonic factors, the quantity and frequency are excessive. Mituchi gained a deeper understanding of the changes that had occurred to the world after that battle. However, this harassment from the undead stopped after Matoike set up a more powerful barrier that he had learned from Castor. Then there's that brat Shinji Mato, whose interest in Dharma seems to be completely unstoppable. Although after Matoike returned home, his own notebook was still safely placed on the bookshelf in his room. But it was obvious to anyone with eyes that during the months that Matucci disappeared, that notebook had been worn out from being read so many times. Not only that, but during this month, this brat became even more unscrupulous, daring to directly ask Matoike about magic. He's not cute at all, no wonder I hate him so much, Matoike said to himself after chasing away Mato Shinji. This kid is alright, actually. I think your uncle is more interesting, Angela Manuel replied, peeking out from the shadows of Meta Pond. Speaking of Meta Korea, the Tosaka family finally held Tosaka Tokiomi's funeral half a month ago. His wife and children returned to the ruins of the Tosaka family mansion, escorted by a large group of people. The insects that Matoike left at the Tosaka residence have not yet been removed. Rin Tosaka ultimately inherited the Tosaka family's magic, just as the original historical trajectory had predicted. At Tokiomi Tosaka's funeral, the Meta family, who had been his associates for hundreds of years, were also among the invitees. Of course, the person invited was Matoike, the current head of the family, but Meta Korea, who had not received an invitation, shamelessly followed along. Matoike was aware of some of his thoughts. He simply wanted to comfort the beautiful widow who had lost her husband. 1,800 words. When the funeral actually arrived, Meta Korea was like an ostrich, burying his head in the ground the whole time, not even daring to go up and say a word. In the end, Matucci went through the standard procedure of offering condolences. However, there were a couple of minor incidents during the funeral. One was Shinji Mato, who was taken there to freeload, and the other was Shiro Kotomine, who was taken there by Father Kotomine. The two hit it off immediately and became sworn brothers at Tokiomi Tosaka's funeral. Another one is related to Matoike's identity. Tokiomi Tosaka died in the Holy Grail War, and Ike Mato, as a survivor of that war, was met with hostility from the three brats at his funeral. Two of them, needless to say, are Tokiomi Tosaka's two daughters, Rin Tosaka and Sakura Tosaka. The other one has blonde hair, which is curled into elegant spirals and decorated with blue ribbons, like a golden drill. Without a doubt, this is the young lady of Edfelt Lucia Salinta. These three brats seem to believe that there is a huge conspiracy in the Holy Grail War, and they plan to capture Matoike in order to extract some information. Although it was a scheme, Matoike thought it was just like children playing house. In no time, Matoike saw through everything, and even had Angelo Manuel pretend to be a ghost, scaring the little devils so much they screamed. What was unexpected was that the last one to step forward was Sakura Tosaka, that seemingly delicate and frail little girl. However, after this incident, the three brats did not cause any more trouble for Matucci until the funeral was over. It seems he has been confined to his quarters by the magicians of the Edfelt family. After Tokiomi Tosaka's funeral, the three kids were taken away by the magicians of the Edfeld family. They treasured magicians with such talent. I'm afraid that even the slightest accident might happen on this land. Meanwhile, Tokiomi Tosaka's widow, Aoi Tosaka, stayed in Fuyuki to collect Tokiomi Tosaka's belongings. At Matoike's urging, Mata Korea finally mustered up a sliver of courage to go find Tosaka Aoi. It seems that just today, Mata Korea used the excuse of a class reunion to seduce someone there. I hope he succeeds. Finally getting ready to leave. Engra Mainu asked slowly from his bed, watching Matoike pack his things. Yes, it's time to go. Matoike didn't even turn his head, just kept stuffing things into his suitcase. This briefcase is a special item whose space has been altered by a barrier magic, and its capacity is quite good. Yay, finally, I don't have to stay in this awful place anymore. Engra Mainu yelled and jumped off the bed. Isn't this the ideal daily life you've been looking for? How come you can't wait any longer? After packing his things, Matoike turned around and looked at Engra Mainu, who was about to slip into his shadow. Well, this is so boring. There's only one fun thing to do every month. My mischievous spirit is itching to get going. So, where should we go next? The clock tower. Maybe we can take down those self-important magicians. No, the next stop is Guanbuzi City. The clock tower will have to wait a little longer. Chapter 185 Ryugi Shiki. The Shinkansen, bullet train, was chosen as the mode of transportation. This was at Engra request. He said he wanted to see it for himself. Matsuike didn't understand what was so insightful about this, but he personally held an indifferent attitude towards these modes of transportation. Accompanied by the sounding of electronic sirens and a female announcer's voice, the scenery outside the car window gradually receded. The Shinkansen train carrying Matsuike and Angela Manu departed from the platform and headed towards Kenbuko City. It's nothing special, really, Engra complained to Matsuike after coming off the platform. It's really just SOSO, I don't know what you're expecting. Aren't there supposed to be perverts or nymphomaniacs? I haven't seen anything along the way. As expected, nothing pleasant came out of Engra mouth. Matsuike sighed, rubbing his forehead and said, have you been researching these things every day for the past month? The things you're talking about can only be found in crowded environments like the subway. How could such things possibly appear on a train? What's the difference between a train and a subway? Why didn't you say so sooner? You made me take a wasted trip. Engra started complaining again. The difference is, why should I discuss this kind of thing with you? Matsuike realized that he had almost been led astray by Angela Manu, so he said irritably. Engra simply chuckled, and then shut his mouth. Stepping off the platform, even though winter was over, night still fell so early in Japan. The deeper the night, the denser the darkness, as if it were about to devour everything. On the deserted street, Matsuike walked slowly alone, the sound of her shoes rubbing against the ground particularly clear in the silence. The shops along the street had already pulled down their shutters early, as if the whole city had fallen asleep. In the current economic downturn, this scene seems particularly common. At this moment, only those shops specializing in the sex industry are still struggling to keep their businesses afloat. Neon lights flicker faintly in the distant alleyways, adding a touch of eerie life to this desolate street. Matsuike ignored Angela Manuel's instigation, despite the provocative whispers that kept coming to her ears. He merely glanced coldly at the flashing neon lights in the distance, then decisively turned and walked into a narrow alleyway next to him. The alley was even darker, with only a few dim streetlights overhead barely illuminating the way forward. The walls on both sides of the alley are mottled and worn by time, and you can occasionally smell the damp musty smell and the stench of rotting garbage. A faint smell of blood wafted through the air. Matsuike was very sensitive to this, so she had already prepared her little helper. Whether it's an undead or something else, it will all die from this shot. After walking deeper into the alley from the entrance, it turned into a closed, secret room. Even during the day, this narrow path surrounded by building walls should be a space where sunlight cannot reach. Without any magical fluctuations, it seemed to be just an ordinary murder case, or perhaps a dismemberment case. As you slowly move forward, the faded walls on both sides are painted with brand new paint. Something had soaked this narrow path, which could hardly be called a road. The damp, musty smell and the stench of rotting garbage that permeated the air were now contaminated by another, even stronger odor. All around was a sea of blood. In the middle of the sea of blood lay a human corpse. The corpse's expression was not visible. It had no arms and both feet had been amputated below the knees. He is no longer human, reduced to a sprinkler that only spills blood. On the opposite side of the corpse, she is a woman wearing a kimono. The hem of the kimono, which was originally light blue, has been stained bright red. One hand is holding a dagger, which appears to be the murder weapon. When Matucci first saw her, she touched the flowing blood on the ground with the grace of a white crane and smeared it on her lips. A drop of blood slid down from the corner of his lips. Seemingly sensing the arrival of a visitor, she slightly turned her head. The combination of her fair face and crimson blood resembled a blooming azalea covered in blood, a beauty that could stir the soul. A ghost. Angela Manuel suddenly screamed, completely ruining the beautiful scene, though only Matoike could hear it. Shut up, can't you even tell the difference between a human and a ghost now? And even if it is a ghost, it's not like I haven't killed some recently. After responding in his mind, Matoike looked at the woman holding the dagger. I already had some guesses in my mind. The person before me must be the famous Ryugi Shiki. Although he didn't have many memories of this from his past life, Matoike still recorded the information about the owner of the mystic eyes of death perception. So the magician Araya Soren, who was sealed away, must be observing the situation nearby. This was an unexpected situation. Although Matoike did want to obtain those mystic eyes of death perception, the conditions did not allow it. You seem to want to take something from me. A hint of greed flashed in your eyes, but you quickly dismissed the idea. Why is that? Ryugi Shiki's hollow voice echoed, creating ripples in the closed alleyway. You were just about to plunge that knife into my heart, weren't you? But you quickly changed your mind, weren't you? My reason should be the same as yours. Matoike didn't answer directly, but instead said indirectly. He was on alert for any unusual activity, while Ngramenu continued to pour black mud into the surrounding area. Who knows if they might have inadvertently stepped into Araya Soren's trap. I see, then the two things cancel each other out. The words were still brief, but the tone was completely different from before, as if two people were living in one body. This time, the way he spoke and his tone were completely neutral. After the conversation ended, Ryugi Shiki walked right past Matoike, seemingly unconcerned about being suddenly attacked. However, Matoike clearly felt Ryugi Shiki swallow hard as she passed by him, whether out of nervousness or excitement. Watching the figure of the person in front of him gradually disappear into the distance, Matoike shook his head helplessly, and then slowly walked towards the corpse on the ground. The blood had congealed, and a faint smell of rust filled the air, but he was more concerned about the condition of the corpse. There is no sign of the undead being generated. The body's arms and legs were cleanly severed below the knees, a crude but cruel method. If the murderer is killed in such a brutal manner, he will inevitably be splattered with a lot of blood. So she didn't kill him. Matoike muttered to himself. Interesting, so interesting. To encounter something like this so soon after arriving, I feel like it's going to get even more exciting. 1719 words. Ngramenu's wild words interrupted Matoike's thoughts, but there was nothing to investigate on the corpse. The only suspicious sign was that the summoning jutsu no longer worked on the corpse. Suddenly, the sound of sirens came from outside the alley. Matoike, too lazy to cover the bodies for others, turned into a swarm of insects and disappeared. After a while, Tokyo detectives completely surrounded the crime scene. After a series of investigations and evidence collection, they were busy until late at night before leaving the scene. Just as the police left, a tall man in a monk's robe arrived, with a string of prayer beads around his neck. Just then, the view of Matapon suddenly ended. The figure, dressed in a monk's robe, held a fly-like insect in his hand and muttered, "Insect maid." Chapter 186. The Crimson of Wounds. It's been half a month already, what exactly are you doing here? Ngramenu's complaining voice echoed in Matoike's mind again. Matoike was used to this nagging and continued at his own pace, without responding to Ngramenu's complaints. He walked down the stairs, turned the corner with practiced ease, and came to an inconspicuous coffee shop. The shop's decor is simple yet cozy, with a few tables scattered around, and the air is filled with the aroma of coffee and baked goods. Clearly, this was a small shop familiar to its regular customers. The clerk, seeing Matoike enter, smiled and nodded without even asking a question. Then, she took a freshly heated sandwich from the microwave next to her, skillfully plated it, and handed it to him. As Matoike took the sandwich, the clerk placed a steaming cup of coffee on the counter. He carried his coffee and sandwich, walked around several empty tables, and headed to a corner of the coffee shop. The lights here were slightly dimmer than elsewhere, and it was quieter, with only the faint sound of music and the low hum of the coffee machine accompanying his thoughts. Matoike became somewhat lazy after arriving in Kenbuko City, but that was the life he was looking for. Isn't this what everyday life should be like? Sitting here, even Ngramanyu's voice seemed to become somewhat blurred in his mind, as if this tranquil space could not be disturbed even by that busybody. Matucci savored this moment of solitude, sitting quietly in the corner, carefully chewing each bite of food. But recently, something has been bothering him. That means the money I brought wasn't enough. Although it hasn't reached the point where he'd be forced to work, it's still an issue that has to be considered. For a magician, this kind of trouble sounds rather comical. After all, with just the most basic hint magic, he could easily make a lot of money from ordinary people. However, what's most laughable isn't his situation, but that another magician has also fallen into the same predicament. A commotion broke the brief tranquility that Matucci was enjoying at the coffee shop counter. His thoughts were pulled back to reality by the sudden sound. He frowned slightly and looked up at the counter. "Miss Orange, we don't allow credit payments," the waitress behind the counter said with a smile. Her voice was sweet and polite, with a touch of professional courtesy. "Well, I'll make an exception this time," the woman replied casually, her tone somewhat dismissive. "I just happen to have to pay rent today, and my doll exhibition has just started, so I'm a little short on cash. Once today is over and the doll is sold, I'll have the money to pay the bill." The customer, called Orange, spoke with a light-hearted tone, as if he had already foreseen the good days to come. She waved her hand and gave a confident smile, as if she were comforting the waiter or convincing herself. However, the waiter's expression did not relax. She smiled and replied politely, "I'm very sorry, our rules are very strict, and I hope you can understand." "Ah, why is this?" Miss Orange sighed helplessly, clearly troubled by the current stalemate. Her fingers tapped lightly on the counter, her eyes flickering slightly, as if she were thinking about something. Finally, she started to move, her long, dark red hair fluttering in the air as she turned. Her bespectacled eyes scanned the coffee shop rapidly, seemingly searching for a sucker to foot the bill. As their gazes met, Miss Orange's shrewd and cunning eyes locked onto Matucci, who was sitting in the corner. Her gaze lingered on him briefly before she quickly assessed the seemingly calm and composed young man. After noticing her gaze, Matucci frowned slightly, then lowered his head and continued to focus on the coffee in his hand, seemingly unaware of Tuco's approach. Matucci never expected to run into that troublesome person here, the Scarlet of Pain. Although she did not receive the evaluation of the 3 primary colors, the trouble she faced was no less than that of her younger sister who received blue, and perhaps even more so. But what happened next made Matucci regret coming to this coffee shop today. "I didn't expect to meet you here." Orange appeared unexpectedly next to Matucci and sat down in the chair opposite him. He picked up the remaining sandwich in front of Matucci and started eating it. "Would you mind buying a lady a cup of coffee?" The voice entered Matucci's ears in a way that was inaudible to the outside world. Matucci looked up at her and realized that she was aware of his identity as a magician. Did they come here on purpose? Matucci thought to himself. What do you mean, deliberately sought her out? This is a romantic encounter. This is a romantic encounter. Ah, why doesn't this kind of thing happen to me? Quick, say yes. Quick, say yes. Angela Mannequin kept shouting in Matucci's mind, which was a bit annoying, but there was no denying that the woman in front of him, known as the Red of Pain, was indeed a beautiful character. Before Matucci could respond, Aozaki Tuko turned directly to the counter and shouted, "This gentleman will pay for my bill today." Then the next sentence reached Matucci's ears, "You seem to be thinking about something bad, don't you?" Upon hearing this, Matucci's furrowed brows relaxed instantly. Is this threatening me? Just thinking about it is enough for her to sense it. This woman's sixth sense is truly. At the same time, the waiter at the counter also looked towards Matucci's position. After receiving Matucci's approval, he began to make coffee for Aozaki Tuko. That little girl over there seems to like you a bit. When I call you darling, she's probably cursing me in her heart. After finishing the remaining sandwiches on her plate, Aozaki Tuko continued chatting with Matucci. To outsiders, the two seem like a real couple, except for their significant age difference. Is something the matter? You're injured. Miss Tuko. Matoike finished his coffee and looked at Aozaki Tuko in front of him. Nothing much, I just happened to discover that there's a new magician in this city, and I wanted to make friends. Aozaki Tuko waved her hand, got up and walked to the counter to get the already packaged coffee. She didn't return to Matapond but walked straight towards the door. But just before stepping out of the shop, she turned back and called out to Matapond. Want to check out my new doll shop? Maybe you'll find something you like. Chapter 187. The two walked out of the coffee shop together, but when they started walking, Aozaki Tuko walked ahead. This situation was not caused by Orange's own initiative, but rather by Matuchi's subjective slowness. Only when you are behind Orange can you better observe this grand magician. Is this body really a doll? Matoike's eyes lit up slightly, and his deconstruction mystic eyes were activated instantly, scanning back and forth on Aozaki Tuko, who was leading the way. The degree of conformity with physical life has reached 100%, making it virtually indistinguishable from a cyborg. What do you mean? This beautiful lady is a doll. Wow, then that means she can. Before Ngramenu could finish speaking, he was blocked by Matoike. Without even thinking, you can imagine what kind of outrageous things this guy will say. The thing residing in his body truly inherited all of humanity's evil. Lust is just one insignificant manifestation of this. After walking for a short while, we arrived at the location of the doll museum called Garan no 2. It's just a few turns away from the coffee shop we just visited. According to Matoike's investigation of the surrounding area, there is indeed only one coffee shop closest to the Garan no 2 dollhouse. So was it really a chance encounter? Two magicians just happened to walk into the same coffee shop at the same time. This is impossible no matter how you think about it. This is an abandoned new urban area, which was started a few years ago when the economy was booming, but construction was halted halfway through when the economy deteriorated. Matuchi chose this area as his temporary residence to avoid the noise of the city and to stay out of the public eye. I just didn't expect that Aozaki Tuko would also choose to stay here. After seeing the place called the Hall of the Sangharama, Matuchi then confirmed that this was a magic workshop. A magic workshop built on top of an abandoned building. Although the building's exterior was largely complete, the interior remained completely undecorated, with the walls, floors, and building materials exposed. If completed, the building is expected to be 6 stories high, but it has only been built to the 4th floor so far. Because the project was abandoned halfway through, the half-built 5th floor was used as the roof. Although the building site is surrounded by towering concrete walls, it is easy to break in. Why would this place be used as a magic workshop? That's a difficult question to answer. 1863 words. Aozaki Tuko unlocked the door downstairs and invited Matoike into this mysterious place. Matoike didn't make a move immediately, but just quietly watched Aozaki Tuko. Aozaki Tuko watched him quietly. The two stood before the gate like plaster statues. Are you open today? Yes, you are the first guest. As they exchanged questions and answers, time began to pass slowly. The two simply looked at each other, neither making any further move. Go in, what's there to be afraid of? She's not going to eat you up, is she? She can't possibly eat you all she wants, and Ngramenu started grumbling again. However, his words also reminded Matoike that there was indeed nothing to be afraid of, as the most outstanding feature of the insect master was its extremely strong ability to survive. Not to mention that this body can reassemble as long as there is even one insect remaining. Furthermore, he was also eager to see just how big the gap was between himself and the Grand Magician. Without the burden in my heart, even my steps became lighter. When Aozaki Tuko saw Matoike move, she smiled and said, I'm really starting to admire you more and more. Without giving any response, Matoike walked straight into the magic workshop that belonged to someone else. The first thing you see is a long display case. Inside were dozens of dolls of various shapes and sizes. But what attracted Matoike the most was that one piece. It was a doll so exquisitely crafted that it approached the limits of morality. Its shape resembles a still human being, while clearly demonstrating that it is a doll that will never move. It looks like a person who could come back to life at any moment, but it is actually a puppet that has never been alive from the beginning. Matucci looked the exquisite piece up and down, her eyes slightly burning. Special knowledge always makes people forget themselves. Is this the work Miss Orange created before she created this body? Such skill truly deserves the title of Grand Master. In Matuike's eyes, what appeared was not the exquisite detail of the doll's appearance, but countless lines drawn together. Each one is perfectly placed. If even one of them is slightly damaged, the balance of the piece will be completely lost. Of course, this is something that cannot be seen on Aozaki Tuko's body, or perhaps the body Aozaki Tuko is currently using is her original body. But unless you've seen her true face, how can anyone be absolutely certain? You actually figured it out. Even I wasn't sure about this myself, so how did you know? Orange leaned against the glass display case, tilting her head to the side. It was unclear whether she was looking at the exhibits inside or observing Matucci's actions through the reflection in the glass. No, it's just a guess. But when I saw Miss Orange's work, I was certain that she had enough skill to create a doll that was indistinguishable from a human. Matuike turned to look at Aozaki Tuko, who was taking out a cigarette from her pocket. Aozaki Tuko ignored Matuike's actions and didn't even consider offering him a cigarette. He just started smoking by himself. When she had smoked half of her cigarette, Aozaki Tuko took off her glasses, her voice becoming somewhat cold. You are very good, possessing creative talent that is hard for others to match. It's a real pity. Matuike simply smiled quietly, waiting for Aozaki Tuko to continue. Since she was looking for him, there must be a reason. Matuike, heir to the Fuyuki magic family, has just survived a war in which even the Clock Tower Lord perished. I think it was called the Holy Grail War. After receiving the Clock Tower's invitation, instead of rushing to report to the Clock Tower, you swaggered here without any attempt to conceal yourself. Don't you know that you are now under the watchful eyes of everyone? Matuike was somewhat taken aback upon hearing these words, not expecting to be approached for this reason. Oops, I seem to have forgotten that this Miss Aozaki Tuko in front of me is still on the list of those to be sealed, and is wanted by the Clock Tower. Moreover, the residence that Matuike chose was near her workshop, so it's understandable that she was approached. Before Matuike could explain, Aozaki Tuko continued, find a job. The unfolding of the plot was somewhat unexpected for Matuike. Your appearance is too conspicuous. Not only is the Magic Association paying attention to you, but even the secular police came to me recently, requesting an investigation into you. At a time when murders are so frequent, and you're just loitering around all day doing nothing, you've been put on the Metropolitan Police Department's suspect list, do you understand? Aozaki Tuko took out another cigarette, and puffed smoke at Matuike. Yes, I understand. Matuike nodded, then paused, as if he had thought of something, and continued, thank you for the reminder, Miss Orange. By the way, I just happened to find an acquaintance of yours here not long ago. He is also a Raya Soren, who was designated to be sealed. Miss Orange, you are familiar with this man, aren't you? Okay, I understand. Is that all? Aozaki Tuko stared intently at Matuike, as if she wanted to devour him. That's all. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Orange. Matuike really didn't have anything else to say at this point. Take care, don't bother seeing me out. The tone shifted from indifference to harshness, as if the speaker was somewhat annoyed. Without giving it much thought, Matucci left the place. As Aozaki Tuko watched Matuike's departing figure, she murmured to herself with a strange expression, can't you see my invitation? Or did you realize it but pretend not to see it to refuse me? I've already shown so much goodwill, and this brat really doesn't know what's good for him. Is Araya Soren still around? Why is everything happening all at once lately? Chapter 188 Something is wrong. Hey buddy, she can't even afford her own coffee, and she expects you to work for her. Ever since leaving the Garan no 2 shop, Ngramenu has been thinking about Aozaki Tuko in Matoike's heart. Matoike nodded, then shook her head and replied, "You can't say that. Although she might not get paid, as a grand magician, it would be good to learn a thing or two from her." Upon hearing this, Ngramenu thought to himself, "Are you a stereotyped person? If you're so good to her, why don't you go work for her? To put it bluntly, you're just afraid of working for free." By the way, what did she mean when she said what a pity? Angela Manuel had just wanted to ask that. Oh right, you're not a magician, but you should know how magicians inherit their skills, right? It's not through bloodline inheritance. Even children, who are not related to you can inherit a magic crest. In response to Ngramenu's question, Matoike spoke slowly. You mean, she wanted to take you as her disciple? Then why did she change her mind? Ngramenu asked, puzzled. Naturally, it's because I've embarked on a different path in magic. Is that so hard to understand? Matoike thought this person was making a fuss over nothing. Then why did she bring it up in the first place? Ngramenu had many questions, but perhaps he was just making conversation. It might be this body, like a newborn baby, quite pure. As soon as he finished speaking, Matoike's eyes narrowed. Look towards a corner of Guanbuzi City. Finally showing herself, mother of the cloth. Matoike murmured. The bright sun cast dazzling rays, enveloping the towering buildings of the city streets in a sweltering heat. Today's temperature has reached the highest level since the start of summer. Is it already this hot in June? Matucci looked up at the blazing sun high in the sky, and thinking that the heat would continue until evening, she wanted to go back to the hotel to relax. No, you've been wandering around outside every day these past few days. So you were looking for someone. I thought you were just like one of those unemployed people, wandering aimlessly on the streets. If it weren't for Matoike's sudden action, Angela Mainu would still be in the dark. Do you think I'm like you? You're always so unserious, all you know is eating and sleeping. How can you not sleep yourself to death? Matucci continuously sensed the location of her insects, and kept rushing towards the finish line. By the way, who is Guanbuzi's mother? Why are you looking for her? Ngramenu pressed. She's a must-see attraction in Guanbuzi City, and she's a very famous street fortune teller. Matoike patiently explained to Angela Mannequin, otherwise he was afraid that the guy would go crazy in his mind again. Matucci slowed down and stopped in front of a street vending machine, where he bought a bottle of cold drink. I felt thirsty, seemingly due to the scorching sun, but then again, it didn't seem so. Street fortune tellers. You believe in this nonsense? And if you want to do fortune telling, can't you do it yourself? Ngramenu quickly asked during the brief pause. After swallowing his cold drink, Matoike nodded and replied, I really don't believe it, but the person I'm going to visit today is someone who truly possesses absolute future vision, so I have no choice but to go and see for myself. She had been avoiding me for a while, and only showed up today, so I have to hurry, lest she escape again. Matoike said this, but did not quicken his pace, because since the mother of Kenbuko, who possesses absolute future vision, was willing to show herself, their meeting had already become an absolute future. After passing through narrow alleys between buildings, you arrive at the main street. Then, from another alleyway, we wandered into the maze-like alleyways. At the end of the long passage, in the shadow of the steel jungle, lies a dark place where even sunlight cannot penetrate. Even the lighting required a candle, like an altar in a temple. On a sweltering midday, fortune tellers, draped in heavy black robes, set up their stalls in narrow alleyways between buildings, barely wide enough for one person to pass, waiting for customers to come to them. She had her face covered with black gauze, and carried a crystal ball, as if to look sophisticated. She was plump and appeared to be over 50 years old. Why don't you continue to hide from me? Can you tell me what you saw? The mother of Guanbuzi. Matoike walked slowly to the front of the stall, staring intently at the thin veil, wanting to meet the other person's eyes. 1,465 words. But Guanbuzi's mother kept her eyes fixed on the crystal ball on the table and slowly said, "No problem, but you need to deal with the immediate problem first." Troublesome. As expected, I knew nothing good would happen today. Matoike turned his head and waved his hand, looking towards the entrance of the alley. "I've been following you for so long, why don't you come out?" The voice just fell. There, several figures surrounded the alley entrance. They blocked every exit, and there was not a trace of rationality in their eyes. Saliva was even dripping from the corners of its mouth, giving it a frenzied, predatory feel. It felt as if it might pounce on the target and tear it apart at any moment. These things can no longer be called human, they can only be called beasts. Matoike frowned slightly, a familiar feeling washing over him, making him feel somewhat nauseous. Where does this feeling originate? Before I could even think, that thing pounced on me. Shady spots under the scorching sun are the favorite places for snakes, rats, insects, and ants. Spring cicadas are the noisiest insects of this season. The next instant, the cicada chirping that filled the entire alley was replaced by an even more turbulent hissing sound. Swarms of worms emerged from some unknown corner or crevice. Straight cracks appeared on their backs, and the winged beetles struggled to squeeze out of the cracks, convulsing in agony. One after another, shelled monsters emerged from disgusting worms, spreading their wings, which were still covered with an unknown slime. The insect's wings vibrated rapidly, emitting a noisy hissing sound, and its huge, sharp mandibles also emitted a high-pitched chirping sound. They don't need Matucci to give verbal commands, they can already communicate with their master's thoughts. The swarm of insects rushed toward the frenzied figure. Tragic, only the word tragic can describe it. This was Matucci's first thought. Of course, this doesn't refer to the swarm of insects, but rather to those humanoid monsters that resemble wild beasts. They are like beings who know no pain, who have completely forgotten even the ultimate fear of being human. Matoike even saw one of them, whose legs had been eaten away by the swarm of insects, still use his remaining hands to grab a lone insect in the swarm and give it an intimate kiss. The yellowish teeth bit into the winged beetle's hard mouthparts. With a snap, it was unclear whether it was a tooth falling out or an insect's mouthparts breaking. The man's Adam's apple bobbed as if he were swallowing. Not to be outdone, the insect used its remaining mouthparts to bite the man's lips. The two are actually eating each other. Chapter 189 Chain Reaction. Matoike recalled the sense of disharmony from that moment and realized where that sudden feeling of familiarity came from. They're on their way here. In the question and answer session with Engra Menu, just as he had inexplicably chosen to buy a cold drink while standing in front of the vending machine, however, instead of focusing on seeing the mother of the child, he disrupted the order of his actions because of this trivial desire. It was such a subtle difference, it seemed insignificant at the time, but looking back now, it has an inexplicable eeriness. It was as if instinct suddenly took over from reason. Instinct. Matoike murmured to himself, his brows furrowing slightly as these details churned in his mind. As he moved forward, he gradually approached the scattered fragments of the corpse. The efficiency of the swarm is astonishing. Although these people have been mutated into monsters, they are still within the realm of mortals. There's no trouble yet. Never mind. Guanbuzi's mother's voice suddenly came from behind, but then stopped abruptly. Are you saying the trouble isn't completely over yet? Matoike certainly knew about this. He noticed something amiss the moment he got close to the remains. This is an anomaly originating from his familiar. His insects seemed completely absorbed in their feast, their sharp mouthparts relentlessly gnawing at the lifeless flesh. Their heads swayed gently, tearing through muscle fibers, ripping off pieces of meat, which they then quickly chew and devour. The mutilated limbs were gradually decomposed by the swarm of insects, revealing pale bones and deep red fascia. The insects are feeding voraciously. As the swarm of insects devoured the body, the already twisted corpse was gradually gnawed to pieces, and the limb remains gradually decreased, turning into a pile of scattered bones and blood-soaked bits of flesh. That feeling of hunger was constantly being transmitted from the insects into Matucci's body. Not enough. Not enough. Still not enough. The bloodthirsty instincts of the remaining insect swarm have been fully unleashed. Even after the Earth's remains had been completely devoured, the hunger did not lessen. Instead, it intensified, transmitting from the insects' bodies into Matucci's central nervous system. It was an abyss of desire, as if no matter how much was consumed, it could not fill that emptiness. The swarm of insects roamed the ground, searching for any remaining flesh and blood. They are faster, move more frantically, and even bite each other in an attempt to obtain more nutrients from their own kind. Matuik stood quietly to the side, watching everything with indifferent eyes. Under his command, the insects' activities were always confined to this area. Matuik was testing whether his insects, driven by this strange instinct, would still obey his commands if they were completely without food. Time is slowly passing by. The insect population is rapidly decreasing. But the remaining insects were significantly stronger. It even reached the strength of a mutant. It wasn't over yet. The winged beetles were still killing each other and gnawing on each other's bodies. Until the last half of the incomplete insect. But it still didn't stop its actions, it was devouring itself. The good news is that the familiars still obey their master's commands. The bad news is that even the laws cannot stop the familiar's desire to feed. After witnessing all of this, Matuik used magic to summon flames, burning away the remaining liquid on the ground before turning around and returning to the presence of Kenbuko's mother. How is this going? A magician, who has only liberated the origin of a poor man, said the mother of Kenbuko, looking directly at Matuik who was facing her. Magician? Does that refer to Araya Sauren? Matuik pondered for a moment before arriving at this answer. It seems you already have a plan in mind, don't you? Guanbuzi's mother smiled slightly. After hearing the answer from Kenbuko's mother, Matucci felt a sense of unease. Araya Soren. If it really is him, things are going to get complicated. Matuik muttered to himself, pondering the possibility. But his doubts did not dissipate, instead, they became more complicated. The horrific scene before him reminded him of another named Shiro Junri. How could Shirai Ryo possibly have such an ability? Besides, the murder case has only been going on for half a month, hasn't it? At the current pace, Shiro Jun Ryo is just a deranged killer trying to get Ryugi Shiki's attention. It is even more distant for him to develop things like medicine and blood crystals. However, the insect's hunger, and the people transformed into monsters, this was clearly something Shirai Ryo had never been able to achieve. They spread the origin of eating to others and transformed them into their own kind. Matuik looked at Kenbuko's mother again and asked, Shirai Junri only started killing people recently, so how did things get to this point? Matuik was too lazy to think any further, since there was a fortune teller in front of him who knew a thing or two about everything. You should know this better than I do. I only saw that the world underwent a change 6 months ago, but what that change was, only someone like you who experienced it firsthand would understand better, right? Kenbuko's mother rested her chin on her hands and quietly looked towards Metapond. On the contrary, Matuik felt inexplicably irritable. 6 months ago, during the Holy Grail War, that incident ended inexplicably. The story concludes with Chaldea successfully taking the true Holy Grail. Matucci knew nothing about anything else. You just said that the origin of Shiroi Ryo is eating, right? Angela Manu finally spoke up. What do you know? Matuik asked himself inwardly. Do you remember that dream you had? The guy who confronted my boss in the dream, do you remember him? Ngramania's voice was strange, as if this shouldn't be happening at this time. 1507 words. Matucci searched through her memories, but the recollection of that dream was very vague. He only remembered some things about his comrades, as for the opposing side. Beelzebub. What does this have to do with that god? Matuik asked, puzzled. This matter is a bit unclear right now, so just think of it this way, Beelzebub made a deal with my boss because of your dream. This gave him the right to preferentially extend his tentacles into the world, and as a symbol of gluttony, the world's concept of gluttony was strengthened under his interference. And the origin of that so-called Shirasumi Ryo may have been found because of this. Ngurumenyu spoke very quickly, even a little breathless. Explaining things wasn't his forte, complaining was. So you mean all of this is a chain reaction triggered by Beelzebub making a deal with your boss through that dream? Matucci's thoughts became increasingly confused by Angela Mannequin's words. He originally thought that Guanbuzi City was just a simple model where he could reap some benefits, but he never expected that it would involve such a complex cause-and-effect relationship. Chapter 190 Divination. My second question is, are these monsters looking for you or for me? This question is very important to Mato Ike, as it relates to his assessment of the upcoming situation. Guanbuzi's mother smiled gently and slowly replied, both are true, but I might be more inclined to side with you. As expected, for the past 2 weeks, Mato Ike had been searching for the street fortune teller, but to no avail. But today, she suddenly appeared, as if she had been waiting for Mato Ike to come to her. And it just so happens that today, these monsters created by Shirasumi Ryo attacked. You've been used as a pawn, Ngurumenyu murmured in Mato Ike's mind. Mato Ike's lips twitched slightly. Although he didn't want to admit it, Angela Mainy's assessment was undoubtedly spot on. Shouldn't you pay me a fee for helping you solve this problem? Ignoring Angela Mainy's incessant chatter, Matucci turned her attention to Kenbuko's mother. He put his hand into his pocket and fiddled with the little helper hidden inside. It was as if the other party would draw a gun and hold it to the head of Guanbuzi's mother if they didn't give a satisfactory answer. Upon witnessing this scene, Guanbuzi's mother's lips twitched slightly and she sighed. Do kids these days like to play this kind of game? Her voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't quiet either. Angela Mainyu heard her, while Mato Ike probably pretended not to. Seeing the two facing off, Ngurumenyu once again criticized Mato Ike. What are you still pretending for? They've seen through you. Forget about the Oscars, you'd be a flop even as an extra. But Mato Ike remained unmoved, maintaining the same pre-attack stance. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was others who would be. All right, I'll just waive the charge for today's divination, said Kenbuko's mother, somewhat helplessly, but she still gave Mato Ike a way out. Is there anything else you want to ask? Upon hearing this, Mato Ike, unperturbed, took his hand out of his pocket and extended his free left hand. Kenbuko's mother carefully examined Matucci's palm lines, her expression somewhat puzzled, as if she didn't know how to answer. What will the outcome be? What can I do to avoid those unfortunate futures? Mato Ike was asking the question seriously at this moment, as he was well aware of the abilities of the person in front of him. He waited to hear what kind of future the mother of Guanbuzi would say. Oh my, I never thought there would be such a future, but I can't say whether this is good or bad based on this alone. No, do all fortune tellers like riddle-solving people like this? Both Matucci and Ngurumenyu were completely bewildered, waiting for the other to continue. Guanbuzi's mother sighed. She opened her eyes wide, carefully searching for Mato Ike's future. She began to wonder. You couldn't find many people in the entire world with her ability to see into the future. She was given the eyes of a god by a twist of fate. Even someone like that couldn't quite say for sure. Fine, I'll just say it directly. I can hardly see the thread of your destiny, or rather, you don't have a destiny at all. It's like a beginning and an end, they just overlap and occasionally a few images flash by. But one thing is certain, and that is your end. But do you really want to hear it? After saying these words, Kenbuko's mother raised her head, and no longer stared at Mato Ike's palm, but looked into his eyes. She means it. Because some things, once spoken and heard, things will most likely develop in that direction. Her expression clearly showed that the end of Matucci was by no means a good thing. So she asked. Whether or not to accept it is up to Mato Ike himself. Listen. This is Matucci's choice. This is Ngurumenyu's reaction. Understood. This is the answer from Guanbuzi's mother. Matoike made this choice simply because he didn't care. For him, knowing the future in advance had absolutely no bearing on the choices he had to make now. Ngramenu was surprised because Matoike's choice showed an indifferent attitude towards life, which was the reason why he would follow Matoike. And let's look at the mother's reply. It was pitch black there, the bottom was completely dark. It was like the seabed, where there was no light or sound. The darkness has no end, you were never falling from the beginning, because there is nothing there. It's not that there is no light, it's that there is no darkness either. If you can't see anything, then even the meaning of falling is meaningless. Even the word nothingness is insufficient to describe it. You will be as natural as fluid, as shameful as corruption. Sounds like a perfect place to sleep and dream. Surprisingly, it's not bad. Matoike felt somewhat satisfied with this completely mystical statement. I'm glad you can accept it. Guanbuzi's mother replied, without using her abilities, simply anticipating how the person in front of her would respond. They might leave without a look on their face, press her for answers, or laugh it off and ignore her. But it was accepted so calmly, so naturally. Perhaps she was a lucky person favored by heaven, given a pair of eyes that could see the future of others. As far as the fortune-teller profession is concerned, she herself has no talent whatsoever, so she couldn't even guess the reaction of the person in front of her. If these eyes go blind, I'll probably have to close down and retire early. This is what Guanbuzi's mother thought. Oh right, there's one more thing. Matoike called out to Kenbuko's mother, who was still thinking before leaving. This sentence wasn't in the description of her future that she saw. Don't choose such a dark corner to set up your stall. There's not enough light. If you continue like this, your eyesight will keep deteriorating. I don't want the halo of the mother of cloth to rust when we meet again. After saying those words, Matucci left the dark and damp alley without looking back, even using magic to sweep away the musty smell before leaving. She seems to be in a pretty good mood. And at this moment, Kenbuko's mother, who had been watching Matucci walk away step by step, finally smiled. This kid is really interesting. It seems the future under this sky will be even more interesting. Looks like I need to start thinking about protecting my eyesight. Only then can I see more things. Am I right, Miss Magician? Chapter 191. There is no cure. The hotel room lights illuminated everything, and the air conditioning hummed, making the air cool and dry. Matoike turned on all the electrical appliances without a care in the world, since he didn't have to pay for the electricity anyway. Ngramenu peeked halfway out from the shadows of Matapond, looking both comical and eerie. He held a can of Coke in one hand, a shiny chicken leg in the other, and a French fry in a third hand that emerged from his abdomen. The three mouths were busy at work, each eating different foods. He is not a creature that needs to eat, he can survive simply by drawing magic power from Matoike's body. Although Ngramenu doesn't actually need this food, his existence is sustained by the magic of Matapond. But eating is a pleasure, while lust is of course the most important thing to him. You really are not picky at all. Matoike glanced at Angela Menu sideways, his tone slightly teasing. 1563 words. Ngramenu grinned, a French fry still hanging from the corner of his mouth. This is my portion, you're not allowed to touch it. Nobody wants to eat that kind of fast food, let's get rid of this stuff quickly. Matoike glanced at the pendulum on the wall, and said to Angela Manuel. Are you going out again tonight? Don't you want to rest for a bit? Angela Manuel was somewhat surprised. After all, during this period, Matoike would never stand if she could sit, and would never sit if she could lie down. The main theme is laziness, and even Ngramenu himself has become accustomed to this lifestyle. And we just happened to find a breakthrough today, so we should take a break now. Matoike did not answer, but muttered to herself, this afternoon I already got the insects scattered throughout Guanbuzi City to start moving. Ngramenu nodded in response, isn't that a good idea? Why not let the insects go find it themselves? Why do they have to go out themselves? Matoike placed his hand on the door and turned to say, using familiars to monitor is indeed more convenient, but there is still one area that we can't break into, so I have to go there myself. Even your insects can't get in. Is it a barrier or something? Ngramenu frowned and muttered. No, it's just that when the insects get close to those places, the same thing happens as it did at noon today. As soon as he finished speaking, Matoike walked out as if passing through a curtain of water. This was the first time he had used his ability to transform into spirit particles. Ngramenu quickly swallowed the food in his mouth, and Matuchi's elongated shadow returned to normal. During the day, the bustling streets of Kanbushi are teeming with people, who hurry between shops, cafes and office buildings. But after nightfall, it takes on a different appearance. As the hustle and bustle of the day gradually fades away, shops close their roller shutters for security. At this time of year, thieves and robbers are particularly numerous. Most of them are unemployed vagrants and decadent youths who have dropped out of school. They seek out their own unique enjoyment at night. Whether it's venting violence, indulging in drugs, or hunting down women who are alone at home. In short, at night, this place becomes a den of iniquity. There's bound to be one you like among snakes, rats, insects, and ants. Matuchi Reiko's body, transformed into a spirit, recoalesces before the entrance to a labyrinth composed of different alleyways. If there are 5 places, are you going to search them one by one? Isn't that a bit too inefficient? Ngramenu asked with some doubt. Matoike took a deep breath and stared straight at the road ahead. It's just that I'm contributing a little to the city's security. The fact that these filthy things appeared early, and on such a large scale, is partly my fault. You feel uneasy too. You don't feel guilty, do you? Ngramenu asked with a smile. There is a little bit of that. Matoike murmured. Then let's go in and wreak havoc. Thus, in the pitch-black alley where even moonlight couldn't reach, the tragedy began. There seemed to be no one at the entrance of the alley. In fact, we had been walking along Meta Pond for over 10 minutes without seeing anyone. This place is almost no different from the outside world. But the strange hunger within him constantly reminded Matoike of the fact that he had stepped into a demonic realm. There was no light in the alleyway, and the sounds were almost gone. However, these sounds grew louder and louder as Matuchi moved forward. It was a mesmerizing sound. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. The sounds of chewing and swallowing, accompanied by the faint cracking of bones. Even Ngramenu's previous bizarre eating habits couldn't produce such a sound. What a monster! Following the direction from which the sound came, Matoike slowly moved closer. Although the scene was completely dark, the magic of dark vision still allowed people to make out what they were seeing. As he drew closer, the dark shadow began to gradually reveal its outline. So this is where the banquet is being held. No wonder I couldn't find anyone here earlier. Thinking this, Matoike walked with a smile to the side of the participants in the banquet. These people were completely unaware of the approaching Meta Pond. They were fully immersed in their feasting revelry. When Matuchi saw what they were sharing, he felt an overwhelming hunger that almost consumed his reason. It has a very strong influence, it's even comparable to the power of suggestive magic. Matoike felt the sensations coming from his body, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He rudely interrupted a participant who was crowding the periphery of the feast from eating, grabbed the man by the collar, and asked him, "Is it tasty?" The lucky person who was chosen first seemed a little impatient and struggled to get down. He kept muttering things like, "I'm so hungry." This action did not disrupt the atmosphere of the feast, and those at the center of the banquet probably did not notice what was happening. But these peripheral participants only glanced up once before focusing their attention back on the food in their hands. Even the lucky person's food had been stolen by some unknown force. Meanwhile, Lucky Guy began to struggle. He hadn't eaten for a minute and was going crazy, so he used his blood-stained, minced meat-covered teeth to bite Matoike. His response was dash boom. As the sound of bullets rang out, some commotion finally broke out at the banquet, but it was limited to the perimeter. Perhaps the fear of death overwhelmed the hunger in their bodies, or perhaps not. Because Matoike saw those guys preparing to escape, and before running away, they didn't forget to stuff the food in their hands into their pockets. Soon, the escape turned into looting. Matoike took everything in and sighed, "What a hopeless bunch." Chapter 192. Fall. Matoike coldly observed the chaotic scene before him, choosing not to use the more familiar method of slaughtering these monsters, but instead using bullets. Insects are creatures that are easily influenced by strange instincts, eventually becoming consumables. His fingers gripped the gun handle skillfully, his movements swift and precise, bullets flying out one after another. Each bullet flew from the muzzle, slicing through the dark air and leaving a faint trail of light. The bullet spun rapidly, heading straight for its target along the predetermined path. Those who were fleeing or looting had no time to react before they were shot through the head or heart, falling to the ground and splattering blood. The smell of blood mixed with rotting flesh filled the air, like an invisible mist. Even as they lay dying, the monsters remained greedy, unwilling to relinquish their food in their final moments. Precisely because they were about to enter the underworld, eating became their last obsession. This obsession caused their bodies to twitch on the verge of death, their fingertips curling up unwillingly, as if trying to pour their last bit of life force into that rotting piece of flesh. Without hesitation, Matoike kicked away the meat slice, blocking his path. The twisted limbs and half-rotten bodies thudded on the ground with dull thuds, like discarded waste, falling heavily to the ground. He gradually walked toward the center of this feast, where the hunger was most intense, and where the most despicable people gathered. They didn't even have the idea of running away, or rather, these monsters had lost the ability to think. All they do is eat, eat, eat. Just looking at it visually makes you feel your stomach acid churning. Without saying a word, Matoike shot the monster closest to him in the forehead. The cerebrospinal fluid was blown all over the ground, and half of his head had been cut off. But its feeding continued unabated, as if the concept of death had ceased to apply to its body. Dead apostles. Matoike thought of this concept when he saw this scene. They were vampires transformed from humans. They do look somewhat like living dead, but in terms of pure physical abilities, they are already on par with some lower-ranking dead apostles. However, they still lack the true power of a dead apostle. Ngramenu, unusually, began to analyze the group of monsters before them with Matoike. It seems we still have to use magic to solve them, it feels a bit wasteful. Matoike removed the ordinary bullets from the little helper, and replaced them with specially made magic bullets. He gently stroked the gun barrel with his fingers and fired 3 phosphorus bullets in succession. The ammunition landed precisely in the 3 directions he had planned, forming a perfect encirclement that completely trapped the center of the feast. The moment the phosphorus bomb landed, blue and white flames immediately ignited around it. The twisted creatures were engulfed by the flames, with no chance of escape. 1503 words. Dealing with the monsters in the center was easier than he had anticipated, even easier than slaughtering the peripheral predators. These creatures gathered in the center showed no basic reaction, not even the thought of struggling or escaping. Their consciousness was completely dominated by hunger, and even their instinct for survival had vanished. Matoike quickly cast a spell to isolate himself from the flames. Pale blue magical light flickered around his body for a moment, forming an invisible barrier. Ignoring the ever-burning phosphorescent flames around him, he steadily stepped over the gradually turning ashes of the remains, approaching the center of the feast. He sensed the presence of a living person inside, which must have been the food being devoured. The fire in the center was not large to begin with, and Matucci finally got close to the source of that aura. He looked down and saw a half-crippled body curled up on the ground. A young woman in her early 20s, with long brown hair, and wearing a red men's top. I had seen this human-shaped Tongchi before, during those 2 weeks of wandering. Because I was wandering alone through various remote paths, this woman struck up a conversation with me. She's a drug dealer, and probably saw someone like Matoike late at night, and assumed he was suffering from drug addiction, and couldn't buy his medication. Matoike's first impression of this woman was that she was a woman who seemed to have a switch in her head that could change her emotions. After learning that Matoike was not the one who bought the medicine, she wanted to escape. But on that day, Matoike used magic to talk to this cautious woman for a while. Since they didn't get any useful information, they let her go. I never expected that our next meeting would be here. Brushing the dust off the woman's face with your hand, you feel a sticky sensation. It is a mixture of tears, ashes, and blood. Is he still alive? Matoike whispered. The other party still had a breath of life. This was something Matoike was certain of. Although the woman's lower body had disappeared from the navel area, she was still alive. It seems that the saliva secreted by those monsters acts like an anesthetic, numbing the concept of death. Cough cough. A mouthful of blood spurted from the woman's mouth. She was still relatively conscious and able to reply, "It's you. Do you remember me? With your level of caution, how could you have fallen into this situation so quickly?" Matoike sat down directly next to the woman, not minding the filth on the ground. "I'm the last one, everyone else has already been eaten." The woman's voice was intermittent, even under the monster's potent stimulants. The massive blood loss made it difficult for her to maintain a clear mind. "Is that so? What's going on with these things?" Matoike continued to ask, noting that he had not used magic to stop the woman's life from fading away. "I don't know. They just appeared out of nowhere. At first nothing happened, they just used a card-based drug to take over our market, until, half a month ago, they forced others to swallow that stuff. Anyone who resisted even slightly would be." The woman seemed to have suddenly regained her spirits, but Matoike knew this was just a temporary respite before her death. "Then why not join them? At least you could save your life. Although it will eventually turn into a monster." Matucci did not say the second half of the sentence. "Are you kidding me? People who use drugs to numb themselves can't fly, they're only after they can fly. That stuff will only make you fall." The woman was somewhat crazy, and somewhat pathetic. "That's hard to understand." There was nothing more to say. The thought of saving the person before him had never crossed his mind. Matoike dusted off the dust on his clothes, and turned to leave the dark alley. "He's very busy tonight. I don't have time to linger here for long." The woman behind him kept speaking incomprehensible words with her remaining consciousness, words even more difficult to understand than the prophecies of the Mother of Cloth. The intermittent sounds rose and fell in the center of the banquet. In the end, only one sentence came: "I just want to fly." Chapter 193 Deliberate Meta Pond is located one step below. My mind is processing the information I currently have. There was something that the drug dealer said that really bothered him. That group of people started going berserk about 2 weeks ago. Half a month ago. Wasn't it the very day he arrived in Guanbuzi City? What was so special about that day? Did I encounter Ryugi Shiki? Or is it Araya Soren who arrives late? And if those dead apostle-like monsters only started going berserk after he arrived, why was he completely unaware of it during that time? It was as if it had been deliberately avoided. It feels like it was all pre-planned. This incident was already unusual, and the suddenness of its development made it even more uncertain. The murder process, which gradually became clearer, was presented to us before we could even begin to explore it. The information gathered bit by bit led to the identification of the murderer even before the investigation began. It's like when you're at a Texas Hold'em table, and you're ready to play mind games with your opponent, but they just go all in. This is simply like a childish kid getting worked up while playing a game, Ngramenu thought to Matoike. Matoike didn't mind that her words had been spoken before she could say them. He now had a guess. So who exactly is the mastermind behind this incident? He had previously linked Shirasumi Ryo and Araya Soren together, even though there must be some inexplicable connection between them. They were ultimately two people with independent personalities. Their ideas are not necessarily aligned. Having made up her mind, Matoike quickened her pace without hesitation, preparing to enter the new monster hunting map. Although he was still covered in blood, his attire didn't seem out of place in this chaotic neighborhood. Rather, it looked like the everyday wear of unemployed thugs and homeless people. It was past 2 a, and the streets were as quiet as corpses. There were northwest pedestrians on the road, nor were there any noisy cars. The buildings blocked out the light. It was a night when both moonlight and starlight were shrouded in clouds. As Matucci walked from the building into the alley, he sensed a noisy incongruity. This is something that didn't happen in the alley before. A few guys were scattered around in the alley, puffing out smoke. The pungent and acrid smell of cheap cigarettes is very unpleasant. Matuik felt he was being hypocritical. He wasn't this disgusted when Aozaki Toko smoked. Pulling her thoughts back, Matucci was currently hidden in the shadows at the corner of the alley, out of the sight of those people. I became a listener. That woman I ran into on the street today was really something, with that big butt and tiny waist, wow. Yeah, if I could get my hands on it, I'd want to stuff my balls in it too. Araki, you're such a lewd guy, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, Araki, you've only been out for such a short time, you haven't really had any good pork to eat. Ha, what are you pretending to be so good for? I don't believe you can resist that woman. It was all meaningless talk, filled with decadent men's erotic fantasies about women. Matuik even wondered if he was wasting his time staying here. How about we set our sights on that woman next? It's almost time to pay tribute anyway. Araki, you little brat, you not only want that woman's body, you also want her life. Good, finally something useful. Matuik suppressed the urge to go out and punch each of them. So are you guys interested or not? I know where that woman lives. You said you had an upset stomach earlier, did you secretly follow her? Tell me, where does that woman live? Another voice rang out, and judging from the sound, there were 4 people in total, just as Matuik had seen. It's a rebuilt abandoned building. That woman opened a doll shop there, I think it was called Garan no Tsukai. Oh, he's rich. Then we can make a quick buck. Matuik was speechless at this point, and he didn't want to listen anymore, because the following conversation revolved entirely around the topic of how to play with women. At that moment, he emerged from the shadows and walked past the 4 people, pretending to be a passerby. 1624 words. Their clothing varied, but each had a distinct professional style. Bosuzoku, motorcycle gangs, overworked office workers, and truant junior high school students. A strange combination. But you can't tell from their appearance what their connection is to the monsters they encountered before. One thing that is noteworthy is that the moment Matucci appeared, they all shut their mouths at the same time. Let's not discuss what happened before. They are on guard against Matupond. Matuik didn't intend to bother with them, after all, these people had already booked their tickets to hell. After leaving this place, we continued to walk through the alleyways and corners, which were quite lively. Just a slight turn and you'll see several people gathered together smoking, drinking, and chatting. But none of them were on drugs. The only thing these people had in common was that they stopped speaking when Matucci appeared. They looked like perfectly uniform dolls. Just like what I experienced in Matucci over the past 2 weeks. Previously, Matuik simply thought these guys were just being wary, since there's a saying that there's always a distance between people. The wall of the heart is no joke. But now it seems that this unified approach is almost like having a sense of territory. An unfamiliar wild beast inadvertently entered the lion pride's territory, and the lions were issuing a warning to him in a subtle yet powerful way. Has it already formed something like an organization? Matuik muttered to himself as he walked. I feel it's more like a religion. After all, even organizations have people who don't follow the rules, Ngramenu suggested. Matuik nodded. So do you think they're deliberately targeting me, or are they doing this to everyone? We'll only know once we try, Ngramenu replied. That's true, you only know once you try it. Reaching a deserted corner, Matuik stopped, stood still, her eyes slightly burning, and scanned her surroundings. He then disappeared into the shadows around the corner, where the black mud unique to Ngramenu surged and enveloped Matuik's body. In an instant, Matuik's appearance and clothes changed to something else, and even the smell on his body changed to curry. They then re-entered the public eye. As expected, instead of waiting silently as before, those people surrounded them. "Brother, is this your first time here? Are you buying medicine?" Chapter 194. A name as romantic as a French poet, medicine. "What medicine?" Matoik asked with a grin as he looked at the crowd that had gathered around him. The leader pulled a stamp-like object from his pocket. It was entirely red. It is obvious that this is a drug similar to LSD, a hallucinogen that is smeared on a stamp-sized piece of paper and then enjoyed on the tongue. But the thing in front of him had no connection with medicine anymore. Matoik had an urge to snatch it and put it in his mouth after just one glance. This isn't even about smell or anything else. It can even affect the visual aspect to some extent. It's practically the same as a hint magic trick. Is this really medicine? Matucci took the small stamp from the leader's hand. Hold it up in front of you and examine it closely. Of course, this is 10,000 times better than that junk out there. Yes, once you experience it, you'll know what it truly means to fly. Eat it quickly. The group surrounding Metapond gradually shifted their tone from persuasive to urgent, their voices filled with fervor and eagerness, and they even began to shout in unison. Under such intimidation from the crowd, any ordinary person trapped here, no matter how much they resisted, would probably put it in their mouth. Eat it quickly. Their voices grew more urgent, as if everyone shared the same voice and the same will. Matoik scanned the surrounding crowd and noticed that some people were already unable to resist moving closer to him. "Can I take it home to eat?" Matoik asked the leader with a smile. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the crowd that had been shouting stopped, turning their gazes toward the so-called leader, seemingly waiting for him to speak. The burly man frowned, chuckled in a low voice, and then stared intently at Matoik with his cylindrical eyes. "You can't reason with a damn devil. Since you're unwilling to join us, then become our tribute. Make him a tribute. To be the blood food of the adults." The atmosphere, which had just eased, rose again, as if making Metapond a tribute was more attractive to them than having it join their ranks. Everyone was eager to rush forward and grab Matoik's body. But the burly man reached out and pressed him down, then turned to Matoik and said, "You seem like a smart man. If you know what's good for you, come with me." After he finished speaking, the crowd that had surrounded him parted to make way for him. The burly man then glanced at Matucci and gestured for him to walk ahead. Such a suggestion was of course no objection to Matoik, who also wanted to see what the other party was up to. And so, one after the other, Matucci, guided by the burly man, continued to advance into the depths of darkness. The two didn't say much along the way, just walked silently, but Matoik's mind was not as quiet as the outside world. "This guy looks like he's got you cornered," Ngramenu teased. "This guy's aura is very similar to that of the person in the banquet center at the last location. He's already reached the superhuman level, so of course he won't be afraid of an ordinary male high school student like me." Matoik curled his lip. Ngramenu nodded and said, "Indeed, but he seems to remain conscious, which is quite different from those monsters. They're probably full. Didn't you notice that their bellies are slightly bloated? There was even one person picking his teeth with his fingernails just now." Ngramenu didn't pay attention to these things. He had always been a carefree person, and he would only observe people he cared about in detail. However, Matoik's words did serve as a reminder to him. In other words, once these things fill their stomachs, they can break free from their madness and become no different from normal people. Naturally, this is probably the main reason why they went undetected for half a month. It is also one of the reasons why they were able to escape my investigation. Matucci focused primarily on observing her surroundings, and didn't delve into a detailed analysis of these issues with Angela Manuel. She simply gave a brief overview. Meanwhile, Ngramenu was still incessantly analyzing the strange behavior of these people. "Then perhaps your previous speculation can be confirmed. These things are indeed similar to the dead apostles, and they can form a relatively systematic management team." Matoik did not respond to Angela Manuel, for he had now entered a dead end. There was no deviation or anything like that, Everything was done according to the instructions of the burly men behind them. A hidden barrier. Matoike half closed his eyes and sensed it. The magic remained perfectly still. It was a barrier without any obvious flaws. There were only 3 magicians in this city of Guanbuzi who could set up such a barrier. The road ahead is blocked. Which way should we go? Matoike turned around and asked the burly man. Just wait, there's another lucky guy who's become a tribute just like you. We'll leave when he comes. The burly man seemed unwilling to say more, and Matoike didn't want to embarrass himself by trying to strike up a conversation. He quietly waited for the arrival of the other lucky person the burly man had mentioned. Time passed second by second, and several people even went in and out of the dead wall blocking Matoike's way. The people who came out all had a great sense of satisfaction on their faces. It felt like experiencing the happiest thing in the world. Their appearance made Matoike even more curious about the things inside this barrier. Finally, the lucky one was carried over, but his experience seemed less peaceful than that of Matoike. They must have been captured after resisting. Sany, why are you so slow? Does it really take this long to catch a single blood prey? The burly man mocked the newcomer. This kid can run pretty fast. If the offerings didn't have to be intact, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. The newcomer wasn't angry at being mocked but just complained a little. While the two were talking, Matoike observed the new duo. A woman in her late 20s, and a man about the same age as Matoike. The woman's appearance was very ordinary, even somewhat ugly. But the man she was carrying on her shoulder, who was still struggling, piqued Matoike's interest. She was slender with ordinary black hair and wore black-rimmed glasses, but her pupils were different from those of most East Asians, they were blue. It was that man named Mikiya Kurogiri, a man whose name sounded as romantic as a French poet's, the guy who would be able to freely enter and exit the route in the future. I never expected to run into him here. Chapter 195 The killing begins. Now that everyone's here, let's go in. I'm starving. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.